Hello everybody, how are we doing? Hello, 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 hello. Oh my god. Freaking drama to start the day. Hello, hello. We are in the lobby, ready to start some StarCraft 2. We're going to cast Creative vs. Persal as our first matchup of the day in the LIULI Cup 46. We're waiting for a caster right now, so I'll just take a moment to bring you guys over to the brackets. We can have a quick peek through what you're going to witness today. Why is the green, by the way, such an ugly color for Protoss in Liquipedia Dark Mode? It's so unreadable. Creator is going to be taking on Persal in the first quarterfinal matchup here, followed by ByuN versus Shin, followed by Rogue versus herO, followed by Classic versus Clem, all best of 5. So 4 best of 5s coming up today. The semifinals and finals are tomorrow. And then later on today, we're actually going to be doing the OSC Rising Star finals. So we are booked in for a pretty hefty long stream. So we're going to be here for quite a while. And hopefully that's exciting for you guys. That sounds like some fun. And we'll be, yeah, that's what we're going to be going for. So that's what's going on today. That's what's going to be happening. Yeah, it's going to be, like I say, a pretty long stream from us. That's what we're aiming for at the moment. Lots of long streams, lots of action. All of that kind of fun scenarios. So yeah, we're waiting for one caster to allow us to begin. And it looks as though they have just arrived, so we will be able to go. And get into our opening game of the day, which will be, like I say, this Persal Creator Best of 5 series. So that's actually a pretty fun series to start off on. Excited to see what's going to happen. Thank you for not flashbanging us. No worries. I don't know why my Liquipedia turned into dark mode, actually. But, actually, I feel like it's been dark mode. I actually don't know how long I've had it on dark mode for. Either way, I never realized the Protoss... I think this is why I don't have it on dark mode, because the Protoss green is so ugly when you're trying to read brackets. As silly as a reason that may be. Alas. It is still a reason. Alright, we are waiting for Persal to ready up, and we will officially be allowed to begin this first matchup of the day. As you can hear, the countdown starts, and we get ready to go on into it. Alright, let's jump in. Let's go cast some StarCraft 2, guys. As I mentioned, it is going to be in the top left-hand corner of the map. Our red Terran player to start the day off is going to be Persal, taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left-hand corner. It is going to be Creator. As we get ready to start this up and look to see what our day gives us, I'm very excited again with some games, and yeah, I mean, honestly, just a fun event. So the LIULI Cup, the reason this is today is they have gone for a new format, where in the past, obviously, the LIULI Cup they just had as an open cup. They've decided they're going to get a little bit more value for their money to actually run this as not an open cup, but instead run this as a kind of invitational event. So each week they're going to invite 8 different players, and yeah, they're going to invite 8 different players. We're going to get to watch, and we're going to be able to be like, whoa, wow, ooh, ah, and all the rest of it. So, yeah, TLDR, lots of great games, lots of fun games, and I actually kind of like this because, over 2 days I kind of like, and 4 best of 5 is a pretty decent day too. But I also just like the predetermined matchups. So, you know, the Open Cups always have this element of, like, you cast, like, 3 best of 3s in the finals, and there's a bunch of downtime, you're scrapping for matches with everyone else. I do think having some amount of Open Cups is important, but I actually think we have plenty of Open Cups right now. So I'm very okay with us having another tournament here that's focusing on invites, and like I say, being over Tuesday and Wednesday. Going to give us a couple of days of action each week as long as they continue this format, so that's one more thing we can keep in our minds and sit back and enjoy with. So we're going to see a reactor coming down, the command center and the orbital command all coming up as we get settled in the first few moments. Not really anything crazy or untoward to begin the game off. Obviously, Persal has been known for not loving this matchup, but we're in the Hawks fixed version of Storm. The general consensus as things settle down is that Storm is indeed still good. I know, shock horror, people, I know, with all the whining and the noise, Storm's unusable, blah blah blah. Turns out people are just crying because they look at numbers and they don't actually look at games. But the general consensus is that Storm is absolutely still good enough to be competitive and to be used as an opening. There's still some stuff to be figured out with how it works in this new format, but it is genuinely good. Storm builds are a thing, and Protoss still holds a lot of control in the Protoss versus Terran matchup, especially through the mid-game, where you can still set up strongly onto a lot of bases, a lot of economy, and a lot of very powerful units as well. So, a couple things to think on there. Nothing, I mean, like I say, still early days really on the patch, but I think our general consensus at first was we were worried if Storm was ever going to see the light of day again. All the Protoss players were building robo units. As time passes by, it seems like Storm is indeed going to be a factor still in these matchups and in these games and in these builds, so yeah. Two more barracks on the way from Persal, who's playing a triple command center, so a very greedy opening from our Terran player here. Going to be heading toward, like I say, a little bit of greed in the early stages as a couple of Marines come out, two more barracks on the way over. And yeah, just going to be having the Adept going to take a little bit of a shade forward as well, just trying to see a bit of what's up, a bit of what's happening. We really are still, like I said, just in these early stages, so getting set up with the triple CC, very eco-focused play here from Persal. We'll see what that can kind of lead into for him. As the robotics facility, two more gateways, and the blink upgrade will come online alongside it as well. It's just getting a lot of setting up done in these early stages, and that robot facility going to be a big part of this. The gateway as well. And Creator just heading into this blink is obviously very natural for him. He's going to take about a 4-minute third base, which is fairly quick as well, so nothing too delayed in that regard. As the factory and engineering bay come up, the stim pack coming through. And we just see our engineering bay and factory both just coming online here in the next few moments. Refinery is still coming online as well. Look to get that finished as a few Marines come up. Marines on the way. Going to give us a good amount of units, and we are just waiting to really let this game play out a little bit in the opening moments of Game 1. Stim back +1 coming about, the starport coming through. We just have ourselves a couple more robots coming up. That robo beam be added on as well. And we'll just see a couple stalkers starting to step out into the front. And now too. Impact Combat Shield +1 all continue to come online then, so we just bring a little bit of everything through for a couple of moments. Getting settled into place. Here we got Nexus coming down, a few probes and the +1 coming up, as we see a little cancel on the bunker. And I see them already taking a few more shots. A few Marines will take some damage as well. Because this is triple CC, you're pretty comfortable here as Persal. Like, you've not taken much damage early in this game, so you've got really the start that you're looking for to begin with. That puts you in a very good starting position, and that seems to be just where we are at this far in the game. So yeah, it does seem to be, in that regard, a pretty cozy, nice little something of a starting point to play from, as we just have. And these Stalkers aren't exactly in huge numbers either. Creator is indeed playing that Robo, so the first Colossus is on the way out. I've got to say, I think Creator's got to be playing some pretty decent PvT at the moment. He took a map of Clem yesterday in the WardiTV Mondays, so he's got to be at least kind of up there in terms of the quality of StarCraft 2 he's playing at the moment, as we just have the Nexus finishing into that bottom right-hand side. So we'll get that started up as well. Cannon and a handful of gateways will now be joining us here, as the +1, the thermal lance, and the charge continue to build through for a few moments. Extra gates, probes, and the Colossus building as well, as we're just going to see a little bit of bio pushing back onto a few of those Stalkers, chasing those away. Again, Command Center coming through, the couple of Widow Mines and Vikings and Marauders all building up as well. The +1 armor upgrade continuing to come on by. There's a little bit of mine just going to come down into position here. The Ghost Academy coming up from Percival as well. Add on an armory for good measure. I mean, he's really setting up nicely. It's, you know, it's been a nice peaceful start of the day, right? We've not had a lot of aggression. Obviously, a few bio units going down to the Blink Stalkers, but Percival's not aimed to do anything in this game. He's let Creator kind of play his game as well, at the cost of Percival being able to kind of take a bit of a greedier stance and a bit of a stronger opening. As you see, the Colossus +2 and the Thermal Lance all coming through, the cannon and the battery on the way up as well at the moment. The Marine going to get knocked down by Colossus and Stalk shots. A little bit of damage done there. Still see the rest of these units pulling around to the other sides. Getting in position as the cannon and the battery set up. Picking away at the Marine for a few moments. Prism +2 attack, Nexus all being brought online as well. Add a few pylons into that as well here. Just bringing a lot of this online. Another scan coming out down to the bottom side of the map. That one Marine is going to go for a little stim towards an Observer. Observer will see it running around, so we get a bit of info as to what's going on there. And Percival's going to have all of the tech units he could ask for here. The one thing he's missing right now is a Viking count to really kind of deal with these Colossus properly. So that's the one thing that's still kind of on the way up and being brought into play. The Stalker's actually taking a chance to blink forward and get a few kills, as the Zealot's tank as well, so some decent damage being found on that one as we get some work done. The Marine Marauder, Viking continuing through, add the 2-2 upgrades along with that as well. And a few of those Stalkers once again just showing up onto a little bit of the bio. We're going to pop the Guardian Shield. Looks as though we're thinking about moving on in here and making a dive toward this upper left-hand side. We are going to see the bio standing, forcing this back, making a bit of a retreat happen. And now a few more Stalkers warping in along with this as well. EMPs come down once more, a few more units getting caught in those EMPs, and we are going to continue to go back and forth here. Damage being done. The bio still fighting a couple more Zealots charging in. We've got the Colossus in the back too. Other units will gather up as the 2-2 was about halfway done. Marine Marauder Viking continues to build from Percival. Colossus and the armor upgrade coming out as well. It's going to be seeing the bio continue to kite backward against those few Zealots. Percival is, yeah, hanging on in there. Like I say, the Viking count just needs to be a bit higher to truly push those Colossus back a bit more comfortably. I mean, the EMPs have been great, and he hits the sentries again here before they can really add much on. And now the Vikings are kind of getting there with the Colossus too that remain are very low, so we might actually be able to get ourselves a couple of good grabs in the dying stages of this one. We're going to turn around and jump onto the Warp Prison here. A few more Zealots get warped in and start to chase forward as well. And we just see the bio continuing to pull back as the... Ooh, Rock's getting knocked down. That actually blocks a few units. Killed unit as well, if I'm not mistaken. What a great fight from Percival. I don't know why Creator attacked back into this. Maybe afraid that just running was going to lose him too many units, but I don't think he really gained much by turning back into this either. Now the sentries being caught, 2 of them will go down, and Percival will not pursue any further. But man, what a fight. Percival with a very comfortable defense puts him into a very good position. And Percival maxed out. I mean, he might want to actually just go. Like, you know, he has got good units on the way up, but he's about to be maxed out. So getting onto the map and just setting up to go may be the play from Percival. Capitalize on what has not been the fight you've been looking for here, realistically, from Creator. I'm going to shoot at that battery. Medivacs will load up. +3 attack is on the way in. We add on the Colossus. We add on the 2 Nexus. Bringing all of that around as the few Zealots will warp in toward the main base. Bio jumps into the main to grab us a pylon. The rest of the Stalkers taking some damage. We got the Medivac and everything else still gathered up right there. The Zealots are trying to charge on through. The Colossus turns around. Medivacs load up and they retreat away down the left side for a couple of moments as we just have this bio army looking to kind of catch on into this, attempt to get onto those Colossus and get rid of one. The Viking count should be able to get rid of 2, but he's a little bit afraid of the Stalkers. That was not the moment to turn the Vikings around of all moments. I mean, Percival, takes a few more losses toward the tail end of this, so Creator does manage to just chase him away. It's always going to be lovely. What's up, Siri? Thank you so much for the 3-year resub. 3 years, hell yeah! Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. As our couple of the probes go down, Bio gets cleaned up, everything getting cleaned up, I think, for the most part. A few libs coming up, the ghosts coming through, plus 2 ship weapons and 3-3 will build in as well. More weapons just coming through, get the upgrades continue along. Hey, what's up, 143 chance as well. 18-month resub on the Prime, appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Tempting to take this gold-based creator. I mean, this game is definitely having some back and forth, some good trade-outs early, some, like I say, some good back and forth up until now. Definitely some competition in these early stages. Creators had an okay couple of fights. Persal obviously had a really good fight previously as well defensively. Creator is now opting to go into disruptors. He's trying to get a couple of those online. And Nexus will begin to hit Liberator Fire. Starting to look good. We pulled back here as the Stalkers blink up. That Archon going to go down. Archon will fall. The Bio will go after the base on the right. And we are going to be seeing our Zealots still pushing forward here as we just try and shove up in toward that third base location. We turn around the other way. The Immortal is going to get jumped on too. I mean, again, it's a scrappy game. There's units going down here, there, and everywhere. I don't know where we're going to, kind of start finding the difference in this at any point soon, in fact. Right now, it is looking defensively placed and set up from Percival. I don't think Percival's looking to really necessarily push across the map. He might be able to wrap around this army, though. That might not be a bad play. Predator obviously feels that possibility as well, choosing to recall, and so he does manage to get back into a more defensive position. So we're right to be a little bit concerned, because Predator was concerned enough to get his army out of there. As these disruptors, connections will scathe the edge of the army, but nothing serious. Now Percival might get jumped on from 2 angles. The Liberators help the zone a little bit. They are holding this middle area quite nicely, but we still have a few units forward. They're going after the Nexus. Predator running onto the map to the top side here is scary, because he could maybe be kind of caught in by reinforcements. And remember, now recall is on cooldown. Percival's just also in a weird place. He's going to pull back towards his libs, but now you fight from behind the libs, so the Stalkers get to clean those up. Might be time to unsiege and reposition the Liberators here before we do much else. The MPs have been decent, man. The Liberators just haven't done anything in this fight. I don't know why Percival didn't, I mean, obviously a lot going on, but absolutely should have unsieged and repositioned those libs, because that army was clearly coming in from that right-hand side. The Viking trying to chase a low HP Colossus will not get there. Absolute, I mean, just absolute destruction on both sides. Both players lose a chunk of supply. They're both down to 150. Both have banks to rebuild with, but are waiting on those reinforcements. Creator is the more instantaneous army, and he is here right now sitting on top of one of these Percival bases. Percival steps up, drops an initial EMP down, looking to step further through again as Viking Lib coming online, Marine Marauder coming up, the Ghosts in production. More Stalkers pull back here, Disruptor Shot trying to land. And you have 2 new Colossus just coming up right now as Predator rebuilds and utilizes that bank which he's had. He's going to be maxed out sooner than what Percival is. It looks as though Predator is probably going to have a little bit too much as we just shove into this upper left-hand side. Disruptor Shot firing. We have ourselves the entire army looking to collapse in on this. The Viking going down. The Stalker still stepping up. Trade outs continue. This really does look good overall, as our Bio will come through and play a little bit more cleanup as well, or at least try to. Now we've got the rest of this Protoss army still knocking on the door and looking after this Bio Force, and Predator is going to, in the end, wrestle Persephone into his favor for the opening game of today's matches. Yeah, kind of, like I say, very back and forth game. A lot of opportunities on both sides, I would say, as Percival lost a couple of these kind of bigger fights towards the tail end. And honestly, they were very weird fights too, because obviously Creator ended up kind of forcing some very weird positions, coming in from behind those Liberators. Yeah, very cool. At this point, you can see the Protoss army still just tapping on the front door. Try and move through. GG gets called, and that is going to be GG indeed. Creator taking the 1-0 lead of this best of 5. Alright, we are going to head into a game 2 in a few moments and get ready for a couple of moments here. As we get our second game, I don't have to do anything, which is the nice part of this. I just sit back and let the other guys host the games up and all that good stuff, so yeah, I don't have to worry about too much myself today, which is lovely. Just waiting for the map to be hosted on Cred. It's going to BRB a moment as we head to ley lines for map number 2. Beautiful. That's a rough one for the Persal because I really felt like he was in a very winnable position as well. Really felt like that was a very winnable spot. Able to get fixed up, ready to resume. I'm not sure what's going on, but a couple people are joining and leaving parties. Trying to get that sorted out. Fred is back. I think Rex was relogging. I'm not sure what's going on, guys, but hopefully, I mean, Chris is back, so we shouldn't be too long between us getting into this and just shouldn't be too long. TLDR. Not really much else to add. Should be pretty much go time. Bum 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 ba ba da bum bum bum. Ley lines for map 2. Bum, bum, bum. Readying up. And we get ready. Let's get set to go. Ley lines is going to be map number 2 of this best of 5. I'm getting ready to kick this off. Take this into play. Get this ready to roll. So, let's head into ley lines. Let's see what's going to happen. In the top right-hand side, we're going to start off with the blue Terran player, who obviously finds himself down a game after Persephone did not quite work out in his favor. It is, excuse me, it is Percival in the upper right corner of the map. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is going to be Creator. Alright, so let's see what we get as we already have a paneling across the map. So as you can see, the aggression is coming rather quickly here to start off this game number 2. Creator's going to pop gateway number 2 down across to the other side. So it is going to be a second gateway down. We're going to build ourselves straight in towards, like I say, some pressure on the front doorstep of Percival sooner rather than later. So trying to get some damage dealt here as the SEV of Percival is going to be moving out onto the map. Starting to head across to the bottom left. So he will get some scouting on the fact there's no nexus, and that will be his first indicator that something is in fact up in this game number 2. So getting a little bit of identity onto that, getting a little bit of realization of what's going on that. We can go from there as the Cybercore comes into play. And the gateway coming up, Zealot coming through, gets settled down. It's going to be a factory and a command center coming up as well, so all of that continue to come into place over the next few moments. Stalkers will begin to warp in. As the Stalkers warp in, like I say, Persal's already realized a little bit of what's up with the lack of an expansion here. So Bunker is coming down. He's prepping on a high ground. He does go high ground expansion as well. That will help a lot with his defense. Just needs to buy time against these Stalkers and to try and get this bunker up. First Marine takes some shots. Now the SCV begins to take damage. Reaper pops out. You drop a grenade. Another SCV pulls in because, again, this is just a matter of buying time. And also keeping your units alive. Don't obviously let that Reaper go down, as now we try and make a play onto the deep on the right side. The Reaper and the Marine jump in. We get one more SCV. That's 3 workers killed. I mean, Creator is expanding behind this now, so his build is going to be off from the norm, but pretty quick toward the expansion still. Obviously, still nice for the Terran to have their their expansion coming up without any delay initially. So you still got to be pretty happy here as Percival overall. I think in general you look at this and say, yeah, actually I'm very okay with how this is going. As that Zealot Adept and 2 Stalkers work their way through the depot, going to get a kill. They're going to hit off that Widowmine connecting, the Adept trying to shade through into the main base. They continue to put some damage out as our 2 Stalkers and the Adept go onto the reactor. Reaper across the map looking at a few probes here initially, trying to get some damage done. Adept is going to get chased, and that Reaper will get pushed back, only 1 kill on it. As the 2 Stalkers and the Adept break into the main, and obviously away from the bunker, we'll be able to get some damage. There is a Cyclone on the way. Widowmine going to try and come through the zone. Obviously, Widowmine, a very good unit, is a guaranteed kill on one of these forces as long as it's in the right position. As it's going to try and close in on these Stalkers. SCVs on both sides. That's a lot of SCVs lost. 9 workers are going to be killed, and that is extremely expensive from Percival. And yes, Creator gave up a good bit to do this because that's all of his early gateway units going down. But he got the damage done. He got the SCV kills he was looking for. He has doubled up on worker count super early in this game. And I think Creator has done a good job of establishing control at the very beginning of this second map. And maybe just this first series overall. But especially the second map, after game 1 was very back and forth and a lot of competition there. This game 2 has been all about Creator. He really comes in swinging, he hits hard, and he puts himself in a very, very comfortable position thus far. Bench coming online, cloaking coming through, just have the robo facility, gateway, a couple probes in the blink, all coming about as well, adding on a battery as we go. This orbital command just comes floating over toward the natural there as well. Still got the battery coming online with the gateway as well. I'm just going to see a couple of Marines starting up on the barracks here. It's just going to begin to get that on the way as well, as the couple of Marines in the Cyclone will nibble their way through a set of rocks. Open up this space, try and open up a little bit of area for the moment. Blink is about to finish, so gives us a little bit more kind of tech actually on the map from Creator. Again, that's a bit delayed to normal because yes, he did go double gateway, and yes, he did try and get some things done, but we get to continue through. Barracks still building online. Again, the Banshee tank and a couple of the Marines will be on the way too as well, so a few little bits and pieces coming up. The battery and the probes coming along from Creator. The Stalker's already heading to the upper right-hand side as well to be a part of this, and we knocked down a Widowmine right off the bat, so able to take that down. A couple of Stalkers already hitting hard onto a couple of those other units. Tank is going to siege up. Try and find an SCV, but not going to be overly successful. Couple of SCVs going down. Reactor on the way up. Barracks coming online. There's the Temple Archives as well on the side here from Creator, so giving us the chance to move into the Storm as well for the next stage of this. So additional possibilities this time. Creator definitely taking a different route, but the Banshees show up. Need to get those synced up because we're going to start firing into a battery, although that might not matter because the Stalker count on the other side may just get enough done to close this game out. Never mind what your Banshees are doing. Like I say, the Banshees now start to team up properly, and they will get good damage done. To be fair, these Banshees are going to go untouched for a while. It's just there's a Stalker count over here, which you're never really cleaning up. Is there any hope for us cleaning this up? I really don't think there is, honestly. I really don't think there is. GG. Creator takes game number 2 and is able to take a 2-0 lead in this opening best of 5 of the day. It is all best of 5 today, guys, so we're going to cast a ton of best of 5 start through finish. As, yeah, that is going to be our 2-0 lead for Creator. Obviously, a much different game 2 to what we saw in that game 1. That game 1 really had a good amount of competition, and it really felt back and forth. It really felt like there was some openings for Persal. I'd say Persal was definitely winning at points. Maybe even could have gotten a little bit more aggressive at certain moments, but he did not in the end. And now we sit here with a 2-0 lead for Creator and Percival. Falling to the wayside a little bit. I would say Percival is one of the stronger players kind of coming into this event. Up next, of course, if once we get through this Creator Percival series, we will have Shin versus ByuN coming through. So that's going to be coming up as well in a little bit. So that will also be coming through. As we ready ourselves up for Pylon map number 3. Alright, we count on down, and it is going to be game 3. So Pylon our map, Percival down 0-2 over Creator. We head into this third game right about now. So let's kick this off. Let's get this going. How is this bracket seeded? I imagine it wasn't seeded. I imagine they picked and chose what side. I imagine they put one Zerg on each side of the map, and yeah. I don't think there was much seeding going on. I think they just chose some cool series they wanted to guarantee see in round 1. If I had to make a guess. Or they randomized it, right? That's also a possibility. Like they just randomized it from the very start. There's also something that could be the case, so... Maybe it's completely randomized. I don't know. I see classic Clem, I'm like, ooh yeah, they want to see the good stuff. Yeah. I'm not sure. Say this is not one I have to I have much part in. I just show up and we get to cast some games. We get to have a good time. It's some good fun. It's a good time for all. Nexus says obviously just cranking some probes early. The gateway coming up. No proxy gateway this time around. That probe coming across the map. I'd be shocked if he proxy gated 2 games back to back. That's not usually the thing you kind of do multiple times over unless your opponent really shows no ability to be able to defend it at all. Which I don't think was necessarily the case here for Percival. Like, it actually started off as a very good defense. It was when he broke in and got those, like, extra SCVs, and there was, like, the 7 SCVs in the kill tab. That was a little bit too much. Like, that was the point when Percival had made a mistake, but before that point, we hadn't really made that mistake, right? So... The defense at first seemed reasonable. He just had to stop those units breaking down the wall off and getting in, which I think is very doable. Like I said, I don't think you make that same mistake twice as Percival, in which case Creator doesn't go for the same build a second time. Probably pulling back down, the Marauder and a Concussive Shell upgrade coming through as we take a couple of moments. Command Center coming up. And get set to go. Depth shading towards that top side. Again, the Marauder and the Concussive Shells coming through. Just gonna have our Command Center about to finish. Factory and the Barracks still building into play. The Snellgate, couple probes, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming online as well. As we take a few moments, just going to see that CC moving on into an orbital. And with the second barracks coming up, we'll have ourselves a nice, feisty little biocentric army to begin with. Going to go to triple racks even. Obviously, game 1 we saw kind of 3 racks, but it was on the back of triple command center. So it's very eco-focused from Persal. That's why that game in general had such a defensive kind of macro-y feel to it. Marauders already out, just chilling. Surprise! Yeah, I guess the fact that the barracks gave up the tech lab, so no immediate stim. Would rather get a Cyclone out. We are actually going to build Phoenix here as creator. Phoenix are kind of back on the menu a little bit in PvT as well. That Cyclone bug fix has made it so that Cyclone lock-ons are not as frequent, and so the Stargate units are not as heavily counted. So actually, Phoenix back on the menu, and Phoenix very good at kind of defending a lot of the early aggression, defending a lot of the drops and like early bits of harassment and so on very comfortably. They give you good map control as well. I still wouldn't say Phoenix is the most opportune style, especially in a world where we still have an energy recharge that can be used onto a sentry for early hallucination scouting. The Phoenix, you know, used to be such a great scouter. That's, again, like I say, not as necessary nowadays, but the fact that it's a choice once more lets you kind of, you know, make more variety in your builds here as the Protoss players. Every now and again, like, mixing it in Phoenix is very good, because sometimes you'll just get that blind counter against, like, a mine drop or so, and you'll just get the first units picked off really, and then you get set in a very good position where the Terran has nothing on the map, you have full control, and you really get off to, like I say, a very good start in that situation. So, yeah, a few opportunities there as the Road Bay coming about, the Gateway, the Immortal coming through as well. Continue to get that building. A few Phoenix will take a second or two to step over toward the left-hand side and see what they would like to try and get up to here in the next few moments as well. They're going to start going out to the upper left-hand side and in toward the main or natural expansion very shortly. So they show themselves, and they are going to get a couple of SCVs as Percival. You can see he's got a lot of Marines, a couple of tanks. I think he's pretty much ready to go across to the other side of the map, so can't imagine Percival is kind of planning much else other than just going out across to the bottom right sooner rather than later. That Robo Bay is about to be done. The Immortal coming up against Impact Combat Shield building on the side of Percival right now. Chrono Boost on the Robo facility. Colossus on the way. A few Phoenix gathering together. A few additional Stalkers will warp, and the SCV pull, given Percival is arriving. So how much time can we buy? Doesn't Force Field yet. Force Field's there to keep a few Marines back a little. It's not really where you want to fight anyway as Creator, because you're trying to avoid fighting into the Siege tanks as best as possible. Obviously, Phoenix will help a lot against those Siege tanks. You can lift those up. If we could lift up all the tanks and get the Colossus to start lasering Marines, that'd be amazing, but we'll see if we can kind of pull off that 1-2 punch, as we are going to have our Phoenix going around the left side. Like I say, lift up the Siege tanks. Just try and be far back with the Phoenix so you actually get a chance to kind of, you know, move forward onto those tanks as well without the Marines just sitting there and kind of dominating. That is an initial first wave that was very good. Knocking down 2 out of 3 tanks does a lot to remove the kind of staying power of this army. As we have the bunker finishing up here. Some more finishes up another Siege tank. The newest tank is arriving in the back, but I think we've kind of really dullened the blow of this attack, and at this stage, I think we're going to be okay. Missile turret there isn't going to have much use anymore. Maybe could shoot down a Colossus step before. I mean, we're actually building another Phoenix, so missile turret not bad still to have. But obviously no bunker here any longer. Creator throws down at third base. Talk about feeling confident about things, as now he steps up and yeah, he has the numbers, realistically. He can get on top of that Siege tank quickly. He's going to knock it down with ease, and this is looking like our first match of the day is going to be a 3-0. A little bit of a shame, perhaps, because, you know, looking back at that first game, I actually really felt like we had a very competitive Percival who was actually putting on some good game play. Did feel like we were going to actually have a good opportunity from him to fight in this series. I'm not going to say he was, you know, going to have a chance to, like, win the whole thing or whatever, but I actually really felt like there was some fight in him there in that game 1. Losing that just seemed to then start making this go the completely wrong way, unfortunately. And that is going to be GG's as we head out of game or series number 1 and into a series number 2. ByuN and Shin are going to ready up to play some Terran versus Zerg best of 5 action for us, guys. So we're going to get that TVZ on the way here in just a few moments. Thanks for joining us. And we get ready to go, like I say, into ByuN, Shin, Terran Zerg best of 5. So get some videos going, and we'll kick this off. I can't believe they're on schedule. They actually scheduled 45 minutes per best of 5. I was like, that's ridiculous. It's never going to happen. It is happening so far. So far. Can you get replays from this tournament? I don't know if they give out replays for this tournament. They would probably end up in our WardiTV kind of, regular replay pack, but we just put a replay pack out yesterday already, so it's probably going to be a while until this comes out. And I'm not going to individually give out a tournament's replays, because it's not my tournament, I don't think they care if we give out the replays, but I'm only going to do that as part of my bigger packs, and it's going to be another month until we have one of those, as we just wait for our first videos to come down. Shin throwing a couple words out there to ByuN. And yeah, we will take a couple minutes to settle into our next series. So going to be ByuN versus Shin, then Rogue versus herO, and then, to wrap things up, Classic versus Clem. Quite a day of games, and like I say, we have the OSC Rising Star finals as well, coming up at the end of all of that, which are going to be 4 more best of 5s, and some fun players involved there too. We'll talk about that more later when we get to it, but that is what's going on. Alrighty. No words just yet. Alright, first video going to come down is Incorporeal. Waiting for map 2 to be vetoed. Like I say, we start getting this underway. ByuN Shin's usually a very fun series. Last time I played, I think ByuN won. Top of my head. (2-1) in WardiTV Monday's 53 quarterfinals. That was a week back on Friday. So yeah, ByuN winning the last time they met. Actually won the last few times they met. Jeez, I could have been thinking of any series. LIULI Cup 45, ByuN 3-1, WardiTV Summer Championship, ByuN 2-1, 3-0 in the group stage, Summer Championship qualifier, ByuN 2-1. It has not been a win for Shin in this series until you go back 6 series, which was back at the end of July in the OSC. In the OSC Championship mid-season playoffs. Shin did win that one, 3-1. I have my glasses. I was like, what the hell am I seeing out the corner of my eye? Incorporeal Last Fantasy Leyline is going to be 3 videos to start us off. 1 more video, some map picks, and we'll be back into action in the form of this TVZ. Finally videoed up as well. I feel like no one knew about this tournament today, and now people are like logging in and like seeing us people live and be like, wait, you're casting StarCraft? And now everyone's trying to join. That's kind of funny. Yeah, what's up, Cat Patino? Thanks so much for the 17-month resub. Yay, no ads. Thanks so much for the resub, mate. Asking about replays, like I said, new replay pack did just go up like yesterday. It does feature all the TLMC games. So there's a bunch of games on like the most hotfix version of the game, most patched version of the game. So you can check that out. You can check that out in the Discord channel and the subscribers channel with the sub. ByuN trying to veto a third map. That's not how this works. Hey, what are you doing? Great work. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, supporting the StarCraft, and all the usual things. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for subbing up. Thank you, thank you. I'm intrigued. I've been, if you've been following the stream lately, you've probably heard me yapping on about the YouTube subscriber kind of percentage, right? So I'm kind of intrigued because today's a bit of a slower day on the YouTube. So I'm wondering, like, you know, does that mean there's more kind of like, you know, regular subscribers here? It's the non-subs that don't show up when it's a slow day, but no, it's still like a 50-50 kind of split. So something that caught my brain's interest for a moment or two while we were waiting for these videos to come through. Nothing really super exciting, just something to say while, like I say, I'm waiting for some games to get vetoed. How long to the next game? They're vetoing right now. It really depends on how quickly they start vetoing. Map 1's been picked, so in theory, Shin has to say one map name, or Shin has to say 2 map names, and ByuN has to say 1 map name, and we get to begin. So probably most of the time from this moment, it takes us about a minute. You never know when someone DRBs or something like that, but absolutely there's no way this takes more than 3 to 4 minutes, I would guess. First map, Torches. Second map, Persephone. 3 map is going to be Ultra Love. We have one more pick to be made here from Shin. Maganatha. Yeah, Maganatha, 5th map, Tokamak. Cool. Map order set, which means we should be hosting into this, guys, in a couple moments. We'll get right on into Shin ByuN best of 5 action here in the LIULI weekly. Well, is it the weekly anymore? It's just LIULI Cup 46. They moved away from that weekly Open Cup. Like I say, back into just some invite-based tournaments. Everyone joins us here, and we will be ready to go into ByuN versus Shin. Alright, we're in the lobby. Everyone is in position. Need Shin to set himself as a Zerg. Would help, and otherwise we are going to be good to go. Question mark asks Rex. Go, says Shin. And the countdown counts on down into this BO5. I'm gonna buckle up for this one, I think, guys. I think Shin ByuN does have some good opportunity. Man, my brain is clearly a bit tired today because I keep going for the wrong names. I swore down. I tried to call creator herO a couple of times last series as well, and now I'm saying Rex out loud because Rex is just hosting the lobby instead of, you know, trying to say the players' names. Crazy. Top right hand side, the blue Terran player is going to be the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN, taking on the red Zerg. In the bottom left hand corner, we have got ourselves Weibo's Shin as we enter game number 1 of this best of 5 series. So we get this started out, we get this underway. Game number 1 of our series coming through right now. Maybe time for a cup of Earl Grey. I could probably do something, man. Like, I got some monsters left over from the weekend, but like, I feel like I don't want to get in the habit of having to drink a monster every other week on the cast just to kind of get going. I am a bit brain tired today, though. Ay. Game number 1. Let's see what we are truly talking about here as we kick off with some action. You see Shin opening up the gold minerals, opening up access to that right side middle of the map base, which has been popular for Zergs. Maybe not so much in ZVT though, but he does start to open that direction out as ByuN plays 2 racks Reaper on the opening, which is really not too strange from him either. 2 racks and the Reapers are pretty much... they're pretty much a norm. You know, plain and simple. They're pretty much a norm from ByuN, like at least a couple of times in a series usually, so... he's going to open with this. Typically from him it is just the 3 Reapers nowadays. You go 3 Reapers, use that for harass and a bit of map control, and you look to transition straight out of this from there. This is a map where with these spawns, at least the barracks are going to be in a safe place. So the tech labs are going to come up on the right-hand side of the barracks and inside of the wall, so they are not exposed as well, which may lead to part of the reason ByuN decides to do this here. Although I don't think ByuN needs a reason to come out and do the, you know, the multi-Rex Reaper. He likes doing this typically anyways, so... Unfortunately for Shin, he's opened up with that pool first, and that's not going to get anything done in a world where there's multi-Rex Reaper. Because A, there's a lot of Reapers, and B, there's that wall off super early. So you actually have the wall there, so you don't even get a chance to kind of get in and harass or whatever. I mean, you can give it a go, and that's, I think, why those Lings are hiding on the map. Maybe trying to pick their moment and their best opportunity, but, I mean, ByuN already knows something's up because he sees no queen on the low ground. He knows what's going on here. So he's going to be cautious at home. He's not going to, like, leave a depot down or anything because he will know there are probably already Zerglings out on the map somewhere. Otherwise, they would have been here by now because if it was hatchery first, why wouldn't there have been a queen? You know what? The numbers just aren't adding up. So there are the Lings. The depot is, in fact, raised. We don't have anything back at home, but the Reapers can begin to pull back in that direction. Second SCV full of repair is going to be enough. And the Reapers will get there, and these Zerglings definitely stuck around a bit too long. 2, 3, easy 4. Yeah, easy 5 kills. So you actually get 6 kill. Does not get the 6th Zergling, but that's 5 out of 6 Lings going down. That alone is a bit of a success story already. I think if you're ByuN, you're already looking at this and being like, cool, awesome start. Pool first, Lings do nothing, and yeah, I have to pull back home, whatever. The Reapers were not exactly going to stick around on the map forever anyway, so getting a few Lings early, this is a good, comfortable start for you. Pool first doesn't really go anywhere, and we just get to play onwards into this opening game now. Here on Torches, of course, pretty funky map. You know, what do we expect out of ByuN in the TVZ? That's the fun part of watching ByuN in this matchup. You could really see such a breadth of options from our Terran player. He's the kind of player who, I think, especially against someone like Shin, he's not going to be afraid to just buckle down and play macro. And that comes from the fact that he's probably going to play kind of, you know, fairly aggressive, kind of, you know, drop heavy mid game. A lot of pushes, but if he sees that this game is not going his way and he needs to stop trying to kind of make things happen because things just aren't happening, he will very happily buckle down and just go extra command centers, extra defenses, and just take the top half of this map and accept that this game is going to go on for another 15-20 minutes or so. Because that is just his approach in TVZ, and he's not afraid of that. I especially don't think he's afraid against that playing someone like Shin. Stim combat, Stim +1 coming up from ByuN. Obviously, will give him some of his first access onto the map with some true power. Has a few Marines building, 3 Marines at a time currently off the barracks on the front. Obviously, you've got 2 barracks off the Reapers, so it's not uncommon for this to look like a 2-1-1 from a further kind of point, but it is off the back of, again, some aggression, and this is also coming in off the back of no third CC, so it means that A, the 2-1-1 time in itself is slower than a 2-1-1, and B, we're doing it off of, like I say, the no third base at this stage means that we are pretty committed to trying to get something done, even at the third barracks. So ByuN definitely looking for some value here right now as we have a couple of roaches building through the carapace and the roach speed coming up, a few more roaches coming online. SCV's opened up the doorway. Open up that pathway through the gold, and obviously ByuN wants to push down this right side. He wants to go pushing onto the third base of his opponent. Now, playing some 2-base aggression against roaches generally is a good sign for the Zerg. You know, it's the right set of units to have, very sturdy, difficult to overwhelm. What I don't like so much is the investment into infestation pits, the extra drones we're building. Like, we are setting up for a long game with roaches, not a let's save ourselves from a 2-base commitment kind of setup of roaches. And to be fair, it's still not 5 racks from ByuN, but without a third command center, how can we really view this as anything else but an attempt to be aggressive down the right-hand side of this map? I don't think we can see this as being anything else, to be honest. Tank sieges, a couple of piles coming in, the Marines pull over to the sides. Roach Ravager actually getting kind of blown up a little bit right now and getting overwhelmed a little bit here. A couple more corrosive valves come in and push that back the other way. 11 roaches coming up, missiles and the roach speed coming, link speed coming by, the bailing nest as well. So you can see the future here from Shin. ByuN's going to pull the SCVs. Oh my goodness, that's a choice. So he wants to. I mean, he obviously knows it's time to go right now. And he thinks now is absolutely the time to go before splash damages here as the SCVs arrive. Tanks will aggressively push up, and we're going to stim straight into this. Obviously, corrosive files we've got to be very cautious of. The tanks will begin to siege. Files already used, so you now can't hit the siege tanks with corrosive vials here. Drones do move in for the surround. Biles still aiming at the Marines more than anything else. Obviously, all the SCVs go down. We lose a ton of drones as well as Shin. Is that enough damage from ByuN? He's still kind of not there on army supply. Lane speed, missile upgrade going to be done soon. A little bit of Roach Ravager hanging on in with some Queen support. I think might be enough to defend this. Marine count is not what it once was. We take a stim forward, and those Marines are killing units when they get on top of them. Those couple of Ravagers go down so easily, but again, how much are we losing? Do we have enough Marines to continue through? As now just more Roaches arrive. Nice tanky Roaches, which is maybe what we need in these lower number fights. The hatchery taking a few more shots of damage, and it really feels like we're a moment away from just seeing Shin kind of run forward for the defense. Like, yeah, that hatchery gets super low. He might even be able to try and finish it off. Oh, Shin didn't have enough, so he went in to save the hatchery. It was not a good fight. The tanks here actually did very well, because in the end this was just purely Roaches, which was actually able to... The Roaches were actually pretty okay when it was a few Ravagers behind and so, but just Roaches running into the tanks, not great. The Roaches were also okay when it was just a handful of Marines, but obviously the extra tanks and the extra reinforcements making a difference here as ByuN pushes in toward the natural. He's still committed after pulling the SCVs. Now there is a replacement base to the left side from Shin. The bigger question will be is, obviously ByuN is looking to end this game. Is he going to be able to? He did add on Barracks 4 and 5, by the way, so there's a little bit more production than what it was when we first started this game off. And the tanks are very well placed as the Ravagers move up, looking for that first corrosive bile. Marines on the high ground just not going down at all. They're actually going to pull back a little bit. Thought they might have hit the mineral line there. Just if we're not collecting everything together, really thought they'd make a bit more of a commitment through. 20 supply lead still in place from Shin. Only 45 drones, but a good army supply count. Just concerned about the fact that ByuN is going to be reinforcing this position. More tanks showing up, and we're going to be in this constant duel of trying to get rid of siege tanks here. But if we don't manage to get rid of those siege tanks, I mean, realistically, if we don't get rid of the siege tanks, we're going to be in trouble. So, tough little situation is a couple more biles coming down, the Marines pulling away, and just have the Marines going to stim back on the left. Feeling's going to be in some trouble there as the Roach Ravager comes forward. Marines turn back around towards the center, getting rid of the Ravagers in the middle. But I think we've got a lot of units once again as Shin, so a lot more units available once more. And that is actually finally going to be the defense from Shin, so he's going to end up pushing ByuN away. ByuN pushed back to the top side of the map. Roach Ravager going to run up that right-hand side, looking to chase. And now it's Shin's turn to turn on the aggression and try and punish ByuN a little bit, which I think actually has a pretty decent chance of going decently, although the defensively placed tank will be interesting. Maybe Shin just wants to kind of back off, get some drones, resaturate that third base, and just really focus on being comfortable here more than anything else. Because of Shell is going to be a part of this production. The Marine Marauder coming up as well. Ravager and the +2 carapace coming through. The extra extractors and curb timbers on the way by. Marine stem down that left-hand side. The Roach Ravager going to go in after a few Marines as well. Obviously, just dealing with this drop nicely. The one thing ByuN can do here is drop. A low amount of units can get a lot done when they're in drop form, and that's exactly what he's trying to get going for himself initially. As the Marine Marauder medevac continues to come about. A couple infestors coming up. Carapace building as well. Couple Ravagers morph. Marines around that left-hand side, pulling back over. We're not going to see our +2 carapace coming through for the moment as well. So again, that +2 carapace coming up. The Infestor's coming in. Lings and the Overlord's building as well. Ravagers will morph. The couple of Infestors gather together. Microbial Shroud is going to start up on the side of Shin, so we get Microbial on the way. It's going to be a nice little addition. Obviously, we haven't seen much Microbial truly working out, I would say, for Zerg so far, but maybe in a lead like this, Shin can actually use it to success. This game state's interesting, because ByuN is shoving. And ByuN's also now flowing his main base down this right-hand side, so he's looking to take it as the gold. But the army supplies are actually dead similar, so a couple of fungals will be nice. The tech here is actually pretty good from Shin. He's got a lot of expensive units. Can ByuN break through this? He hits another fungal trying to come with this ramp that allows a couple of battles to get close to connecting. Going with a good move away there. He, instead of pulling back into the battles, he noticed where they were, pushed himself back up toward the Zerg army, allowing him to dodge that kind of burst damage the battles were about to provide. There's a couple more battles there, and the Bio Tank Force is going to be in position to keep shoving through the Ravagers. Already in some trouble. We split straight away. There's a couple more corrosive battles come straight in. The Lings looking for their chance to try and dive through in the next couple of moments. Couple more battles up into the sky. Couple more biles. Fungals going down. So we've seen the Bio still holding back. He's going to get after the couple of drones still chasing through. Lings run up, the Marine's able to lift back into that medevac, retreating away once more as we pull back to the other side of these rocks. Siege tank firing, and a little bit more done as well. Add a couple of barracks on into that too. A couple of rocks beginning to go down. Ravages all gathering up. Shin taking a chance to kind of come around that right side. Still close to being maxed out at the moment. And ByuN obviously struggling there. The fact that he's never gone to a third command center. And Roach Rav just still gathering up. The couple of roaches there going to get turned around quickly. And a couple of Ravagers going to be stepping back the other way. That's that +2 melee upgrade, adrenal glands. I mean, you can really pick and choose what you got here as Shin. The hatchery goes down in that bottom left side, so we actually do get a kill as ByuN. I mean, that's nice. It's going to keep him in this. In a game where, like I say, he's got that, you know, gold base just now setting up, and that's his main base orbital relocated, so the economy really is hanging by a thread. Two upgrades, the vehicle weapons coming on the line too, as we just have two Bane's gonna step forward, just gonna go rolling up. A couple of blinding clouds coming down also. Force gonna be sitting in, a couple of SCVs going down. Have ourselves the extra links coming about. Plus 3 carrot base coming over. It's going to be the Bio just going to take another chance at Stim. Blinding Cloud's going to come straight down. Force the Bio to take a couple steps in. I mean, ByuN has not been in a good position in this game for a long time. Gave himself as many chances as he could. I mean, kind of funny that such an aggressive game becomes 17.5 minutes in the end, but it will be. All about Shin at the end of this one. GG. And it is Shin to take a 1-0 lead. Alright, we'll head into a game 2 in a couple of moments. Then we're heading ourselves into Persephone, so get this set up, guys. So yeah, we'll get this started straight away, and in we go. It was like I say, kind of a weird game where I feel like ByuN was, you know, when someone's dead, but because the way they're playing, they can't die. It was a little bit of that for sure. That's what's up. Hypochondriac, how you doing? Thanks, Wardy. No worries. Thank you so much for the 13-month resub. I appreciate you big time. Thank you so much for supporting, as always. Subs mean a lot. They help a whole bunch. I appreciate you guys for supporting and enjoying. It's been a wonderful couple weeks back streaming and really kind of grinding out. Super excited for the next 2 or 3 months. I think we're going to have a great time the next couple of months with like our main focus in life literally being to stream StarCraft. It's nice. Obviously this year's been a little wild. I had to go and, you know, do the whole wedding thing, and that was a whole stress, and etc, etc. And now we can just sit back, stream, and have a good time of it. Big happy in terms of that. As we get into game number 2, it's straight up proxy racks time from ByuN. Bah, bah, bah. 2 barracks to the top side of the map, so we are going to get the aggression going straight away over there. And yeah, did not really expect ByuN to just kind of crank out not just 2 but 3 racks proxy. And he is just saying, I want to game back in this series instantly. This is Shin's map pick, so ByuN just may be saying, hey, I don't fancy playing the long game on a map you pick. I'd rather just try and wrap this one up quickly, get a quick edge, and just tie this series up 1-1. So, full on Marine proxy style here for this game number 2. The hatchery comes up, a couple extra barracks on the way. The Overlord is still heading forward. Going to spot the first 2 barracks, but because the third is built elsewhere, you don't see that it's a 3 racks just yet, so missing some information. You can't keep that Overlord around. You need to pull it back so it doesn't get killed off by the initial appearance of Marines, obviously. Shin opened pool first game 1. He's going to open pool first this game 2 as well, though. And this is kind of disastrous. Super fast Rotron coming in defensively here, and this is not ideal for ByuN. This is definitely him falling behind. Can he get away with this because it's 3 racks? Maybe that little bit of extra power gives him some small opportunity that doesn't exist usually. Maybe because we're going to kind of let this bunker go up. Do we lose this hatchery and maybe being reduced to 1 base gives ByuN a chance as well? I guess we'll find out as this hatchery going to take some shots. A few Marines jump back into the bunker. Roach is still being added through. Extractor coming up, the Overlord coming in. A few drones building as well as that Roach gets pushed the other side. And yeah, those Marines are just going to gather and go straight in, continuing after that hatchery. Marines begin to go down. Yeah, good little position on the bunker there for a couple moments, pushing the Roaches back the other way. A couple of Marines going to go backing off. Just going to be seeing our tech labs going through. A couple of Marines coming up, the SCV on the way. And the Roach is able to obviously do a lot of work here. We will lose the hatchery, so you're essentially giving up the hatch. Oh, it's been a hot second, but I'm pretty sure you can get away with giving up the hatchery because it's 3 racks. If this is 2 racks and you lose the hatchery, it's almost always never a good thing. Just gonna see the bunker. Isn't gonna be able to capitalize forever though, and these Marines will have to start trying to get home. Here's the problem. What if these roaches counterattack? Well, we're actually building a marauder off the tech lab that we've added to one of these barracks. I mean, ByuN, it's expensive though, right? He's building a ton of units. He's still a one-base Terran. And now we've got this weird kind of one-base on one-base roach ravager versus proxy bio units. Link speed continue to come about. See the stim pack and the Marine Marauder coming up. Pulling back a little. Roach Ravager still stepping through. Another Corrosive Bile coming down, keeping the bio shoved back a little bit, as we are just going to be seeing, you know, ByuN just doesn't have the numbers to stay alive here realistically, and this is looking like a 0-2 deficit for the player that we were, I think, favoring a little bit coming into this. You know, recent results, 4 series in a row. Shin hasn't won this matchup in a couple of months now. I think it was fair to kind of go ahead and say, like, yeah, we were kind of expecting ByuN to come in and look kind of good, and that is just not happening thus far, as it's now 0-2, heading to a game 3 with ByuN. Gonna have to kind of completely swing this around, and hopefully keeps us from going for our second 3-0 over the day, because the last thing we want to see is 3-0s across the board. Go gets called and we get ready to go into game number 3. Ultra Love coming up. Is this played on the Korean server? Yes, it is, because it is 2 Korean players playing, so it makes no sense for it not to be on the Korean server. Ultra Love coming online. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, he is down 0-2 and needs to figure out how to swing this around. I mean, this guy, ByuN's come up with a lot of, you know, reverse kills in the past, but I do think this is, I mean, it's never an easy position to be in. Let's just say it as it is. It's never an easy position to be in, so. ByuN in the bottom left, Shin in the upper right, game 3 of this best of 5. Ultra Love for our map. Big 8 racks map if ByuN wants to think about a different form of aggression he can bring out. 3rd pool first in a row from Shin, as he is just going to pool first. It's so interesting to pool first every game. Such a, usually a non-factor in this matchup, pool firsting. Like, it's very rare you mix in, because it's very rare you take much of an advantage from it. You're basically only going to see an advantage if your opponent does what he did in the last game, right? And I think ByuN is taken aback by the 2nd pool first in a row as well. He's like, you went pool first game 1, nothing happened. I'm probably good to get away with the proxy this time. Not the case. And Shin's kind of additional safety and kind of priority to kind of surviving early has definitely paid off for him thus far. It's a 2-0 lead. I mean, top half of the bracket's going quickly, guys. I sat down to cast a bunch of S5s, and we're already almost at the end of our second one already. Don't forget, obviously, we have some great matches still coming up as well. The bracket beyond this is herO versus Rogue and Clem versus Classic. So it's really 4 amazing best of 5s today. And I actually think you could argue they get better with each series that goes by. If this was like a slate going up towards like the headliner, I think it makes a lot of sense. herO Rogue's great, but everyone wants to see Clem Classic. ByuN Shin's a great warm-up act. And Greater Persal to start the day is a lot of fun too, so I kind of like how the bracket played out in that regard. I do feel like it means we've got heavy hitters on that bottom half of the bracket, you know? I feel like if you're sitting in the top half, you're feeling way better than the bottom half in terms of your chances to make the finals at least. As Shin is going to turn this pool first into straight up aggression with the roaches on the way. So 6 roaches on the way out, 7 roaches on the way out. factory swaps over to the reactor. burrow will start up over on the hatchery. Couple drones just coming in, so we will get those drones building up right now. Persal Command Center, Tech Lab, Refinery continue to come through. ByuN has nothing. Well, that was a best of 5. Cool. I mean, ByuN had nothing, in fairness, but I thought he would try a defense, but that was not it. That was certainly one of the best of 5s. Yes, it was one of the series we will watch today for sure. That was not it, unfortunately. "45-minute estimate working out great." How did they know that they were going to have some of the worst best of 5s? Yeah. Yeah, nothing to add, guys. I mean, that was not the best of 5 we were hoping for, obviously. In the slightest. What's up, ByuN? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 1 year resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are getting close, my friends, to the 600 sub count again, so we're making our way back in the right direction. If you enjoy the stream and do want to support, consider subscribing on the Twitch channel. It helps out and goes a long way. And don't forget to like and subscribe over on the YouTube. Helps us a whole bunch as well. Free to do. May as well click those buttons if you're over there already. We are still trying to push that YouTube sub count up a little bit. We are aiming to try and reach 50,000 YouTube subs, which is, like I say, a bit of a ways away, but absolutely achievable if we keep on pushing and keeping it going. So if you're watching on YouTube, sub up. Help us out for free. We'll start some ads because herO and herO are here and ready to begin vetoing. So vetoes will start. And we'll get that ready to rumble as we kick off into game number 1 of this best of 5. So Rogue A is going to be his veto first, so herO can do the vetoing, get this started, get this ready to roll. That's why ByuN lost, because you looked away for a second. Yeah, keep your eyes on the screen, guys. We can't have people just missing the entirety of the games. It gives the players perfect reasons for the games to end quickly. You know, we gotta keep it focused here. Keep it focused, keep it going. Man, I really expected this to be a super long day. I mean, obviously the next couple series could maybe go a bit longer, but I mean, don't be wrong. We have more StarCraft to cast after this tournament. We have the OSC Rising Star Elite finals, or Elite Rising Star top 4 to play out. So we've still got that coming up, which is obviously nice. It's just yeah, I thought like we're gonna do like 8 best of 5s. It's gonna be like a big like 7, 8, 9 hour stream. Right now we're on track for this to be like 5 hours or something. So yeah, we got I mean, let's see how these next couple of games go. Sometimes it happens, right? That's why it's difficult to judge kind of, you know, estimates on when matches are going to happen in StarCraft 2, because a best of 5 can be an hour and a half, a best of 5 can be 35 minutes. Is the beauty of it to some extent. Now you have time to watch the Percival series. Well, game 1 of Percival and Creator was pretty good, actually. So both these series had the same vibe, where game 1 was pretty good. The second game was decided on some cheesy play. And the third game was decided on... Well, the third game was not quite comparable, but... Yeah. A good game into some all-ins deciding the games is more or less what happened. Percival Creator game 1 was the best, though, because, let's face it, ByuN Shin game 1 was ByuN kind of being a bit dead and not being able to do much for a while. So... Yeah. Alrighty, guys, we will just be taking a couple more moments. Like I say, first videos have come through. It is going to be Ultra Love, Last Fantasy, and Pylon. Taken out of the equation nice and early here. Just getting that all sorted. So we can zoom. First map, last map video was Torches, and the first map is going to be Magnatha. So, herO did lose to herO yesterday in the WardiTV Monday Cup, so maybe some revenge opportunity for him today. Can you imagine he wins this and we have 2 Zergs in the round of 4? That would be crazy. Magnatha, Tokamak, going to be our first 2 maps of this series. Leylines map 3. 4th map here, to be picked by herO Incorporeal, maybe? Incorporeal or Persephone, and he goes Persephone, leaving Incorporeal for map 5. What's the score? 0-0. We are ready for Rogue versus herO. ByuN and Shin has finished. Yes. ByuN Shin is over. Shin 3-0. And a very fast game 3 was not really even worth joining the game for. Magnatha coming up for map 1 here, though, between Rogue and herO. Come on! Time for a non-3-0 series, right, guys? I think Rogue should look good on this patch. I think the changes that happened on the patch are actually very beneficial to Rogue. Like, if you ask me, I think Rogue is the sort of guy who benefits from aggressive Link-Bane Hydra, some weirder styles, some weirder strategies, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking that I don't think Rogue beats herO necessarily, but I think Rogue should be able to take some games and make it a bit more competitive. I mean, come on, we at least get 1 map, right? You know, surely not a 3-0 again. Players are immediately ready, and we are ready, and we are going into game number 1 of this series, as we are already halfway through the first tournament of the day, guys. Like I say, it's been a speedy one, and hopefully we get a little bit more back and forth coming soon as we get into Magnatha. Get this rolling. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Prowlers player, entering our 3rd best of 5 today, is going to be herO. He takes on the red Zerg in the top left corner of the map. We have got ourselves Rogue. Like I said, my prediction is herO wins, but Rogue gets a map, maybe 2 with some of that kind of Link-Bane Hydra aggression we've seen a good amount of lately. I think that's the kind of stuff Rogue will enjoy playing. Aggression, being able to be kind of a feisty, kind of crazier Zerg early in this game does typically lend itself towards his style of play, so I like that idea. Let's see where we get to as first couple moments start up, and we have ourselves the hatch and the gas coming on down. Probe scouting here did not get the block on the hatchery, so the natural location is going to be taken without issue. And give me 30 seconds, guys. I'm just going to check why Ellie is barking her head off. Give me 2 seconds. Ellie update. She is just barking at people out on the street. Alright. Me and Ellie are home alone, so you know. She's keeping an eye out. I'm checking if she's actually noticed anything interesting. So far, she has not. couple queens, the link speed coming through the Stargate, and the Nexus coming about as well as we just settle ourselves down into game 1 of this best of 5. Everything looking pretty regular for the first few moments of this PvZ. Nothing to really point out just yet. Obviously, PvZ, the little shift we've seen of that has been that a lot of players, well, Bane's are a little bit better with that Bane's HP buff. So Bane's are a little bit better, so you're seeing kind of Link Bane Hydra be more of a thing, and because of that, there's less reliance on lurkers. And there's a little bit of kind of crossover there with lurkers being less reliant because your Link Bane Hydra is better. And also, Storms are a little bit better against lurkers than they were before. So there's a little bit less lurker play, but it's not really being kind of completely eliminated or anything. But Link Bane Hydra definitely seems like it's much more back than it was before too. Storm has still been good in this matchup. We've still seen Storm be a big key factor on the defense in a lot of these PvZ, and a lot of what the Protoss players have been doing is, well, first of all, this Void Ray we've actually seen a lot of. But herO, I mean, we watched herO vs Reynor the other day, and he played a lot of mixed up kind of builds with glaives thrown in there, obviously some Storm openings, some defensive setups from him. So there's been kind of a good variety of things kind of coming in from our Protoss players thus far. As the Oracle continues through, the Twilight Council coming up, Nexus on the way. And we just have the Void Ray coming back around down to that bottom side. Third Nexus will be building. So we get that going. Drones coming through. Queen in production. And we just have the Void Ray still moving about. The Oracle going to gather together. Ling's moving around that right-hand side, but not doing too much of anything as the Twilight and the Forge build into play. A couple of gates coming up, that Nexus coming through, and we have ourselves the charge producing as well. Get rid of that OV. There's going to be a supply block for Rogue. The Queens they had to pretty quickly turn the Void Ray back the other way. Again, Roach Roar and Evo Chamber all coming up. A couple of Overlords still coming in. The Stalker going to be there to push the Overlord a little bit as well. So far, so good there for the most part, as we just have some extra gates coming up. The charge and the +1 coming through. Again, Proby still coming in as well. Just going to be seeing our Stalker settling down in between a couple of things. The Lings are going to continue to come across here. They're going to hit that Stalker and not really be able to do much else. Hatling Roach Army continues to come through at the moment. Overlord Speed coming about a complete Templar Archive is coming into play. We just see a few more probies building up from herO. There's the Dropper Lord though, so it is aggression from Rogue. He wants to get across the map. I mean, the Overlord Speed's a very good indicator of that in the first place. Just going to see now Oracle going to be there. Just going to see the couple of Lings coming down. Still just having the cannon and the Templar Archives coming up as well. These Zerglings are going to get down, and I mean, that's a little bit of a cancel. So already kind of doing well, getting rid of the battery without any other units being here. herO does not realize how aggressive Rogue is being, and with Blink only just now starting, he is a long way off having a defense ready. herO. I mean, he's got charge, so the charge also on the other side will put some work in. The Queens do transfuse their Dropper Lord to good HP. And the Void Ray push back. I mean, this base is going to go down. Don't get me wrong. The Zealots on the other side are putting in some work. We're not really dealing with those at all just yet. But there is nothing to deal with the Zerg army either. So both sides of this are going to see some issues. Dropper Lord comes in the front. The Void Ray now gone. Trying to get the battery and pylons going at the front as well. That's the sort of defense we probably just need right now from herO to make this work out. Corrosive Files will do a lot against this. We need to make our way through. herO's wall-off creating a lot of opportunity and a lot of time. We're just trying to pull back into this main base to finally deal with these Zealots. There is +1 done from herO as well. It's kind of funny, really. herO's just like, I'm going to build +1 charge and just attack you. And he's just like, meanwhile, you know, Rogue is completely all in, attacking him, and herO just holds his natural, and it's not even a contest. Like, obviously what herO does is aggressive. I mean, Rogue, is he even going to kill the third Nexus? Probably not. Like, obviously what herO does is aggressive and has some commitment to it. But, like, Rogue is, like, all in. Like, if you don't win the game with this push, you're done. Meanwhile, herO is, like, you know, blink now on the way. The +1's done. His follow-up's fine. And the Zelds just go unstoppable across the map. Meanwhile, Rogue is defeated by a wall-off. A little unlucky. As, yeah, I really felt like there was opportunity there for Rogue. But, man, those Zelds were just untouchable. I thought he might be able to scramble together the defense on the other side. You scramble together that defense, and you are in position to do so much. But then he never broke through the natural. Never had the firepower to really break through the setup that was coming in there. Even though when he attacked in, there was no batteries ready or anything. There wasn't that many units. It just took him so long to get there and to put the damage out where it needed to be. Yeah. Unfortunate game for Rogue, I think. Because like I say, I actually think he had himself pretty... I actually think he had himself a pretty reasonable build and setup. But yeah, maybe just needed to go to the natural ASAP. And make sure, like, guarantee you get the break into the natural. Because once you're in that natural, you're going to be in a much better position, so... Alright, let's jump into game number 2 as we have ourselves the red Protoss on the top right hand side. I'm still giggling a little bit about of the silliness of that game. Our red Protoss player here in the top right hand corner is herO. Taking on our blue Zerg in the bottom left who you've got to be hitting your head a little bit against the wall. Like, come on, man. Like, I all in you. You do like a less... Like I say, because what herO does is committed aggression. But I wouldn't call what herO does all in, whereas Rogue is more or less all in. And it's so funny to see an all in just not do as much as, you know, was essentially kind of a lesser version of an all in. In a way, maybe that matches up nicely, right? Because herO doesn't need to do tons of damage. Any damage is good. Meanwhile, his opponent must win the game. And herO just kind of getting a defense at home is more than enough. There is a world where if obviously Rogue doesn't take any damage at home, maybe him just killing the third base is, you know, absolutely fine. But him killing the third base would not be as simple if those Zealots were there defensively, or if those Zealots were Stalkers, and then Blink was on the way much sooner. You know, so those are the kind of the question marks that kind of come up and kind of arrive in this discussion and analysis of what went down. Well, game 2, we'll see if Rogue sticks to more kind of similarly kind of aggression timings, or if he has maybe another idea as to what he wants to get up to here. Spawn pool coming up, Cybercore on the way in. Lings, Queens, Link Speed coming up, adapting the Warp Gate coming online. Stargate will begin to build. I think it's going to be done soon. Adept is going to go for a little bit of a shade down into the map, so we'll see some map control being taken initially here by herO. Getting that underway. As the Stargate Adept and the Warp Gate continues to come up and online. So we get all of that rolling initially. Link Speed will finish soon. The hatchery coming up. Just a couple of moments. An Oracle on the way through, the Warp Gate coming by. Just going to see the Link Speed coming up initially as well. As we take a few moments, stepped in the Warp Gate coming by initially. So far, so good. Taking a few moments to get underway. Queen's going to get into that Oracle. And you see a couple drones going down. The Oracle and Adept combo means there's a lot of things to target at once. We lose 3 workers, and then that's the cleanup. All the drones on my end, though. It's a lot of drones, like almost a full mineral line pulled away, so impactful early on. Will Clem play as Protoss? No. Usually Clem only plays Protoss in PvT. I mean, sometimes he plays Protoss to play a bit of PvP when he gets tilted mid-series. I don't think he'll play Protoss. I'm pretty sure he's going to play Terran vs. Cross today. I think we're still close enough to the new patch and the change that he's not like lost all hope in the matchup, and so he's going to try and actually just make it work. He did yesterday. Amazing. He's lost all faith. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, then I don't know. I'm not a psychic. I've got no idea. Adepts will step over, and they are going to head into that mineral line. Yes, this was not doing too much. The Adepts just been an annoyance, and they will get a couple of drones now into the main. There's 3 workers going down. The Oracle trying to get set up as well. 8 more links coming about. A couple of drones coming online. And doing our best to just stay in this here as Rogue, who's just taken 6 drones of damage. So the harassment from herO is actually pretty hecking decent so far. Definitely not a bad thing so far to get some workers killed like that. Oracle's heading down toward that bottom left side. Melee upgrade coming up. +1 in the blink coming through. See, actually, gates coming over, and the Oracles dive into the main base. Queens will be there. Oracles activate. First Queen taking damage. You drop a transfusion down. Got that healthy again. The Queen's going to come back in from the right-hand side. Turn the Oracles the other way again. Oracle goes down already. Second Oracle still moving about. As we just have melee, Blair, drones, OVs continue to come through. +1 on blink coming up. Just feels difficult for Rogue. You lose this amount of drones early. 14. Your economy is not where it's meant to be. Rogue is one of the most kind of, susceptible Zerg players to kind of losing workers to this early harass. I was talking with Harston a couple of weeks ago, and he was like, who else do you think of when you think of, losing drones early in the game? Like, I'm Rogue, yeah. And that was what he was thinking too, because he is just this guy. It just feels like the defense on those drones is never there. And that puts him into a lot of tricky positions in this matchup, which I would say was actually one of his stronger matchups to some extent recently. And then, because ZVT's actually been looking kind of soft, but then, you lose drones like this to someone like herO, and your chances of winning are already kind of down the drain before you even get to play. He is going to play some Ling Bane. He's going to follow it up with Aspire, so he is looking toward Mutalisks here. And even more so, like going into mutas off of a low economy. Something you want to go into as strongly as possible so you can get your mutas out, start a strong transition, you don't leave yourself open to too many weak moments. There's just going to be many more weak moments when your economy has been shattered throughout this early stage and being kind of, dragged through the mud. Going to make this very difficult. As the Stalkers step up, a couple creep teamers begin to go down. The Ling's trying to get forward there. The Stalkers step back. The Baneling speed +2 melee coming online right now, as the Infestation Pit is still about halfway done. Queens will shoot. Oracle will take some hits. Ten Mutalisks on the way. So I see a couple quick tubers going down already. Just going to be seeing that bailing speed going through. 12 meters continuing up. That's going to give us, like I say, that map control and that aggression. So we'll get that ready to roll as our Stalkers gather for a few moments. +2 attack coming online. Shields, charge, cannon as well. Add a few probes. Just going to see that Sleep Beacon is about halfway done, so here we're looking to the future, and obviously it could be something just help against these mutas as well. Do we have anything that can truly defend this Protoss army? The Lings are not going anywhere. herO only recalls a handful of Stalkers to deal with the mutas. I mean, that should be nice. He warps in a few here as well, or he kills a couple of mutas off. They're killing quite a few probes. We try and escape to the top side. Don't think these mutas will have a great escape. The Stalkers blink underneath them. Otherwise, this army on the other side here from herO is just winning the game. As again, just a lot of early damage done, and herO putting himself in a very strong position right off the bat and keeping it going for himself. GG's herO. 2 Rogue 0 so far in this best of 5. Guys, I'm not going to lie, it's not been a great day of StarCraft so far. It has not been a great day of StarCraft 2 so far. It has been pretty grim. Hard to really point out a standout map. I think the best map of the day might still have been Persal created Game 1. And so I say this out loud because I ask for an awesome Game 3 here between Rogue and herO. Surely we get something cool before we head into our last series of the day. Surely herO doesn't just go 3-0 and this ends already. It was 3 days ago, he played 5 games against ByuN's Protoss. Yes, Clem plays full-time Protoss versus Terran. Clem does not play TVT, he only plays PVT. But today he's playing versus Classic, so I would imagine he plays TVP. I thought he played TVP in Monday Night Weekly or something yesterday. Didn't herO just play better? I mean, you can't lose 15 workers early game and expect to be okay going mutas against someone who's going to hit you with the timing. Like, the problem in PvZ is it's just such. From the viewer perspective, I think I don't know if this is a major problem, but I think from the viewer perspective, from the viewer perspective, PvZ is very weird because very small things early game can just throw the Zerg off to a point they can't survive. You know? Like, herO is just so good at moving those oracles and adepts in different ways and finding the chance to get drones. And he has so many unique ways of doing it. It's not like he's pulling off the same trick every time. He's looking and playing and trying to do different things to get those adepts and oracles into those mineral lines. And Rogue is just not good at defending, so Rogue constantly plays from behind in this matchup. It's so tough to hold them off. I mean, you watch a Serral, you watch a herO, they're way better at holding these things off, but man, it's crazy because like there's a lot of Zergs that really do struggle with this. I mean, it is when you've got someone like herO doing it to you, it's just so tough. Here's the best PvZ in the world. I mean, yeah, but I mean, half the time he doesn't have to use it because he just plays the Oracle and Adept early and just wins. What's up, Kipsteer? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 21-month resub. Go Bugs! Down with the Protoss. Also, hello, Wardy. How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 21-month resub. I appreciate you. Wardy AFK? Oh, I'm here. I'm just chilling, reading chat a bit. My point is, you know, obviously it's not OP because at the end of the day, like, people like Cyril and Reyno are way more consistent at making sure those Adepts and Oracles don't get a lot done. But if you just can't keep up with the moves and the jukes and the jives and those Oracles and Adepts get damage every game, you're playing from a very bad position that's very difficult to recover from because it's just that impactful to the build order early, you know? So... the Clem harasses nicely and kills the Zerg with the follow push is the same. Yes. But in TVZ, there's a much easier line of defense. Like, the difference between making sure these Oracles, like, you've got to deal with these Oracles and Adepts with so little. So there is such small room for error, right? There's so little room for error because you've got to deal with these Adepts and Oracles with, like, split queens across multiple bases and a low ling count, because if you make too many lings, you're also already killing yourself. Whereas in TVZ, you have a lot more queens to help deal with it. It's there's much more easy to kind of stop it ahead of time. There's a lot less ways you can, you know, the units can access from because they can't shade past you. The Oracles can't fly into main bases. So it's a very different, it's a different vibe. But yes, I mean, yes, if you out-harass your opponent, you should be able to take an advantage with the next push of the game. I'm just saying it happens a lot in PvZ because Oracle Adept is difficult to control. Or is difficult to stop. This is Adept shade through. We're actually going to recall instantly after 2 drone kills. Just going to keep them alive this game. As the Oracles will be arriving shortly into the natural as well. They're there right now. As they dive through, and this time Rogue maintains his workers. So we're going to ping out the Overlord, just a couple of shots, push that away for a few moments there. Plus one and blink on the way from herO. So this time Rogue gets off to a much better start in this game, only a couple of drones lost. Well, Queen's going to be there, a couple of creep teamers going down. We do have the Queens able to push at the Oracles, just get ourselves the Oracle activating. Creep teamer gets cancelled, and that's a lag spike. Wondering if that's me because I just had my Twitch chat reconnect, but 3:30 ping's pretty normal for us on Korea, so I don't think that was us. But now if anything else going on, it doesn't look like we're dropping frames or anything. He's still gathering up. Plus one blink in the storm. Continue to come through early. Punch gates, plus one in storm, the blink coming through. We just have ourselves the Hydra Den coming up. We get the plus one missiles and the roach speed coming through as well. Add a few overlords on. Get all of that settled into place right here as we continue to come on through. As what's up, Kipsteer? Thank you so much for gifting this sub out to Paul. Appreciate the generosity of the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Quinn's going to be there, push the Oracle back over the other side. Just give it a little bit of a shove over in that direction as the +2 attack. Blink continuing through, the Nexus coming up, the Gateway coming by. And the Queen just going to be there to push that the other way. Ling's trying to get into that mineral line. The one probe takes a bit of damage, nothing major. And yeah, it's nice to see a game that we're actually going to really get to see a little bit of back and forth between. As the Lurker Den comes up, the Hive's on the way through. A couple of Hydras continue to come up and online. And +1 missiles, Groove Spines on the way as well, so getting those Hydras nicely set up and upgraded. As Odd's going to be coming across, the few Zerglings backing off, Fleet Beacon coming through with the Stargate in production as well. Tempest on the way out from the Stargates, the Fleet Beacon up, so we're prepping nicely for those Lurkers. herO will have the ability to fight from range and fight from afar. And let's just see the couple Stalkers coming through, Overseer going down. There's the few High Templars still gathering. There's a Nidus coming up from Rogue, so another way for him to potentially deal some damage throughout this game and just, you know, have some more options to be able to kind of reposition with and to, well, take any position with, in fact. So we've got a lot of that set up. Let's just have the Spire building. And size expense coming through. All those lurker upgrades, so we're just waiting on those in Rogue. Might even get a bit aggressive, but I like the setup. I like where he's at. And it feels like we've got ourselves a game here finally for this game 3 in the series. Air weapon starts on the Cyber Core, by the way, so we get air weapons coming up on the Cyber Core. We get the charge and a couple Tempests coming together. Those two Tempests building from the Stargates, rallying out in the near future. Let's just have two Lings going to wrap on up a Zealot, and we step forward towards the upper side of the map. The little Oracle dropping down a Revelation here to keep an eye on things. It's the Spire coming through, like I say, from Rogue. So you're going to have that option as well. Obviously, with Tempest out, we're probably wanting to just build up a Corrupt account at this stage. We're again prepping ourselves to deal with the fact that, you know, there is going to be an air army here from herO. You got to be able to do something about that. You can't just let these Tempests live and kind of, you know, chip away at you forever. So yeah, progress towards making something happen there is going to be a good little play. Corrupt is coming up. The first 7 or so on the way through. We've also got carriers coming up from here, so Rogue's probably going to need to just build the rest of his supply in as Corruptors. It's not even a lot, but I wouldn't mind him just kind of, like I say, as he trades a couple units out, just pure Corruptors for now, because it is going to be very air unit heavy from the Protoss side. What are we missing? I'll give you 2 seconds to answer the quiz question, guys. 1, 2... We're missing spellcasters. That's what Rogue is not going to have just yet, and that's the other thing I'd like to see him use a bit of a supply for right now, because realistically, you are playing currently no spellcasters at all. You need something to help out, otherwise your army is just not going to trade well enough. You're not going to get the fights you need. Vipers, Fungals, I mean, kind of a bit of everything, really. They all have their role to play in this matchup. You know, Abducts are obviously a big deal. The fungal growths can do a lot. Murals can be very good as well a lot of the time. And Lane Corruptors just continue to come about. We've seen Hydra stepping over, Stalker taking some damage. I mean, this part is fine fight for Rogue. Not a lot of units there from heroes, just trying to fight back and get some value going right off the bat, as the carriers still produce through. The Lings and run up to the top. All of these Lings managed to run through that first storm. Famous plating, +2 melee upgrade, and the Greater Spire going to be finishing soon as the carrier. It's going to continue up. Hyde's going to get underneath. A few Lings going to be dropping down. Corruptors are going to be heading their way through over towards those Tempests. I mean, honestly, not a terrible start, but we don't really get those last couple of Tempests. But it'd be nice to finish them off. The Storms getting a lot of kills and a lot of dead, low HP Overseers towards the end of this. The rebuild is 64 Lings, and now we see some Vipers added on as well. Not letting herO get down to the low ground base here, as Rogue does have very good creep spread as well. Titan is playing will come through as the upgrades not far from finishing really here from Rogue. +2 melee going to be a nice one to have on his side. No adrenal glands is what I was looking for there, but that could be nice as well if we're going to be quite Ling heavy. Continuing through, make sure you get that adrenal glands, make sure these Lings are as good as they possibly can be. I worry because we're on Hive and we're not already kind of prepping for adrenal glands. I'm like, are we just not going to remember it? Because there's a world where that happens a lot. You just don't go back and think about the fact you didn't get that upgrade, which is now available to you. Lurkers get there, Zealots go down. There's a couple Oracles and the High Templos come up, +2 air weapons coming in. Zerglings will run by as a couple of Stalkers go down. The Spores are going to continue to relocate out to the front here. And a couple of Probies are going to keep on nibbling here and there as well. The army still settling. Lurkers poking from afar, a couple of cannons taking some shots. More Lurkers going to wrap around towards the top side. +3 melee, +2 carapace, all building through. The Lurkers take a chance to step back. The Zerglings trying to step through, but the Interceptors will make sure they can't get any further. The Lurkers continue to do a good job, and the Stalker out to the side there gets pushed away as well. Shield still coming through. We add on those cannons. Microbial Shroud not far from being added as a Rogue just kind of looks for, again, additional spell castings available to the army, right? Microbial was something that always did kind of work against the, the air army, and he's going to look for its use here as well. And hero's ended up on kind of the ultimate late game kind of Protoss army, so he's gotten to where he needs to be. It's a nice thing run by because I feel like it's a decent distraction, although that said, there's a lot of cannons just spread around the base, so I'm going to say I'm not sure what we can get, but we do launch ourselves onto a fleet beacon. You know what would make that better, guys? Adrenal glands. Be really nice to add on, no? Ooh, what if we just get adrenal glands, guys? Thoughts? Some probes pull in to try and defend the fleet beacon. It does not go well. As the Lings continue through. Whoa, big fight! Parasitic bombs are huge as well! We're going to dart through a lot of the storms initially. That was an amazing fight for Rogue. He just dives this army, and herO was not really ready to play. A couple of storms remaining at the end. Some Lurkers on the ground. The rebuild begins. 8 Zealots, Ultras, and Corruptors on the way from Rogue. Was wondering what he was going to rebuild with to try and capitalize on wiping out the air army in the most part. Obviously, it's not fully gone, hence the need for a few more Corruptors, but the Ultras are going to be a great addition here. Something that can be really beefy on the ground and really kind of help you to kind of power through the rest of that army that remains. Love that. So yeah, I think the Ultras are a reasonable choice. Neuroparasite also, again, a good ability to get online. The Void's chasing back to the other side. The High Templar going to be underneath there. Neuroparasite still coming up. The Tempest coming through. So going to see those Ultras coming around the left side. Couple of Zealots going to get picked away at as the Spines will be there. Both the defense. Low HP hatchery, but it lives for now. Once again, the couple of Corruptors and the Lurker coming up as well. Ultra's just going to go diving by, just going to be seeing the Voids activating again. The Ultra getting chased away, couple of Stasis Wards coming down toward the front. We do see 8 Infestors coming up, the Lings coming by as well. As going to see our Tempest still building through. Just going to see our Tempest knocking down the Lurker there, a couple of Hydras in the front. It's gathering together. 8 Infestors, 2 Ultras, all building. Just having this army of heroes still looking to press at the frontier. 2 Zerglings getting taken away at. Stalker Rollers getting hit hard. And these Templars just putting the work in as we work our way through the center. A lot of work being done, couple of Lings. Putting some work out as well. You just see them continuing to get going. I mean, nice from Rogue. He's won some fights. I love that he's still got great creep spread on this map. The scary part of this is he's still fighting a game where he actually doesn't have a ton of bank money. So there's always this concern right now where if you take a big fight, realistically, if you take a big fight, you don't have to rebuild, which is usually essential for a Zerg player. I wouldn't say his army is designed around being able to just kind of take a slower fight as well. Like, this is kind of a fight now, rebuild army. Fungal's going down, the Ultras dive on in, try and make this happen. I mean, it's hero supply that is plummeting. I mean, these Ultras just have not died so far. The Microbial Shroud actually does help a little bit there, I think, so far. More High Templar finishing, 3 extra Zels coming up. Vipers looking to try and get an Abduct or two. Not going to be able to. The Corruptor gets jumped on the Stalkers, play cleanup on that. And everything else from here just regathers back to the upper right side. Things chase in. A couple of Probies already going down. A couple of Zealots dropping. We see a couple of Templars getting active. The carrier as well overhead. Light Templar still coming through. A couple of Broods just building. Corruptors and an Ultra coming out. herO has not had a bank either. So when I said that Rogue doesn't have a bank, obviously herO didn't exactly have a bank either, but just feel like it's more likely the Zerg loses a fight and rebuilds into winning the fight. Obviously, on the back of one fight, and then got me a bit worried for Rogue, but he won that fight quite convincingly, so he's okay. And now he's built into a very good army. A few Broodlords mixed in, the Spellcaster's still available, got a good amount of Infestors, a handful of Vipers. Army coming around the right side, still pushing up through the center as Corruptors and Lings continue up. The Ultra step through, a few probes going down. We're going to be having ourselves this Nexus going to get jumped on at the moment. So Nexus is going to go down immediately in the center. The Mortal coming about, the Corruptors coming through. Lings and Lings Corruptors still building up as we try and look for one more fight here. Big Storm's coming down. Nice fight from Rogue. What a way to turn this series around, and we really needed it as well. Like, this had been a pretty rough series for him, and he gets a win in what's going to be a pretty solid kind of later game scenario. Played very well defensively early, did not give herO initially a very strong setup. And as you see the Brood stepping back, Stalkers coming through, and the +3 flyer attacks coming up as well. Extra Broods coming up. GG says herO, as Rogue is going to take a map, and that's going to be a 1-2 scoreline. Not a 3-0! Hell yeah. Rogue giving us a bit of a fight. I like it. Very much so. Because God, we were on track for a bit of a miserable day of games. But Rogue taking a map. Not doing it in the way I thought he would either, kind of playing like very solid early game and then just playing into everything that you saw. I thought it was going to be much more kind of Ling, Bane, Hydra, Aggression. Maybe that map doesn't lend itself to it too much, but GG's. Alright. Let's get ready to rumble into another game. Thanks for joining us, guys. I don't know what's happening lately, but the YouTube viewership is like through the roof. We're like at 450, like we are at like half of our... YouTube is like half the viewership of Twitch, which is really kind of insane, you know? Like, some ridiculous viewership on YouTube. Hope you guys are doing great. Thank you for joining us there. Appreciate everyone tuning in today. Good to see you guys. As we take a second to resume. Persephone coming up. Alright, in the top left, I'm a red Protoss player. Up 2-1 is going to be herO. Can Rogue keep us in this series for another game? Can we get a game 5? Is that asking for a little bit much? Very solid game from Rogue. Took some great fights. Like I said, I was a little bit afraid at times. That first fight he took was such a big deal. Because he took such a, he was so good at taking that fight. He took such a good engagement where I think herO just wasn't ready. Love to see that, as it really did feel like that army of the pros was going to be hard to deal with. And especially in a world where a lot of the discourse around later game PvZ lately has been like, how do you engage a Skytoss army when those storms are going to coat the Corruptors for so long and do so much damage? So getting inside the range of those armies and just kind of getting going early was very nice. Cybercore coming up, Nexus and the Assimilator coming along. Match in the pool coming about as our Overlord gets going as well. Here in game number 4 of this best of 5. We're the best viewers on YouTube. YouTube's been great lately. You guys have been awesome. Although YouTube did drive me crazy. Actually, until when it came to balance wine the other day, YouTube was worse than Twitch, which was kind of incredible. So, not always. Yeah, appreciate you all tuning in. Thanks for joining us here for some Liu Cup. As we do have again two tournaments a day. It's a double tournament day. So after this wraps up, obviously we've got Clem Classic still to go. Then we have the OSC Elite Rising Star Finals. And we'll talk a bit more about the players in that a bit later on. It's a really cool tournament initiative, so excited to bring that to you guys later today. We'll be going into that pretty much directly as we wrap up the Liu Cup. Oracle coming through, a couple of depths in the shade. Wardy, you haven't complimented me on not balanced wine for almost a week. I did notice you turned a new page. Good job. Proud of you. Drones coming about. Queen is going to get going as we just take a few moments to settle down. A couple of depths moving. And we have ourselves the Stalker going to take a chance to ping away at the Overlord for a few moments as well. Seeing the couple of overlays continuing through then, the Queen in production. And yeah, Nexus will start from herO on the third base of Persephone. Kind of interested as to what Persephone brings us here and to see what sort of style Rogue plays. The kind of the direction of this map and it being kind of set up in kind of lines of attacks is the kind of setup which kind of encourages lurkers a lot, because you can usually get the lurkers into very good defensive positions a lot of the time. We'll see Rogue getting into lurkers fairly quickly that last game. Maybe we'll see something similar here again this time as we settle in. A couple Queens and Lings going to join. Twilight and Forge coming up. The Roadrunner getting built. Let's settle down here for a couple of moments. What I almost always watch on Twitch, but I did notice you're streaming your YouTube recommendations much more frequently than before. Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about YouTube is that YouTube really has so much discoverability just based on how much YouTube likes you. like on Twitch, I feel like unless you get front page on Twitch, it's very hard for Twitch to like make you discoverable, so it's like it's whatever. But YouTube is such like people turn on YouTube and they see something like, oh, I'm actually going to click on that, you know, so much more. People watch so many more things on YouTube. So if YouTube is in like the mood of like promoting your stream, like yeah, the viewership's going to be up. And obviously if you have some good streams, that goes up. It's like there's a lot of things that go into it, but it really has such an impact based on like how much you please, like I say, you please the algorithm, right? If the algorithm likes you, if the algorithm is your friend, then you're going to start just doing better and better. It's so noticeable on YouTube, which is kind of frustrating in a way, because sometimes it feels out of your hands and it feels like you're trying to produce content for the algorithm more than produce content for the viewers. But I mean, you just have to kind of find a happy middle ground and hope that it works, I guess, a lot of the time. Anyway, just yapping while we wait for something a bit more intriguing to happen. It's Temple Archive is charged. There's a Spire fairly early here from Rogue, so he's going to play a Spire again early in this game. Obviously, the mutas earlier on today, I mean, that came off of him having a rough early game, so him not having a bad early game this time, no drones lost, is a much better case for him to then go into mutas and successfully be with those mutas, so I like that a lot. Let's see if it can work out for him, because this should look different to the muta attempt earlier, where he was kind of dead the moment he chose to go mutas off of such a terrible early game start. The moment that hero attacked him, he just fell over and died. Let's just see the charge and the +1 coming up. The Spire is about to finish. Couple of hatches. Melee upgrade coming on through as well. $11 Mutalisks on the way over. Melee upgrade is producing. The Ling's going to back away from the few Zealots and the Stalker. 5 High Templar coming up. The +1 attack upgrade is on the way on the Forge. Oracle's turned back around. Phoenix still coming through. We are going to be seeing the armor upgrade coming up. Archon on the way through. Flyer attack upgrade building on the Spire. And obviously those first mutas are about to arrive, and let's see how much chaos they can cause. Preparations are being made with Phoenix production. We're going to have a couple Phoenix. If we're going to keep making mutas, 1 or 2 Phoenix off that Stargate is not usually going to be the be-all and end-all. Yeah, a lot of those mutas coming up. The Adept goes down. Extra mutas coming online. The +1 flyer attack, as I said, building still. So we really are committing to more mutas here. Are we a little bit? I'm a little bit afraid that this has not really been enough early, as the War Prism here will throw the recall down. Gets out alive as well. Not enough mutas get there. It is actually going to get on top. Phoenix going down. Archon Sentry. It's going to be jumped on as well. Is this actually just enough? I mean, are we just killing herO with mutas? We're just taking the fight? Nice little cleanup. That is going to go down. Well, mutas back away. That was such a weird fight to read. I'm kind of like trying to process what I just saw, but 7 Stalkers and 4 Archons died. We only lost 8 mutas. Obviously, a lot of Lings getting involved there and making a big difference too. This Oracle count is hilarious. The fact that these Oracles are just going to be impactful when there's so many mutas on the map and they are looking unstoppable on the other side. The mutas might actually have to pull back the other way. Oracles, I mean, they're just going to straight up kill a hatchery. So these Oracles are actually being huge right now. What an amazing kind of way for this game to go. That we've got mass muta on the field, and yet Oracles have killed a base. Now, Rogue is still a 4-base Zerg, so we're not immediately overly concerned. I mean, herO's now building 2 Phoenix at a time. In general here, herO is aiming to end up as a player who maybe just has to play slow off of a lower base count. In theory, his army should be better at fighting, but when you've been reset once on that army because of that big fight that just happened, that's a little bit tougher. So let's see the Oracles activating. I mean, so both hatcheries in the bottom right side are going to go down. The Blink and the Phoenix setting up. So we're getting better setup here from herO. He's delaying a lot of Rogue's economy. I mean, now all the Oracles are dying at least, so that's something that really has... Amazing that these Oracles have lasted so long, but obviously the Mutas were busy across the map. They were busy trying to do other things and be as impactful as they could be. The Mutas still building up. Let's do Flyer Attack coming in. Phoenix are going to play cleanup then, and it's a lot of Phoenix. I was about to say it's time to add Corruptors, but we already have some Corruptors in the production tab. So yeah, Rogue feels the same thing. That amount of Phoenix, you need some Corruptors. You need them to tank. And if the Corruptors are with the Mutas, you can put the Mutas on the other side of the Corruptors to the Phoenix, and then the Phoenix either have to dive through, or they have to kind of stay back and try and fight the Corruptors. That gives the Mutas time to deal damage. Bottom right side, Zealots are going to run through, but there's no base over there. Air weapons, Blink, Phoenix range coming about, plus 2 air weapons coming up. The Mutas will get rid of a group of Zealots in the bottom right-hand corner. That's going to be easy pickings. We take those out, no issue at all. So easy pickings on that one, as the Phoenix get turned away again. The Overlord's still taking damage. A couple of those going down right away. The Ling Corruptor Muta Force still gathered up as the couple of Phoenix join in. The air weapons coming through. We look to try and dive over for a couple of moments right now, heading toward the top side of the map. The Mutas will get rid of a Stalker there, and we are going to move our way in toward this location. That Nexus is going to be about halfway done. The Mutas still trying to get forward. The Corruptors as well, trying to get through. The few Lings will take their chance and get rid of that Nexus. Like I say, this is where the Corruptors are great. Even just retreating away, you actually can survive a little bit longer. Now the Mutas are going to re-engage through, and the Phoenix are going to try and get their target fire onto the Mutalist specifically. If we could actually just get rid of those Phoenix, that would be amazing, but it's going to be tough to do. You can see, again, we're dancing kind of away from the Phoenix, letting the Corruptors do the work. herO being kept back a good amount at the moment. Army supplies are still similar, though, but it's still about a 15 to 20 supply difference. And as long as herO is a 3-base Protoss, we're 13 minutes in this game. We are going to get to the point shortly where being a 3-base Protoss is an issue. So if we can just keep this 4th base denied a bit longer, I really think that Rogue is on the verge of getting this done. What the problem is going to be is if herO now gets the 4th base up, so many of the issues that Rogue has imposed on him in this game are just going to, shimmer away. Because all of a sudden, herO has a brand new base to mine from, a whole new reel of economy to work with, and that just keeps him in the game so much longer, while Rogue has given so much to the sole purpose of not letting the 4th base be a thing. So yeah, this 4th is a big deal, and defending this right now would be huge. herO using Zealot run-bys to buy himself as much time as he can, knock the economy of Rogue down as well, and that obviously impacts Rogue so that his base count does not matter as much as well, but it really is about keeping your own 4th base alive right now. If we can keep this alive, this game starts to take a very different turn. There's a lot more Corruptors on the way, as we really are dead serious about getting after those Phoenix, and I don't blame him. If those Phoenix go down, I actually think he just wins the game, because the rest of the army has clearly not been good enough against these Mutas. 4 Archons all at once. Maybe okay. Oh my god, the Mutas are clumping onto the Archons. Rogue, I can't watch. I've got my eyes covered. Is he okay or is he not? I have no idea. He's not. Oh my god, he just threw his Mutas away. Oh. Rogue, why? Why? I mean, the why, the answer to the why is the whole point I've just been making of how important it is to deny this 4th base. But I think that was such an ugly fight that that was not the way to do it. Like, go fly in the main, like, I actually think he just got the Corruptor count up, he could actually fight the Phoenix. Like, that was not the moment to fly in with the Mutas and just send it onto 4 Archons. I mean, it's frustrating if he gets the 4th, but the reality is that you then start playing to deny the 5th and you get your bases back on. But hero's done a great job of denying Rogue's economy too, so I think he's frustrated. And I think that frustration is the reason why he just flies on in there. He's like, screw it, I'm just gonna give it a go. And obviously disaster. Because I actually think he was still in control of that game. It was just like, yes, herO had just about done enough to kind of get himself back in it. I mean, you just never fly the mutas in like that. After taking so many fights throughout, like, that fight is just a straight up frustration fight. It's not fun to see. GG's. It's the kind of thing that gets Protoss nerfed. Yeah, Rogue's like, hey, while people are watching the game and hotfixing, can we reduce the splash of Archons? Or can we get mutas buffed a little bit or something, please? Yeah, I like it. I like it. Alright, guys, we'll take a couple moments and get ourselves ready to go into Classic versus Clem as our 4th series of the day. I cannot believe they've actually been on schedule with this schedule. That's not a good thing. That means the games have not been good, but the last series, I mean, Rogue Hero was actually kind of good in the end. You know, Rogue Hero was actually kind of fun, kind of a sad ending, but yeah. Hopefully Clem Classic carries hard as our final series here. Guys, I'm just going to be a couple of moments and just go check and say hi to Helen. I'll be right back, and I'll see you guys in just a couple. I'll leave the screen on. I don't plan to be long as we just take a moment. And Clem's not online, so they still have to video and stuff, so I'll be right back. Hello. How are we doing? We're checking on Clem. Apparently they're worried Clem's not here. So that's what is currently going on. To let you guys know what the dealio currently is. Alright, well, Clem's not here, guys. I'm just gonna take another quick 30 seconds. I'll be right back, and then we'll do some chitter chatter and get ready for Clem Classico. Alright guys, Clem is on his way. I just took a moment longer because heard some barking. But we're back on track. Hello. How are we doing? Clem Classic coming up for our next matchup. Just for a couple of moments then, because they still have to veto. Just a quick mention to, as usual, if you're enjoying the stream, consider supporting. You can support the channel freely by following if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. Again, we are doing a big push on the YouTube subs at the moment. I actually think the YouTube sub and like momentum recently, and those numbers being good, is part of the reason why the viewership is good, because a lot of people are clicking the buttons and doing the things. So yeah, keep on. If you don't already, subscribe to the YouTube channel, give it a click. It is free to do so. We're here casting and streaming daily StarCraft 2 content, so do check that out. Like I say, greatly appreciate if you take the time to do so. I appreciate it. Your subs and likes and your free support helps us out a whole bunch. Of course, if you want to go further and be awesome and be a superstar, we super appreciate that as well. If you do want to donate, cheer, subscribe, and Twitch Prime and all of that, then amazing. But at the very least, do us a favor and click the free things that are free to click, because that is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, Lewis, who dropped the £4 donation on the Twitch while I was AFK. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. I did hear it. I went downstairs and Helen had the stream on, so I heard the ding as I went downstairs, so I didn't miss it. Just got to get back around to it. Thank you also, Gross Papa, for the 38-month resub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. As we will just be waiting for some videos, guys. Good to see you all again. Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you guys. And yeah, we've also got a sponsor on stream, GrabTap. If you see that link come up in Twitch chat, you can check it out already. I'll be showing you guys a little bit of it while we go between tournaments in a little bit. So after this series, just to reiterate, we're going to have this classic Clem best of 5, and after that we're going to be going into the OSC Elite Rising Star Top 4, which is a double E-lane bracket featuring players who are basically you're kind of restricted based on your performance in big events, so only a certain kind of group of players can participate. And our top 4 for this tournament that we're going to be covering is Art, Persal, Yakov, and Shameless. We're going to be finishing that tournament up. It's been a big double elimination bracket. We've got the last 4 series of it for you guys today. So that's coming up when we round out the LIULI Cup. So it'll be LIULI Cup, 5 minutes of showing you guys the sponsorship website and stuff. And it's actually a way you can support the stream for free as well if you want to check it out at GrabTap. But we'll talk about that, like I say, in between. And then we go into the event between the other guys. The Rising Stars is going to be what's coming on through. Like and subscribe. Yes, like and subscribe. It's honestly crazy. Like, you know, people, it just makes such a difference. Like, you can see all the numbers have just gone up in synchronicity with the likes and subscribes going up. Like, I haven't actually looked at YouTube analytics for quite a while, because looking at my YouTube analytics for the last year and a half, 2 years is kind of depressing, because it's like, hey, this is how much your channel has died in the last 2 years. And I'm like, pain. But I've been looking at a lot the last few days and just seeing what's going right and just trying to figure out why it suddenly decided to be good. And I don't know, man. I just started telling people to subscribe, and all of a sudden the numbers are going up in every single, direction. YouTube algorithm, thank you very much. I appreciate you. My ultimate dream when the YouTube first popped off a while back, my ultimate dream was that, the 100,000 YouTube subscriber mark, because, you get the 100,000 YouTube subs, and you get the little, like, placards from YouTube being like, congratulations, your channel had reached 100,000 subs, and it's like, man, what a dream that would be. I was always salty that Twitch didn't have something similar, and of course, nowadays we have the beautiful, we have the Twitch part, so Twitch did add something similar in the end, so yay. I always thought it'd be so cool to hit that on YouTube, and then at about 40-ish thousand YouTube subs, our YouTube channel really did die, like big time. So yeah, I mean, amazing to see it kind of picking up a little bit of steam again. It's motivating, it's exciting. It's like, hey, can we still do it? Can we still make a YouTube push? Is 100k maybe still in our sights if we do another 5 years of StarCraft? I don't know, but Graph grew up, mean Wardy more gooder. Graph up, cast up, my casting simulates the YouTube analytic graphs. The graph go up, the casting good, Row, excitement, much wow, very StarCraft. Less, eh. Anyways, guys, so let's get ready to go. Thanks for the shout out, Yo Lewis. Hey, no worries. Thank you so much for supporting. I really appreciate the donation. Sorry I took a couple minutes to say thank you. I was just, like I said, I was just off downstairs, and I came back, and my brain doesn't. My brain does a very bad job of remembering immediately what I was about to do. So a lot of the time. So yeah, beautiful stuff. Alright, hope you guys are doing great. Let's get into our final best of 5 of this first tournament today. As we get into map number 1. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Terran player is Team Liquid's Clem. In the top left, our red Protoss is going to be Classic. Game 1 of this best of 5. 100k for an SC2 YouTube would be kind of wild, you think? You don't know. I don't think anyone who just casts games is at 100k, because, like, I mean, like, Winter and Loco obviously very high up, and Horston and Youthfilm past 100k. But, you know, at the same time, sometimes what you have to do in content creation is set your sights high, because people respond to lofty goals. If I'm like, hey guys, we're going to try and get 2 subs today, people are like, Wardy, no one cares, you know? But if I give you guys the exciting story of we are going to try and get a freaking YouTube placard that says, well done, people click the subscribe button, people are like, oh my god, we could get, or you could get a placard and I could be part of helping you get that. Like, that sounds cool, you know? Bam, subscription earned. You know, so maybe we just need to have the positively heighty goal, or lofty goal, and just aim for it, you know? So... yeah. Anyways, game number 1, Classic Clem, enough YouTube chat. Let's actually talk StarCraft 2, because I do believe that's what a lot of you guys are here for as we get this TVP up and underway. Did you... this is a fun question. Did Youthfilm perform well yesterday, or was this tournament comeback? I didn't see the games. He got 2-0'd by Lambo. I wouldn't say that's a surprise, but yeah, I didn't get to see the games, so I didn't get to catch that. But yeah, I would love to see some Youthfilm games. Hopefully he keeps playing in some things here and there. Yeah. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Let me just quickly cap the game, which is basically TLDR. We're going Twilight Council, and Clem is going to go second Rax Beyond a Factory. So that is going to be kind of our setups for the moment, and that should give me a couple more words to say. Thank you so much to Mohawk, who comes in with the 5 gifted subs on the Twitch. Thank you so much for the generosity. Going out to Sheepduck, Grinspooner, Cat29, Joseph the Grey, and Rotorix. Thank you so very much for the generosity of some gifted subs. Oh, this sub talk made my finger itchy. Amazing. Talking about free subs, we get paid subs. Incredible. Alright. Let's, thank you so much. I appreciate the gifted subs. I really do. I just feel like I've yapped on about so much other stuff in this game, and I really want to talk about it because obviously Clem Classic is a banger. This one very likely does get the chance to end up on the YouTube channel eventually, so you know you gotta cast well, because when people click the VODs on YouTube, they expect excitement and interesting analysis and hype. So we better not get too distracted as our Cyclone does come through to help us push some Stalkers back, and that is going to be a nice little KO early. And we continue to push our way out towards the upper left side. And thank you so much for a Prime sub, Halkin Himmer Sat. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Well, I'm getting the few Marines and a tank going. Starport is finished. It's no upgrades coming through for the barracks yet. It's going to be no tech lab on that second rack, so this could be a Marine tank shove. What are we doing with the Starport then? Are we getting a medevac? Are we going to get probably a Viking if he wants to push at this point, or Liberator to help the siege position? Going to be a medevac. In that case, I'd be kind of surprised to not see a tech lab on the barracks and start looking towards stim at least. I mean, this can just be kind of Marine tank pushing, but just a Marine tank push feels very uninspired and feels like you're missing a lot of the kind of the spice and the extras to kind of really get you all the way over. So not super convinced by it just yet, but we shall see as the Cyclone and the few Marines do take the charge forward. There's one probe out in the front that's going to be an easy grab. Stalkers. Going to hit a couple of the Marines. Obviously tanks in the medevac. Get a lock-on, but blink available, so the lock-on should not get a kill any longer. Can we get these tanks in a good position? Remember, these stalkers have blink. This is pretty committed from Clem with no bio upgrades behind it. I don't know if I love it, man. Like, this tank is going to die with one shot fired only. Pulling back a couple of moments here. Marine's just going to be hitting that pylon. It will go down. A couple of stalkers going down too. Going to be seeing the Marines going back down the bottom. Cyclone gathering up. Going to see how Stimpack is coming through. Marine Marauder continue to go. In the end, Clem actually killed a lot more stalkers than I thought he would. I was really worried that that tank going down so quickly meant he was not going to have enough here, and that's just not turned out to be the case. This third is genuinely in trouble, and Classic is not having the numbers to protect his third base. Charge going to be done soon, and that maybe gives you a way to free yourself from this. I wouldn't be too surprised if Clem kind of backed off and went home, and is just very happy to have denied the third base, because right now he feels very spread out, two tanks very far from each other. He just feels as though, you know, right now maybe there's still a bit of strength in Classic's army, and if you just fall back and let the lack of a third base sink in, and then you get your Stimpack finished, you're going to become a way more powerful Terran player as well. So, wouldn't mind if Clem just kind of slowed this down and kind of, you know, pulled back already, but he's still on the map. I mean, honestly, right now, this is feeling very risky, and he is starting to lose a lot of the Marines, but he's still finding Stalker kills. The Liberator gets Siege, is actually going to win out against the Stalkers, zones out the Immortal from that left side. The tank survived as well. Actually, a little bit ridiculous, may I say so, as I actually don't know, like, this did not look like a fight you should win as Clem. Like, this was actually disgusting micro. The Immortal here goes down, that tank is still there, and we are going to be having ourselves Clem now about to have Stimpack. Stimpack completely ends these fights. Like, Marines with Stim are going to decimate everything. Does he even need Stim? I mean, he'll probably just turn towards the upper left side and run toward the natural, no? Stop chasing those stalkers. You stim close to the base and you can get some good damage done, if nothing else. Pulling back, a couple of Zealots charge forward. Stalkers blink up, Medevac goes down. A couple of Zealots will fire away onto the bio units. And we get rid of the Medevac, and that maybe takes some of the longevity out of this army, because obviously it has to hurt itself to stim and to be truly effective. And if you're having to do that, then realistically here, this army is probably not going to end up doing too much. So, get a couple more Medevacs and we feel better about it. Classic, realistically, is hanging on by a thread right now in this opening game, as Temple Archives finishes in the main. And we just still have Clem poking around in the front. Comfortable lead for him, just about kind of keeping this army alive and keeping on poking, and eventually he's going to wither his way through this Protoss army that should just not really be able to last too much. So I was going to charge you up, the bio pulling back, a few Stalkers get into the front there. The bio going to do a great job of pushing the Zealots back the other way, so Zealots starting to go down. Stalker in some trouble, a few probes are dropping as well, and we are going to see the Liberator sieging into the main. Is going to look for some good opportunity too, and we now have the rest of the bio showing up. And again, we really are at the point of everything being called and done and dusted. This one is done. Clem is going to be the winner of the opening map here in this series. Has Clem ever slowed down? I mean, he's not really the kind of guy to slow down. But sometimes, I mean, one of the things Clem's definitely done over time is mature. And in his maturing, he's definitely learned that sometimes it is better to kind of stop, pull back, and actually, you know, not just keep on attacking. I mean, to be fair, he completely justified this one. I'm calling for him to pull back. Meanwhile, he continues to win the fight. He never has to go home. So I'm the one that's just scared, and I don't respect how good Clem's micro can be. So that's on me. But yeah, I think anyone else should have probably backed away there. Clem, honestly, pretty darn good micro fight to fight Classic with. Honestly, odds still somewhat stacked against him, you know. Alright, game number 2, as Classic starts down a game. Of course, Clem Classic is such a hot topic, because Classic has had such a good record against Clem as of late. He did lose against Clem in Maestros of the game. Have they met since then? I feel like they have, and I'm just not remembering it. Why is that the case? Because they played in the Liu Weekly Finals, but I wasn't here for that, I believe. Was I here for that? I may have been here for that. Classic won that one. Yeah, so Classic is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-1 against Clem in their last 7 meetings. I mean, we purposely stopped there because before that Clem had a massive winning streak against Classic, but Classic really figured Clem out a little bit. But here we are now with a new patch and all the rest. let's see what it looks like as we get underway here. Game number 2 of our best of 5. In the top right-hand corner, the blue Terran player to start us off is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is Virtus Pros Classic. What's up, Martinator? Thank you so much for the 42-month resub. Appreciate you. Always good to see your name. Good to see you still around. Thank you so much for the 42. Hope you're doing great. Thank you very much indeed. Game 2 of our matchup then. Let's see what we can get ourselves in for. Yeah, pretty fun opening game. We'll see. Clem has been very aggressive in this matchup still. If you're here, and when I was talking to Halston yesterday during the Monday Cup, there's just, I asked him about it a little bit. He said, Storm has obviously changed, right? But the core of PvT is still there, which is that Protoss have a very strong mid-game scenario where once you get to the mid-game, Protoss feel good because they can expand and they can take a lot of bases, and as long as their army can hold on to taking a lot of those bases, which it can, because they were doing this before Storm was even super popular, right? They were doing this with Colossus builds, way back at the start of this year. So, Protoss mid-game is still very good, and so you're still going to see a lot of Terrans aiming for the earlier game, aiming for the, more aggressive pushes, aiming for getting damage done early, rather than letting this develop into that kind of still mid to later game where you definitely probably still have a little bit of a Protoss edge, even if it's not as comfortable with the newer Storm. I think one of the main things, of course, is that, previously Storm would save you once you had a terrible early game. Now that may not be as true, so I think that might be one of the big things that really comes around as a change, where if you see a Terran succeed early, you don't see it fall apart 3 or 4 minutes later because they run into a Storm or 2 anymore. So, like I say, it's still early days, and I think what'll be really interesting is if we actually just leave the Storm numbers as they are for a little bit and actually get to see, because the last 3 weeks has not been that we've played on a different patch for like each week for the last 3 weeks or so, right? So if we finally actually get to keep these numbers same for a while, things will actually settle, and we actually might get to see just how those numbers work and how the games and the meta really develops around those numbers, which I think is going to be very interesting because, like I say, we've been seeing the drastic end of the changes, which is the change happens and people either respond very dramatically to it. Now as it settles in a bit, we actually maybe get a chance to see, truly kind of where, what that means and how that goes. Calls down the supply. That's a free heal on that depot, so we do bring that back up to full HP. That makes it an even better target, but we are close to getting the Cyclone available, and with the Cyclone out, this becomes a much more convincing defense where you will more convincingly push units back. Obviously, Classic committing a lot to this. A lot of early game units you would not typically build, and that does hence delay the Twilight Council. So, while you're putting a lot of pressure on and it feels really good for you right now, the reality is that behind this, we are heading into a Twilight Council way later than we would have done originally, and that is extremely impactful. Cyclone does go down, though. I mean, now we get our few units out. The SCVs coming in even from the bunker. And we try and just corner these Stalkers up. If we jump in the bunker, the extra range might help, but we didn't even need it. That Stalker does go down, and only one gets away. Clem loses a handful of SCVs. He's down 9 workers, but up heavily in army supply. And like I say, Blink is later than usual, so I think that's going to be a pretty big factor as well. Again, Nexus and the Blink coming over, Starport Marines and the Siege Tank coming through. We just have ourselves a chance to settle into this. The Reaper comes down to the bottom. I'm just going to sit behind this third Nexus for a couple of moments. Extra gateways all coming about. The Reaper going down, the Stalker's able to get that grab, and now we have a barracks building on the other side from Clem. All of the gates from Classic, so he's going to go mega aggression here. Taking the third Nexus, but that's 6 extra gates. So yeah, like 8 gates is somewhat reasonable for 3 bases, but going 8 gates before we invest in any of the other tech structures is a definite sign of aggression, and I can only imagine we're going to get down a forward pylon or so here and put some aggression on the map because we've got no Robo. We've got no Forge, like we've got no future planning in this game apart from just pure gateway numbers, so If you're going to be aggressive, then you better have like a pylon to warp in from, because there's no robo for the Prism either. Looks like we're getting a lock on there. Tanks coming through. The alternative, okay, maybe this is the idea. Maybe. Oh, he's going to go charge as well. So, okay, so I think what he's actually going to do is he's going to let Clem attack into him. He's going to overwhelm it with units, and then he has charge on the follow-up, and then you can continue to overwhelm it with units. Right? Because then you're going to have charge warp-ins as well. Zealot warp-ins with that charge to kind of follow up across the map. I kind of like it, but Clem is not running too quickly toward Classic. And like I say, Classic now is putting himself behind because, you know, you could have had a Forge right here. You could have just been on 6 gateways. And if Clem doesn't attack you, well, Clem is going to attack you, but then you need to capitalize on that army. Classic currently counterattacking, is going to put some damage in, then recall home to look for the defense. Oi, oi, oi. This is going to get a little bit funky. How much damage can Classic do? Already a lot of SCVs going down. Clem committing onto that 3rd base. Has his bio upgrades on the way, just not ready yet. Whoa, Classic, we're going to go? Okay, yeah, because he recalled. I didn't see the Stalkers coming from the bottom side. So he comes home, he cleans this up, doesn't lose any probes. Now he loses 4 at the end. Okay, Wardy, shut up. Don't say things preemptively. So 4 probes go down against 6 SCVs killed. And now he drops a Templar Archives. He has a 3-gas Protoss. I'm just shocked he doesn't have a Forge then. Now he goes double Forge to play catch-up. Okay. So he does still manage to kind of whack down this army. He's still, honestly, like, if he had a pylon on the other side of the map, if he had 1 pylon gateway nearby, I actually think he could make a little bit of pushing pressure here. But as soon as upgrades are done, I don't think he's going to be able to. And obviously, he doesn't have the Zealot count right now, and like I say, a lot of that is just, you know, you don't have the warp-ins across the map, and he just started to build a lot of other stuff too. Like, he could have spent all these, you know, yes, he's setting up for the future. Instead of setting up for the future, if he warps in like 2 rounds of like 8 gates of units and then goes, there might have been some possibility there. There might have been some potential. Storm still coming up. Zealots on the way. The Robo Facility coming around. The Medevacs want to make an appearance, but they get feedbacked and turned back to the other direction. Marauder and Cluster Shells coming through. Bio going to take the opportunity to go after the Cybercore. A bit more Bio stemming up. Cybercore will go down. The Gateway going to be in some trouble as well. Now some Zealot Stalker on the other side. They're going to come through as well. Wooden says bye-bye to a couple of the units early. The Bio will chase. The Stalkers will take hits. And we are going to see the Bio from Clem continuing all the way through. A couple of those Zealots continue to drop. Zealots keep on falling. As we are going to see Guardian Shield up as well. A couple of Medevacs are going to be caught in the radius of this attack. So damage being done across the board. 1 on upgrades coming through. We turn a few more Stalkers around. Prism continuing to build. I mean, as long as Classic defends here, getting up towards double upgrades is going to be a nice addition. Clem is improving himself, though. With the Ghost Academy already halfway done, he's pushing into a way better position in this game. Tech that can take him to the future. 3rd base going to come up as well. One more Storm keeps the Bio back. I'm going to get rid of this 1 gateway that's right on the edge. You're obviously available to Storm here. That gateway does not go down. A few Marines obviously getting tickled by this psionic drizzle as the High Templars going to get through. Actually going to eat some Woodermine shots though as we blink in, and was lucky that it was only Zealots and not the Stalkers that go down there, I think. Again, the 1-1 upgrades coming about. The armor upgrade coming over. We are going to see our Bio joining in the middle of the map, still looking for an opportunity. Prism takes the opportunity to go up toward the main base, and maybe some counterattacks is what's missing. Clem obviously able to focus a lot of his units over here. Classic forcing Clem back, or forcing some units to actually rally at home rather than just streaming across the other side. Could be a big deal, and it doesn't look like Clem was preemptively prepped for this. A couple of Marines run in from reinforcement land. We are going to see a bottom right base taken out. That's a 5th attempt from Classic, who is also expanding to the left. Okay, it was actually a 4th attempt. This base on the left was the 5th attempt. But that will now become the 4th base. So the idea of double expanding to at least try and get 1 up is the concept that Classic aims for. Let's see if it succeeds. Nice Storm. Obviously softens a lot of those Bio units up a little bit, forces them back, and definitely stops them from continuing to move forward there. There's a couple of Zealots drop back in, so Clem's still being asked to defend at home. That's a horrible place to siege the Prism. Not sure what Classic thought was going to happen sieging the Prism. He knew the Ghost and the Marines were there when he sieged it. A little bit of brain delay, I think, on how to actually execute and how to actually deal with that. As Stalker Sentry Zealot moves up this top side, we are going to get in. Refinery taking some nibbles, damage being done. Two upgrades on the way out of Classic. So getting the 2-2 upgrades on the way, the Prism on the way out, the Robo Bay being added on. And this army, Bioforce, is going to go pushing to the bottom left. Nice Storm or two. The Ghost's going to take some damage as well. Couple of good shots. I mean, you can see those Storms being put in the front, just saying, Clem, you can't run through here just yet. Clem's army is a little bit bigger by about 10 army supply. Going to be looking for those EMPs with those Ghosts as they try to step through at the moment. Again, the Zealots on the other side going to go after the SCVs. And the Ghost here going to get caught as well, so Classic is still getting things done around the map. I am scared for him on this main army, though. Like, this main army of Clem is looking pretty darn terrifying. It's pretty big. It's sizable. There's a lot of EMPs available. The Zealots are going to be in that mineral line. Well, I mean, honestly, this is good trouble being caused, and if Clem isn't pushing in, then Classic is going to start being okay. Simply for Clem not mining that much during the rest of this. I'm still up, what, like 50% army supply advantage over his opponent, 96 to 58. So he's got a lot of army supply. Ooh, Storm from the other side, though. Clem. The second Storm was a good idea, but Clem was already kind of pulling away from it, so it doesn't do very much. Last few Zealots showing up, Stalkers blink underneath, and we are going to go. Bam, bam. Couple Medivacs fall. Recall into the main base defensively. Clem begins to fix the eco issues back at home. A lot of SCVs that were just left AFK, not mining. So he gets on top of those and starts to fix it. That's one dead Medivac, but the more full Medivac at least gets away. I don't think we should... Ooh, well, okay, we've got some other units showing up, so maybe showing up over here and dropping in this position is somewhat alright. Storm on that entry point as Clem still trying to shove through. One of the big changing points of this game is obviously the upgrades. Classic was late to upgrades, but he's eventually gone to 2-2, and now being a 2-2 Protoss, so many of these fights are going to be way more efficient than what they were before. You know, they're going to be way more efficient, so that's going to help out massively, and that's definitely one of these things that's keeping Classic very much so in this game too, to the point he's been able to turn it around. Great job from Classic. Tough scenario, some difficult positions, but he really did a lot of good things. Clem was pretty late to the third, and then eventually Classic just says, I'm sick of being bullied. Let me do some damage. Let me get across the map. Let me, you know, have my say about how this game should go instead of it always being about you. And Classic takes that opportunity away from Clem. GG's, and we get tied up 1-1 in the best of 5. Hey, a series, huh? A series. How about that? Game 3. Coming online in a moment. Wonder how different it would be if those SCVs were mining. I think the issue is like it helps Clem a little bit in the moment, but I actually think Clem long-term is losing this game. Down in the upgrades is a major problem that he was just not doing anything to fix, unfortunately. So, yeah, I think there's just a couple of issues there that are... yeah, like, the SCVs would help. I don't think they change the game. I think it's just a good kind of summary of expectations there. Alright, game 3 of our best of 5. I mean, this one's heating up a little bit of feisty game 1, feisty game 2. It's definitely more feistiness than we've seen in the opening couple of games of our previous best of 5s today. So, like I say, it's our last game from the LIULI Cup today. This tournament will conclude tomorrow with the semi-finals and finals. But we do have a second tournament to bring to you guys. That will start as soon as this tournament ends. So, if you're worried about this being our last best of 5, fear not. We actually have 4 more best of 5s for you guys. So, yes, we actually have a bunch more StarCraft still to come. Love it. Bottom left-hand corner, the blue Terran player from Team Liquid is going to be Clem. In the top right-hand side, our red Protoss player is Virtus.pro's Classic as we get going for Game 3 of this Best of 5 series. Well, it is full-on aggression time. Classic proxy 2 gateways. Of course he does. Talk about mixing it up a little bit as those 2 gateways come down on this blue-gold base over here. And that is going to be a pretty feisty starting point here for Classic. That's definitely not what you're expecting at the very beginning of this. Two Zealots on the way from the gateways to start us off. Cybercore building through Reaper Command Center. Orbital Command building on into play. Clem goes low ground command center. He goes no SCV scout, so he is blind. And this is definitely the better start the Classic is looking for. You know, Clem gonna do. Reaper goes to the side. I'd be shocked if it checked the blue gold. Oh, he's rallied perfectly to it right now. He clicks off, but only because he's going to do it manually. He sees it a little bit ahead of time. Cancel the CC. Go to the high ground. Use the command center minerals on a bunker. That's going to be the first steps of this defense here from Clem. And he starts that up right away. We'll begin to build Marines behind this too. As the Zealots already taking a lot of damage because they have to take Reaper damage on the way here. So them showing up with no shields is kind of a factor. 2 Stalkers now ready. Honestly... Ooh, Reaper. No, does take a shot, goes down. That's a shame. I can imagine the Clem head tilt right there. We just need to build a couple more SCVs, though. We will be able to jump into that bunker and finish it off. Second bunker as well, I don't mind. This is a very serious commitment from Classic because it's 2 gates proxies. Not 1 gate proxy, it's both of them. So Clem just wants to make sure he can shut this down easily. He is expanding high ground. He's expecting this to be a scenario where he has to kind of have an expansion eventually. But obviously you got to do that high ground. There's no way you're getting the low ground back anytime soon. As we get this going. I see the couple Stalkers poking. Depots will take some damage, some shots coming off for a few moments right now. Just having the couple of Stalkers nibbling at the depots, so depot will take some hits. We have the bunker getting set up right there as well. Just going to be seeing the Cyclone locking on. Just going to see the Adept and a couple of Stalkers trying to step on through. Good defense from Clem. Repair that Cyclone, keep it healthy, and I think we're going to be A-okay right now over the next couple of moments. I think we're going to be alright. And charge coming up, the Wolf Gate coming through. We are going to see a few Marines and Cyclones stepping over to the other side. Going to have ourselves a little bit of feistiness. Cyclone's going to lock on. A couple of Stalkers going to take some shots. Ooh, we actually very nearly lose that Stalker that both Cyclones locked onto. It just got out of reach, but we lose one more Stalker here in the end. That's turned into a very comfortable defense from Clem. The only thing, I mean, ideally right now, his next goal is to just depower those 2 gateways. Classic gets 2 more gateways up. He's going to go charge and robo. It's a lot of let's save my ass right now kind of plays. Is he going to try and take a 3rd base on the back of just like Zealots to hold map control? That'd be kind of wild, but maybe that is the kind of the plan here for him over the next couple of moments. Again, Marines in the tank coming up, the engineering bays and the barracks coming through as well. The armies will collect together just in the front of this natural and will begin to take some steps across over to the right-hand side. Cyclone locking on. Zealot Stalker going to start charging up. The siege tank in the front goes down immediately. So that's going to be an easy grab to start us off there. The couple of Marines begin to go. The SCVs are going to slide into the front. I'm just going to be seeing the siege tank getting some more good shots off. 10 SCVs going down. Siege tank firing back. Stalker's taking some good damage. And 12 SCVs is a pretty huge deal. Clem is only down by 9 workers after that, though. So I actually think he's still in a pretty okay position at the moment. As you see the Forge and the Nexus coming through, the Siege Tank and the Marines coming up as well. And finally, a couple of gates just going to sit down there. We are going to be having ourselves the Siege Tank firing, the Zealot Stalker pushed away, Blink producing, probes on the way, Forge and the Nexus building, and another tank or two just going to siege up right over to the corner of this main base and just cover the front, cover that entry point for now. Barrack's going to go onto the tech lab as well, going to get that into position. A lot of units gathered up on that ramp. Marines all joined in right now. Stem combat in the +1 comes up on the side of Clem, so finally getting those bio upgrades going. How do you feel about all this? I like that Classic that took the blue gold base. It's kind of a fun little grab because he does kind of hold the map control right now with the aggressiveness of the units that he's making. So that definitely steps out into a good kind of position as the upgrades all come online. I think that gold base mining away is nice. Sim combat +1 continue to come through. Just going to see the Marines and the tanks will take a couple steps out onto the map already. That medevac is going to be right there to help out with this as well. The extra zealots warp in and get shoving. Storm on the way, +1 and the blink on the way. And Clem will finally get rid of these gateways. So still worth getting rid of the gates, but man, he got a lot of value out of these Classic. You know, this is a proxy 2 gate that has produced units all the way up until the 8-minute marker. So Clem will just stop, get rid of these. He is building a 3rd command center. As Classic goes to a 4th base, he's already starting to take that big eco advantage we're so used to seeing Protoss players kind of take, and just the base count really growing for him extremely quickly here. So that's becoming a little bit of a problem early on. This +1 in that storm will come through. He's observing, the camera keeps jiggling. I'll give you someone else. There's the few probes. I'm going to get caught by this auto turret over here. A few zealots coming back around the other side. Big shove up to the top. Couple tanks will siege, and the bio army is going to continue to push in towards this blue-gold area. So we're going to knock down these rocks. That's never a bad start because it actually destroys the blue minerals. So immediately you're making this base a half base. Massive counterattack from Classic, who just says, I want to make this game crazy. Clem pulls back to deal with this. Doesn't have a full wall on the high ground. Trying to pull back, use the bunker. There's the bio on the other side. I love the force fields. He's just like, Classic's just like, let's buy as much time as I can. Oh, what if we... I mean, Clem might have to lift up and unload in the main base. Another sentry was just warped in. Clem losing 15 SCVs, but Classic just losing a ton of units. Are we going to run to the corner? Do we have recall to get out of here? I mean, he didn't recall right away there. I think that's a mistake. Does he have recall on cooldown? Nope, he has it. Oh, that's a mistake. He could have absolutely been in the corner and recalled with a lot of these units. Now he loses pretty much everything for not really gaining any extra. Like, that's my issue, is that I think it was fine not to recall, but then get something more out of it. And he never got anything more out of it from when he could have just dropped the recall. The mines blow up the prism just for a little bit of a slap in the face as we try and drop on top of those siege tanks over here. Clem triple the army supply right now, looking great in this game 3. And it's been a weird and funky game, but Clem is definitely coming out on top and in the right direction. It does look like Clem is going to have himself an advantage. We'll see that gold mineral line under fire once again. There's a couple of medevacs got that. Classic is... Okay, this is going to get weird a second time, because now Classic is going to attack once more into Clem's natural. Clem is across the map, so we're going to go a bit more full base trade mode this time. Clem has a lot more army supply to base trade with. We do have the danger of obviously some storms could be very impactful. There's Clem. Well, there's one storm already being very impactful. That was an energy overcharge, I believe, to get that high tempo of the energy to help. And we're still going to see these units surviving in the main base. The army on the left-hand side from Clem is going to go up and run into the 3rd base of Classic. 63 to 37 army supply. There's just not that many units here from Classic. He's really reliant on some of the storms and splash damage doing way more for him than they ever should be allowed. To the point where I actually think Clem, if he just lifts and leaves with these units as well, should also be somewhat okay, because he's going to kill everything from Classic. And I think Clem actually has a genuine chance to rebuild in this game, where Classic does not really have the same situation. No armor upgrade on those Zealots, they're not as tanky. Classic did get probes away. Clem's down to only 2 SCVs, but of course could argue that he has mules as well at some stage. 6 workers versus 2. If Clem just saves his structures, then I like this for him no matter what. And I also like the fact that his army is still 15 army supply higher. It's 13 Zealots and 3 High Temp. You're basically super reliant on the Storm. So I'm just going to go after these couple of extra pylons, knock down as many gates as you can. Probes are going to find this base over here that's muling still, so a little bit of cheekiness on that one. As we knock down the Assimilator, Classic, building a Nexus. Ideally, Clem just goes after every single pylon. They're quick to kill. The opponent would have to get back over here to rebuild pylons. That's an investment no matter what at this stage. Clem's building a Banshee and Cloak. There is an Observer, though, so actually a Banshee and Cloak does not win you this game. That one Observer obviously is a big factor, as Clem's supply block needs to work his way out of that if possible. I mean, this is as huge as well, is that if Classic wants to fight, Clem will likely be able to force the fight with SimCity, and Classic is 13 Zealots. Like, he's basically Zealot only outside of the Storms. So SimCity is going to be Classic's worst friend. It's going to be so tough for Classic to take a good fight. It's going to be extremely difficult. This base probably is going to die, so we just land it and drop a mule elsewhere. It's probably the go-to on that one. As we do get rid of a couple of the mines here, but the Zealots actually got hit. So that hurts. Ooh, Clem knows those Zealots are heading to the bottom right, so he's going to try and see if he can actually save this base. I was going to say, I thought he was going to drop and then stim in. He's going to now lift it, but it's actually going to work perfectly because he's going to find these Zealots that do not have any way away from these Marines, so it's going to be a great catch. He knew Classic was going to come for this, which was unnecessary as well because there was a Stalker, and there's no way to really protect this. There's a reasonable Storm, hits all the Marines, but just doesn't do enough just yet. This is one of the scenarios where New Storm really doesn't feel as good, because obviously at this point in the game, like, Old Storm would be so valuable. You're almost guaranteed so much more damage. So in a game like this, where it's low supply, this is where the New Storm definitely is going to feel a little bit worse than what we've had otherwise. As Clem kind of force another Storm out as he's being forced to stay away. But that's only 5 of his Marines. He has more army over to the left-hand side. He has plenty more army even over to the left-hand side, so he's extremely comfortable realistically. A few Marines end up unloading from those medevacs. Banshee's short of cloaked, and I mean, there's not even really anti-air here anyway, so not even sure what we do. We're going to try and drop the Storm down. There was an Observer. Like you say, even if the Observer's here, I don't know if that really changes anything. Clem splits away. Second Storm comes in, stays split. Classic has to GG. Clem just had a little bit more, as one of our crazier games of TVP does go the way of Clem in the end with a 2-1 victory, taking this game 3 and going up, like I say, 2-1. And the best of 5, Clem a map away from winning this series out. Classic looking to try and turn it around. As I'll have to just run a round of ads here, guys, but we've got more StarCraft coming up on the other side with a game 4 of Clem versus Classic going to be played on Pylon. And then after this, of course, tomorrow, we have Creator versus Shin and herO versus the winner of this series in the semifinals. But again, that will be tomorrow. Then there'll be a finals tomorrow as well. Oh, sorry, stretch it out a little bit as we get ready to rumble into game number 4. Just taking a moment for everyone to accept their invite to the game, and then we'll be swapping some players into place and getting ready to go. Beautiful stuff. And thanks for joining us, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, again, usual stuff, hit the follow button, and so we appreciate you doing it. And yeah, honestly, kind of crazy viewership today. Again, like, the viewership's just through the roof. We've got 1,100 on Twitch. We've got almost 600 people watching on YouTube. Like I said, the viewership the last few days has been pretty darn wild. So thank you so much if you've been helping with that, wherever you're watching from. Let's enjoy a game 4. Let's see if Classic gives us 5 games. Let's see if Clem moves to the semis to give us a Terran versus Protoss non-mirror matchup semi-final. Be exciting for tomorrow. I actually think I'd like Clem to win, because I'd like to see Clem herO, and also the chance of maybe, because obviously it's PvZ top side of the bracket, so there's a good chance of PvP finals as well. So yeah, it would be really nice if we could avoid PvP into PvP. So I'm going to be a little bit biased for Clem here, just because I want to avoid the mirror matchup. Sorry, Classic. I mean, Protoss players get shafted by this opinion a lot lately, because there's a lot of Protoss and a lot of Protoss versus Protoss mirror matches. As Clem is our bottom right. Red Terran player up 2-1 in this series. A map away from knocking down and out his opponent. In the top left-hand side, classic is the blue Protoss. We're going to nibble at the SCV. As we get in active early on. We'll go for the TKL camera again, guys. I do prefer to just use other people's cameras. I'm not good at observing. I'm also going to be observing the second tournament of the day, so I will save my observing abilities for that one. But yeah, I'm just not a good observer. And if I don't observe, it means I get more time to just look at the mini-map and just look at what's going on and actually enjoy the game a bit, so... Try the TKL cam for this one. Will Clem go Speed Banshees this game? Could too. I mean, honestly, Speed Banshees are pretty good right now. They are affordable, they are manageable, and they are extremely effective at running around between bases and nipping at the heels of probes. So, would not be the craziest of options as the probe. Heads towards the upper left-hand side. Factory coming through. Reaper on the way up. As we get that going. Yo, what's up, Eric Van de Kemp? Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Eric Van de Kamp, not Kemp. Thank you so much for the gifted membership on the YouTube. Thank you so much for the generosity. It's Ariel. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We settle down. It's going to be having our sentry in the warp gate coming up. Starport, command center, and an SCV coming online as well. As we take a couple of moments, see the adept chasing and shading after the Reaper for a little bit. As yeah, Starport coming through, a couple of Marines coming up, in the command center coming online. Twilight Council, warp gate coming through, and yeah, the adept continuing to shade about, looking for some opportunity here. The Reaper going to pull towards the top side and is going to gather itself in the center and poke toward the natural, where there's going to be a sentry already. So Reaper, sentry nibbling at each other initially. The speed Banshee upgrade faster with the new patch? Faster complete. Yes, you research it more quickly, so it lines up a lot better with kind of actually getting like a Banshee or two out and harassing. So yeah, it just works a little bit nicer if you actually want to use that as an option instead of Cloak, whereas beforehand, Cloak was kind of just like a much more obvious kind of choice. Like speed just took a long time to kick in, and yeah, now it's a little bit more kind of attainable. People have used it a little bit. It's been good when we've seen it, to be honest. It's been good when we've seen it. CC comes on the low ground now, and we'll move to the orbital. Hallucination to check what's up. And Clem just playing Marine Tank Viking. Pretty vanilla combo of 1-1-1 units. Nothing too fancy, nothing too funky. I say Marine Tank Viking. There's a medevac first, but beyond this, it's a Viking and another siege tank. So we'll see what the plan is here. Robo facility coming up from Classic. The gateway and the blink coming up as well. That blink's about halfway done right now. And the medevac just comes boosting across. Siege tank is going to drop down. It's going to see a couple of Marines get to the front. The adept goes down already. Sentry going to go down. Good siege tank shot. Going to land on that as we actually see the battery taking some damage already. Stalker still joining back up together. Battery gets a recharge. So a little bit healthier now to help out. Does get used pretty much straight away. And that tank's still in good position. Going to finish this battery off. Next battery's already healed a little bit. Remember now that recharge is on cooldown. That will be a factor as Classic misclicking his probes, trying to get a couple in the assimilator and pull the majority of his mineral lines. So maybe panicking a little bit under pressure here from Clem. You can see that the Marines are pushing through. The pylon is starting to go down. The Stalkers are going to get battered. The probes are trying to step forward. We are going to see the Stalkers still trying to come in right now. We just see the Marines and the Viking coming back across, and this has been a good trade so far from Clem. Can he keep it going? Tank obviously edging further forward as well. The Viking on the ground does a lot. Ooh, yeah, the Stalkers, you can't... If you're in tank range, you're in trouble, is the reality of the situation right now. there's too much damage output from the Vikings to kind of allow you to take a tank shot and then go from there. The Immortal trying to hit from the high ground couldn't reach. Now does have to come to the low ground instead. Stalker's blink forward, the Immortal taking whacks. And we are going to see a little bit of micro up and down. That Immortal's going to be in a ton of trouble if you've got nothing to protect it. And it will go down. And Classic has struggled against some of these early pushes of Clem today. You see a lot more reinforcements still coming through. That battery's out of energy again. We're going to pull the probes. Tank will siege. I don't mind the tank sieging. I think is going to provide some good shots. And he had time to get it sieged as well. Classic on a final stand in this game. And Clem is going to find himself a win against Classic again. That's not been a common occurrence when they've met in the last 2 to 3 months. But this time around, it will be Classic tapping out. And Clem on the victory screen, taking the 3-1 win and rounding out the quarterfinals of the LIU Cup 46 today. GG's. All right, good job. That was actually a fun series. We got a good one in the end. It was a pretty miserable day of StarCraft until about an hour ago. The last game or two of Rogue and herO was fun, and then the Clem Classic series was pretty good as well. Guys, we are not done. We have got more StarCraft 2 coming for you guys. So, first of all, let's just recap a little bit of what we've seen today and what that means for tomorrow. So tomorrow, we will continue this tournament in the semi-finals. Creator versus Shin and herO versus Clem. So both of those and the finals will be tomorrow. So this is what we're going to be covering tomorrow. If you guys are interested in that, then come right back to the stream. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. And hit that follow button so you can see when we go live in the future with more StarCraft 2 on Twitch and on YouTube. Now, guys, we are not done today just yet. We are going to be also casting this. So, we are going to be going into the OSC Elite Rising Star Top 4, which looks like this. So this has been a big bracket that's been playing out, and we are going to cover the final 4 matches today. In the winner bracket, Art versus Percival. In the lower bracket, Yakov versus Shameless. This tournament is designed around being only accessible to players. There's a set of rules. So, players are ineligible if since 2020 they have placed top 14 in the OSC Annual Championship, qualified for GSL Codes, or top 16 in Europe, NA, Asian, Latin, China in the DreamHack Regional. So, it's basically designed as an up-and-comers tournament. Which is super cool. It's not a super high prize pool, but it's a really cool opportunity for these guys to play a tournament where a lot of the usual guys who would farm cups come along. You know, these guys aren't allowed to play. So as you can see, it's been a really fun bracket. I mean, you see a lot of names that we cast frequently. Nicorrect, I'm actually surprised is out, but he lost to Yakov, who's been looking great lately. Percival is here. I'm glad I didn't have to cast Art versus Art. That would have been a banger. But yeah, this is like an up-and-comers tournament. So we're going to be casting this now. Is the TLDR. We're going to be getting into that very, very soon. But before we do that, I do want to take a few moments to talk about our sponsor of the stream, which is going to be GrabTap. So if you give me just one moment, we're going to talk about that for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to have more StarCraft 2 coming. So if you are going to leave because you just wanted to see the LIU Cup games, I'll see you guys later. If you are excited to see some more StarCraft 2, it's coming up super soon. I just have to do a little bit of a sponsorship spiel for... I just want to check what they asked me to say. Cool, just 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, okay, basically, I just have to tell you guys to go and check it out. So if you guys are on Twitch, you can ! GrabTap in the chat, or it's actually just come up in the chat anyways. And we can take a couple of moments to have a look at this. So GrabTap is a site that allows you guys to play games and earn while you play. And not only that, if you guys check out these games, you can also support my stream as well. So if you go to the GrabTap link, you will come to the Wardy page, and you can see it says play games to support Wardy. And you'll probably notice some of these games in terms of games that we've done sponsorships with before. And this is basically a setup where if you guys check out these games, very similarly to how we've done before, and you get to certain milestones, you will get points, and those points become kind of like, you know, support for me, because you guys are playing the games, and you can actually turn your points into prizes as well. So like I said, there's a lot of these games that we've worked with before. We've done Star Trek Fleet Command a good couple of times. We've done Call of Dragons a couple of times as well. There's some of the others I've seen sponsors for that we've never taken up, like the Monopoly Go I've not actually played, but I've seen a sponsorship for here and there and stuff. Oh, there's some Raid Shadow Legends as well. You guys, you know, you love that. So TLDR, there's a bunch of different games that you guys can check out. Some are available to play on PC, some on Apple, some on Android. And basically, the TLDR is, like I say, you can play whichever of these games you fancy. Each of these games has different things you can reach. So, you can check this one out, for example, and you can earn points from missions. So installing the games gives you 320 points. Leveling up your operations center gives you more points. Open 7 days of the free chest gives you points. And those points add up. Now, these points, again, if you do these sort of missions, they help me on the stream. All of these things have different values to me, basically. So if you're just checking out these games and playing, you will provide me with some money, right? And we turn that money into StarCraft 2 tournaments. We use these sponsorships to put on more StarCraft tournaments in the future. And I mean, we actually really enjoyed when we played Star Trek Fleet Command, which is why I clicked on this one. I thought it was a cool one to look at. But the other thing is, guys, there are rewards for you guys as well. So you actually get rewards too. So these points don't just mean support for me because I'm getting, you know, you guys are going through my link. This also means points for you guys, and you guys can cash in on basically some gift cards, more or less. So you guys can get virtual, you know, debit cards, and just like basically you get $5. Or you can get like gift cards for Just Eat or Amazon, PlayStation, Nintendo eShop, and so on. So TLDR is you guys can play some of these games that we have had in the past on the stream as specific kind of channel sponsors, and specifically here as like, hey, you know, these are sponsors of the channel. But you have a lot more freedom. You're not locked into just playing one. There's a much wider variety of a lot of the kind of missions you can do. Like in the past, like reaching level 5 would be it, but then, you know, nowadays there's a lot more that you can do as well. Well, this one's just leveling up on Marvel Strike Force, but on the Star Trek Fleet Command, there was a few more different options as well. So yeah, Mech Arena is another one we've done as well. So yeah, you can obviously check out the trailers for all these games. You can check out the requirements. It's all there on the site. So if you want to check that out, again, !GrabTap. There's also the QR code that pops up on the side of my screen when we're on the out of game screen. So you guys can check that out as well. And yeah, there's some summaries of the games and stuff, but yeah, TLDR, get in there, support the channel by simply playing some games. I just want to check if there's anything else I need to specifically say, but I think that's a pretty good summary, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's pretty much everything we had to say. So yeah, give it a check out, guys. Like I say, if you like kind of, you know, if you're one of these people that has enjoyed kind of, you know, the sponsors in the past where you kind of download it, you play a few levels, and, you know, you want to help support the stream, you guys can do that. I'm just trying to find out the exact numbers on how you guys support me, or so on and so forth, but I am not clicking the right buttons. Community bonus target. We get money every single time you guys play a game. So literally, you guys just you guys go through my link, you pick one of these games to play, and you play it for like a few minutes, you literally support the stream and help us run more StarCraft 2 tournaments. So literally takes, you know, you literally download, whether again on your mobile or whatever, whichever one you want to do on whichever platform, even just playing a game without even hitting any of the usual goals helps us out, which is obviously amazing. So yes, there's a lot of different ways in which you guys can support, which is awesome. And like I said, like the more you support, the more the numbers mean. I mean, if you do end up playing more of the missions and leveling up further, you guys can do even better with that. So yeah, it's just a free way for you guys to support the stream. Is the TLDR that I've got. So check it out. I think that was a good little explanation of it. The QR code will show up over there as well. We're sponsored for the next 9 days specifically, just for you guys to play any of the games on there. But even after those 9 days, any of the games that go via my GrabTap dashboard still support me. It's just the next 9 days specifically are being tracked as an official sponsor of the channel. So thank you so much for listening to the sponsored content, guys. I appreciate you guys listening in. I'm just going to click clip and send that clip over as the end. Of the usual goals. There we go. Just send that clip over just so I can send it over to the sponsor, guys, so I can make sure I remember to do it first of all. copy? Because you can go from clips into like the VOD as well, right? Or maybe you can't. Well, that was a thing. All right. Anyways, I'll clip added to my stories. No, I don't want to do that. No, no. Twitch, what are you doing? Why would you order stories? Something I clipped. Oh my god. Why would you order? I hate myself. All right. I'm just gonna tell them it was like 3 hours and 38 into this one. All right, 3 hours and 40 minutes into this VOD. How do I delete a story on Twitch? I don't even know. God damn it. I'm so confused. Twitch is getting more and more confusing, I swear. I swear it's getting more and more confusing. Alright, does anyone even look at Twitch stories? Probably not. Probably doesn't matter. All right, let's set up to do some OSC Elite Rising Star, guys. I mean, OSC is also great. I haven't really talked about OSC, but OSC is an amazing kind of tournament series. Anyways, we obviously partner with them to bring you guys the Monday Cups, and they support so many different tournaments. We'll actually probably show you guys the OSC site in a little bit, so I'll probably show you guys that a little bit further down the line. I'm just trying to find my own YouTube stream here so I can change the bracket. YouTube's warning me that I'm clicking my own links. Alright. Throw the bracket command up, and let's get ready to swap into the OSC Rising Star Finals. OSC Rising Star Finals. Perfect. I already have it in my stream title. I just need to edit it a little bit. And let's do a little bit of this, guys. I'm gonna go to Europe because so these games are pre-played. These games are replays. These games were preemptively set up and established. So yeah. These games were pre-played, so I just got to get the replay pack ready. And I have that somewhere. I'm just needing to put it in the right place. Extract here. And you guys just decided to just extract randomly. Yeah, of course you did. Oh no, I got it. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Alrighty, what's up, DJ Crispy? How you doing? Thank you so much. Thank you for the 22-month resub. Appreciate you. I'm just gonna run one more round of yeah, I'm just gonna use one more round of ads just because we're waiting anyway. But we're pretty much ready to get into this. So one thing to note, guys, is that some of these games. I think I've just realized some of these games are pre-patch. I think our first series is pre-patch. Maybe the first 2 series are pre-patch. Maybe. I think. So the storm numbers might be a little bit here and there. We just have to roll with it. So these were maybe played a little a week or so ago. But Yeah, well, we'll check this out. All right, so we're going to start off. Our first series of the day is going to be, let me double check this. Yes, we're going to do Art versus Percival first. So this is from the winner bracket of the Rising Star Elite. Pre-patch PvP. Oh, it's not PvP. Well, it could be PvP if Art loses and Shameless wins. But it's Art for Percival in the winner bracket, so let's just get underway. Let's start off and get into some StarCraft 2. Thank you for your generosity of sitting through some downtime, guys, just while I do the sponsor stuff and get everything set. It's going to take me a little bit of time to go through. And do some things. Perfect. So yes, this is upper bracket finals. And the winner does indeed go to the grand finals, yes. Let's get into it. So again, I'm not... I think this match, guys, is played pre-patch. Obviously, this tournament is... Because it's a big double elim bracket, rather than having everyone play the games out on the same day, it's designed to let everyone participate by you play a match here, you play a match there, you send your replays in. Tournaments like this are always just a little unlucky when you come across the point of the tournament where they cross over with a patch, because then obviously... You play your games, and they're not even necessarily that old, but then, you know, people are like, whoa, it was the previous patch, blah, blah, blah. So, yes, things may not look quite the same, but we can still enjoy some games and some content. Let's get into it and see what's going to happen. YouTube chat now uses your gamer tag instead of your YouTube channel name. I did notice a lot of people today had different tags to usual. So I did think that was kind of interesting. So, yeah, apparently people got some different name tags today. How very fun. I kind of don't mind that, though, because, like, people's YouTube channel names a lot of the time were just their real names and stuff, so I actually thought it was one of the jarring things in YouTube chat a lot of the time. Anyways, let's get into some StarCraft 2, and so we've got 4 more best of 5s to cover for you guys. We're starting off with this Art, Pink Protoss top left corner versus Percival, Blue Terran bottom right-hand corner matchup here, which is also going to feature an engineering bay going down onto this natural expansion to start us off. I gotta say, this is actually kind of a cool group of players. I think Yakov, Shameless, great, you know, up-and-comers in Europe. Percival, great up-and-comer from Korea. And then Art has always been, this is the Polish Art. He's always been a good challenger that doesn't always have all the time in the world to play SC2 and doesn't always try, like, the full-time competitive or anything. But man, sometimes when I see Art, he's always really impressive as well. So excited to see what he brings out today, coming up against Percival. What's up, Gorgeous Killer, as well? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you very much. Appreciate you big time. You are awesome. And yeah, thank you for helping us to keep on StarCraft 2. Appreciate you. YouTube's always changing. It's, I mean, I think YouTube is still, to some extent, trying to figure out how they want streams to work. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I feel like YouTube's been pretty good, though. Like, people, I mean, I always got kind of worried about the way... I still think YouTube's kind of a weird thing where it's like, more so than like, promoting your channel, it promotes, like, that VOD or that stream. So, like, if the algorithm likes you that day, congratulations, your stream does well. That doesn't necessarily mean your channel's going to do well the next day, you know? So, but having, like, you know, your YouTube is kind of just an overall thing that you do, I think, as a bonus, I think it works pretty nicely, to be honest, so... Anyway, we get settled down as we go into game number 1 of this best of 5. As the sentry comes up, the warp gate comes through, and Nexus is building, and we just take a few moments here with the command center dropping from Percival in the natural expansion, and that bunker is going to finish up at the front as well. So pretty safe from him, just making sure nothing crazy happens super early on. Now you might wonder, hey, what the hell is this map? This is Gold Nora. So part of the thing with OSC tournaments is that OSC tournaments are played on the OSC Extended map pool. So this is actually the full ladder map pool with 3 maps extra. So the 3 maps extra for this season, these get voted on by some organizers and casters and also the players that participate the most in OSC events. It's Hecate, Ancient Cistern, and Gold Nora. So you'll notice a couple of maps during this tournament, during the rest of these games today, which are older maps from previous map pools. I actually kind of like it. OSC just kind of saying, hey, let's have a little bit of a bigger map pool and bring back some of the old classics. And you actually get surprised how much you see them. Players do not mind bringing these back and kind of getting them going. It's kind of a funny juxtaposition, though, because obviously we've had... we've just been doing brand new maps last week for the Team Liquid map contest. And then, you know, we just had a couple days of doing normal maps, the current ladder map pool maps, and now we're going to have OSC, which is mostly the current ladder map pool maps, but with a sprinkling of actually older maps as well. So we're really going, you know, future maps, old maps, past maps, where we're casters of StarCraft 2 on maps of all time frames. As we get this going. These are voted on by the players. Yep, voted on by the players, community. I think anyone involved with OSC gets a vote. Like, so if you cast OSC events, you also get to vote. At least I'm pretty sure I got to vote on them one time. I haven't voted on them in a long time, but I feel like I got asked to once when we were doing a lot of OSC stuff. Maybe it is just the players, but yes, it is voted on by people who are part of the OSC community, which is the majority of people because OSC runs so much and gets integrated with so much in the StarCraft 2 scene. So, yeah, always love OSC. A lot of the time, guys, you'll hear about OSC toward the end of the year because you'll hear about the OSC Annual Championship, which is in, it's like 11th year or something now. And that's what we usually cast in January. Usually in January we're very busy because we end up casting the majority of the OSC Championship, which features all the players that have accumulated OSC points over the year. They get seeded into this massive championship bracket based on their performance in all the events throughout the year. And then it's just straight up double elimination. There's a couple more rounds of like group stages and stuff to qualify into the championship bracket, but it's a really cool tournament. We've casted it every year since like 2019 or 2018. It's one of my favorite tournaments of the year because it's always there, it's consistent. It's kind of like under the radar in the StarCraft 2 scene. Like a lot of people don't know anything about it, but it's actually kind of a big deal. So I always love casting the OSC Championship when January comes around. It's always like a nice post-Christmas vacation kind of like, oh, we got this coming up. That's going to fill a bunch of days this month. Until someone decides to run a big event in January, and then it becomes utter chaos. But yeah, it's fun. We do see, not just everything about this is getting a little bit wacky straight away. So we're going to see mech from Persal. Again, I think this series is old patch, which means that battle mech was kind of the thing, right, towards the end of the old patch. So if that's the case, then this is going to be some battle mech, and obviously Cyclones are a little bit bugged still, so their Magfield Accelerator cooldown, sorry, not Magfield Accelerator, their lock-on cooldown is going to be a little bit faster, so we did see a little bit of successful mech back on the, you know, very tail end of this patch, so not too surprising to see this be the case here today, as the factory sets up a couple of Hellions, the Banshee on the way through. We do see in the middle there, the couple of Banshees actually going to grab themselves a Stalker KO. So that Stalker goes down, the Armory is still building, and a couple of depots will come into place as well on the natural. The Stalker's pulling about, Observer on the way, as we continue to get settled in for now. And yeah, Magfield Accelerator and the Cyclone continues to come up just for the moment, so we are going to just continue to see this mech play. Colossus being out from Ard as he's getting bullied a little bit by these Banshees right now, so Banshee's actually getting some work done, so they're able to succeed right from the get-go. And again, that Magfield Accelerator is still coming through. We got a couple more of those probe kills, and the Banshees do take a chance to jump out over to the right-hand side. We'll be seeing the Stalkers actually do, though, jump onto those Banshees. When we saw a lot of this battle mech stuff, we did see typically actually more than just 2 Banshees, and a lot of the time Hyperflight Rotors. Percival has not opted for that here in this opening game, so we're not going to see that Hyperflight Rotors just yet or anything of that sort. It is just going to be a focus on the mech units coming through over these next few moments as Zealot Stalker gathers up in the front of the 3-base setup, and we get ready to potentially go fighting to the other side. Take a few opportunities to knock our way through some rocks. And obviously knock those rocks down. We are going to see a 4th base coming up over here as well, so that's going to be Art taking the chance to get into a 4th base just nice and quickly, nice and easily, not going to get too delayed on that. Storm and the Blink still coming online. Again, Magfield Accelerator and that Infernal Pre-Igniter both being upgraded at the moment. Getting those online, getting those brought through. And like I say, very excited to actually see how this mech army is going to turn out in the end. As a couple High Templar get warped in, that Storm and the +1 attack upgrade coming up also. Blink over halfway done. And Art just sat out the front of this currently 3-base kind of setup. I mean, I only say out the front of the 3-base because his 4th is off over to the side. Man, I kind of forgot about Golden Aura. This map was so popular when it got played a lot, and it's just like, I look at it now, I'm like, why does it seem so unfamiliar? And I don't know if it's just so like, I don't know why I thought this map was so I mean, I guess it's just, I think the big thing about this map was just you could get, it was one of the first maps where your 4th base was on the same layer as your 3rd and your natural. So you have to have a attack up a ramp at any point to basically attack into those bases. This is not a super old map. It's a couple map pools ago, or thereabouts. So, yeah, it was kind of interesting. It's probably more than a couple map pools, and I'm forgetting how much StarCraft has passed, but the concept of time is not an easy one to keep a hold of a lot of the time. Anyways, Hellion Cyclone will be taking an opportunity to move towards the upper side here. A couple of medevacs on the way, the Hellions are still coming out, and the Cyclone and vehicle weapon upgrade will build as well. So bringing this straight through as the Hellions get to the top. Again, a couple of Cyclones available nearby. We get rid of a few probes already. As we have the Nexus there, is going to be up for grabs as well. The Colossus stepping over, 2 of them together. Hellions morphing into Hellbats, siege tanks firing away. Storms onto the tech units here, and we're going to drop another couple Stormers down. Zealots from the other side, looking to play the big old surround, and right now those other couple of Zealots continue to chase through. The Prism gets chased away, but this is Percival's army backing up. Now, he kills 8 workers. He killed the 3rd base. How much army does he kill off? I think, honestly, a very significant amount, as Art chases him away, but on 42 army supply to the 66, I can't imagine Art can fully counterattack here. Losing the base is obviously extremely expensive, and I get the feeling that Art is probably going to be pretty... I mean, I'm pretty sure Art's just going to try and send this, but I'm not sure he'll see much success, which is probably why he's also building his base. So he's like, I feel like I got to try and attack, but he's also expecting this to not work, so he's like, okay, well, I got to have a backup plan just in case, you know. A lost shot coming through, the couple of Zells get turned around, a few more laser beams just coming in, and the command center will take some hits as well. So a little bit of back and forth ensuing right now, but Art does not commit up into that, and Percival will lock his 4th place down into position. I like where Percival's at. It's been a solid game for him so far. It's put him into a pretty comfortable position here up until now, as we do still have a robotics facility, gateway, 2 Nexus, all coming through. The +2 attack upgrade is on the way out as well, so just getting that +2 operational here on the Forge. And yeah, +2 vehicle weapons also building on the armory, so we get that going also. As on the top right-hand side, these few Hellions are going to come through. Blue Flame is good to grab a probe kill. Cyclones, medevacs over to the left side here, going to take the chance to step forward. We are going to be seeing 4 probes going down as the couple Stalkers in the back are going to clean up a couple of Hellions, so we knock those down as well. The Hellbat Cyclone Force still looking to try and push on through at the moment, so we're going to try and get itself into the front. A couple of Mortals building about, the Stargate is coming online. Again, Viking, Cyclone, Hellion continues through as the siege tanks produce as well, so we just have a little bit of army here, the siege tank production to really hold the backbone of this and to really kind of hold down, lock down positions, and really make this army be able to just kind of stand on the map and be very effective when you do that. Another storm just coming straight through. The army going to be held back once again. The army pulls back up from Art. I mean, he's doing a good job of stopping Percival from just running straight into his position, his base position, and kind of knocking down the 3rd base once more. So just trying to stay clear of that for a little while. As we do have the army going to try and head up the left, and we are going to get into reach of this base. I mean, again, there's too many siege tanks, and the tanks are quite far back. But Art was just down the right side, and Percival is going to find his way up and into position here. And a couple of Colossus are already laser beaming their way through. Going to drop a couple of Storms down to try and force this back. A couple of the Vikings taking some damage to that as the Colossus will pull back a game a little bit further. As you can see, a couple of workers going down. Again, obviously, those Storms don't last as long, guys. This was played pre-patch, it seems, so yes, Storm doesn't last as long. And a couple of mentions about it being Mech. Again, Mech, this was kind of when Mech was kind of having its highlight just before the patch came around as well, because that Cyclone was still a bit better than it is nowadays. So yeah, just a quick note on that is we do have the rest of this army still coming through. The Hellions, as Hellbats are going to really kind of zap down the Zealots quite nicely. The Vikings still trying to get in after those Colossus. Still seeing the Vikings still trying to come through there. We are just going to be seeing the Hellbats, the Cyclones still stepping up. Viking will get that low HP. Colossus actually got the shot off. I thought he was going to go down before it, but it doesn't happen. +3 attack upgrade, the Shadow Stride, a bunch more High Templar. I like where Art is going, and actually that fight helps him to even the supplies up. This time you don't lose your third base as well. Just, by the way, this is actually a 4 HP Nexus that lives through this, so O is just about able to stay alive. Meanwhile, you take a 5th base top right as well, so you've got economy going up over here. And Persal is going to be invited toward a 5th base of his own, so these guys will... 1, 2, 3, 4... 6th base of his own, but that command's coming up. He's already on 5 bases himself. Yeah, I forget how Golden Aura, you glance at, you're like, oh yeah, that's a 3 or 4 base setup, right? It's actually, nope, that's 5 bases. Like, ah! Very macro laid out map. The maps that usually make it into this kind of extended OSE map pool are very macro-y because they're the ones that people played a good amount of, which means they're the kind of more standard macro-y maps. They're the ones that, you know, people kind of agree on voting in as well, because obviously if it's a bit quirky or only good for one race, it probably doesn't make it in, so... Couple units coming around. Just gonna see that Observer getting picked off. The Cyclone's able to grab it. There's a couple more Mortals coming through. And we do have the, again, Hellion Cyclone still coming up from Percival, so plenty of numbers coming in from over there. Plus 3 vehicle weapons on that armory. And the Zealots on the right-hand side going after the command center for a few moments. It's going to find a kill, not a cancel. So it's going to be some resources lost unnecessarily. Percival doesn't move out of base 6, which I think is fine. 5 bases is very comfortable for him currently. And if you go for the 6th base, it's going to stretch you out even more thinly. But yes, you're maxed out right now, but I just don't think you need to take the 6th base too soon. We'll see what this next push entails, though. We'll see what he sort of aims for, where he directs himself to. You start to push up that right-hand side. Meanwhile, other units come smashing their way through the center. Couple of Zals getting turned around there pretty quickly. Cyclone's locking on. The Hellions coming through. Couple of shots still coming in as our Stalkers will take a bit more damage. The Immortals also taking some hits. Storm's on that ramp, trying to keep this army from pushing forward. And do not get toward the base. A lot of the High Templar trailing on that army on the retreat. Very scary, but they get to the background now and will not be as threatened as they were just before. Getting to a Mothership, getting to Tempest. A lot of the Stargate stuff might have been nice earlier, but this was a game where, you know, Art was definitely set behind and is definitely not being able to just kind of do what he wants. So the fact he can get to some of the higher tech Stargate stuff now feels great. But you may say, hey, is that not a bit late? And yeah, I'd probably agree with you. It may be a bit late, but it's been kind of that scenario where it's like we haven't had much choice because he's been bullied. He has been behind at points of this game. So I just don't think he's been able to get there otherwise. Army pulling back. Tempest, Mothership, +1 air weapons coming through. The Mothership will pop out and make its way around the main base and look to join up with that army, I imagine, unless we have some crazy recall plays planned out for this one. Tactical Siege, the probes taking damage. It's going to be seeing our Hellbats taking some shots. We're just going to be seeing a couple of High Templar getting hit. And the Tempest coming through, the +1 air weapons coming online as well. Soul Viking still coming through, the Cyclone coming over. I see a couple of those Zealots taking some damage there. We are going to have ourselves the army trying to come back the other way. We're going to try and collapse in on this right now. Don't know if I love this for Art. Again, the Hellbats are pretty tanky. The tanks are in good position. They're doing a lot of work before a lot of units even get forward. Time Warp now dropping down. So the ship is going to be activating and just helping wherever possible. And actually, Percival's supply dropping a lot toward the tail end here. I did not like that fight for Art at first, but he actually sweeps through. As the first fight, it really feels like Art has truly won in this game. There's been a lot of fights that have been back and forth and kind of even across the board. This one Art really does win on, and he's actually going to break through toward the base as well. Can Persal get enough up to push this back the other way now? Tempest coming through, the Prism coming up. The Thor and the Vikings on the way. Cyclone coming through as well. The army collects on the Watchtower. I'm just going to be seeing our army still collecting in. Prism and the Tempest coming through too. And we continue to step on forward. Viking Cyclone just going to settle down off to the side. 7 probes going down over here as the Hellions get busy on that mineral line. 10 workers going down. It's a nice little run by. Still worried about the fact that Art's obviously found his way to be maxed out in this game, and Percival is not going to be able to do too much about that. So Art coming straight across over that right-hand side, looking for the push. Looking for that shove. Couple Hellions moving into the Hellbats. The Vikings get jumped on. The Tempests are going to be firing. Nicely plays Storm in the Time Warp to try and take advantage of it as well. Art just has too much and looks like he is going to have Golden Aura in his favor. GG's. Art is going to take game number 1. Alright, game number 1 goes the way of Art here, guys. It'll take us a moment just to get this next game sorted out because we have to go through a weird screen or two, so it takes a moment. Alright guys, 1 second. Get logged back in and we'll get into game number 2. Yeah, I think mech was a bit of a coping mechanism for Terran players towards the end of the last patch, guys. I don't know if that's something which we're going to continue seeing, to be honest. Let's get going. Alright, let's get into game number 2, guys. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to start off with our pink Protoss player, who does take the opening game of the upper bracket finals in this Rising Star event. It is going to be Art, our pink Protoss. As in the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be Persal. There's going to be an early probe across the map here on Tokamak, so we are going to have the pylon and into... Are we going to double gateway? Have we just seen this in Classic versus Clem, and we're just going to, funnily enough, see it again here? It could be a single gateway, but I think it's going to be 2. That's so funny. That is so funny that we literally just saw this in another tournament. And these games were obviously played a little while ago because they're not current patch. And then we're going to see it again right now. That is so... That's genuinely amusing. That's actually crazy. I can't believe it. Alright, madness as we get up and running and into game. I just can't believe we're seeing something we just saw before. That's so strange. Or do you know that in PvZ, Pro has something like 68% win rate in pro play on the new patch? I mean, I don't think that's true. If I think that's true, it's because there's basically no games played. Like, it's 68% in what we've watched, like, and, like, Solar and Shin haven't played in anything yet because they can't play. Cyril hasn't played any games. Reynor's played, like, two ZVPs. It's probably, like, numbers like that don't exist in Pro StarCraft 2. Like, the game is not so unbalanced that the game is like, usually in StarCraft 2, unbalanced, noticeably unbalanced, is like 56, 57%, you know? So I don't think it's that shifted. The problem is that the Zergs don't have a lot of reasons to play still, and the Zergs don't play a lot in general, so it's really hard to really base anything off of win rate in a world where the Zergs just don't play enough to give us those numbers. And a lot of the Zergs that do play, it's like your Yakovs and your lower tier Zergs taking on like the players who are playing like heroes and stuff, right? So I don't know if win rates are going to mean much of anything right now, to be honest. So anyways, a couple of Zealots and a couple of Stalkers. Not going to do much. Defense on the high ground from Persal is pretty good initially. Tech Lab going to come up into the factory. Just going to be seeing the couple of Marines coming out on a reactor as well. Just going to get that going. Again, Command Center, Cyclone, couple of Marines coming through the Twilight Council. Going about initially. I'm just going to be seeing that Twilight Council building, like I say. So everything looking pretty normal behind this, just not that effective of the first Zealots and Stalkers. Not able to get too much done here as that Twilight Council builds up. Currently about halfway done. The Nexus about halfway along as well. Warp Gate coming through. And yeah, it's going to be having our Nexus coming up on the natural, but this is a high ground CC from Percival. It's going to finish nice and on time. And with the Cyclone out, he's going to start pushing this back, so a very comfortable push away. And scary, because if you do lose position on this map, you lose these two gateways, and that's going to put you in a very weak position here as Art. So, got to be a little bit careful right now as these Marines... Oh, this is amazing for Percival. Disaster for Art. That is going to be absolutely huge. Cyclone will go in after the Stalker as well, as the blink comes up and we continue to go. Island goes down, a couple of Warp Gates settle down as well, the Marines and the Cyclone coming through. We just have our blink coming up and online, getting that finished up in the next couple of moments. Again, Siege Tank Marines, Medevac coming in, and we do have a refinery building. A lot of units from Percival heading down to the bottom left corner, as the army just settles down over there. So a lot of units pushing over. Ready to hit this natural. I mean, I don't blame him. There's 4 army supply for Art in this game right now. This is a bit of a doom situation as the Siege Tank, the Cyclone, doing a good job hitting those couple of Stalkers. The battery going to be taking some damage as well. Battery will go down. Nexus taking some hits. Tank firing. Cyclone stepping up. And can we possibly save this natural? I mean, Blink's going to be done if we dive on the tank. I mean, right now... Okay, well, we're going to lose the Nexus. Marines will finish off. I mean, I just killed probes, no? I don't even think we... I mean, I guess you don't need to kill probes because you've actually killed the Nexus already, so... Kill Stalkers, I mean, it's a pretty good cleanup from Art. It's just too late. Like, the Nexus dying is obviously extremely bad for you, so... Getting the cleanup on the army is, yeah, as a yay, but it's a yay with a side of... It really doesn't matter, you know? You're celebrating nothing. Because I guess cleaning up the army maybe gives you a chance to run across the map and cause trouble. But you're down the Nexus, and that's going to severely haunt you for the rest of this game. It's going to be very tough. Marines join in. Stalkers going to get the SCV. A couple of Marines going down. A couple of... well, Tank and the Banshee still coming up. Marines will hit the Stalkers as well. We got a few SCVs and a few units, but we're not going any further than that, right? Tank on the natural now should siege, and we should be very safe here. Banshee coming up as well. I could imagine some Marine Tank Banshee shove to end this game on a follow-up attack from Percival. Actually has a Banshee across the map, but that is going to be after not much at all. Just going to get pushed away. can't believe these gateways are still alive. Like, Percival had the chance to knock these down, and I think knocking those down would have been better than anything else he could have done. Because yes, okay, yes, killing the natural is amazing, but imagine these two gates aren't up. If you kill these two gates and then run across the map, then how does he ever have the Stalker count to defend the natural, right? So you probably get the natural anyway because there's no production left. Or it's one gateway instead of 3. That's a big deal breaker, no? So I feel like maybe killing those gates off should have been a bit more of a priority from Percival. Letting those kind of live through just feels like you give Art a chance to kind of get some more units out. Not that, like I say, I'm cherry picking because at the end of the day right now, it really is like, you know, at the end of the day, it's still a winning scenario for Percival. Just wondering if it was a closer situation, if getting after those gates straight away would have just been so much better and maybe the priority at first. Kind of fascinating to see, obviously, the difference in that Clem Classic game from, like, literally an hour ago versus this Percival Art game, and just how much less Art was able to do against a fairly similar defense of the Terran. Banshees peel over to the side again. Magfield, couple Cyclones all coming up. We get the Engineering Bay coming in on the natural as well. A few Stalkers joining together. Storm in the charge coming online. And Percival is going to throw down factories again. Well, I mean, we expect that, right? We already saw the extra factories. We already know it's mech. I'm just kind of laughing that it is mech, right? Like you say, it's kind of amusing for me. I had no idea this was old patch when I loaded the games up today. I had no idea we were going to be casting some old patch. So again, I might be a little bit off on saying a couple things as well, because in my head we're already playing with a certain set of rules, and this is a bit of a rewind into the past from my point of view. There's two Banshees here. We'll take that effort and go after the pylon, look to clear that out. And if we clear that out, to obviously open the chance to go across the map and get some damage done as well. You have Storm and Charge both building right now here from Art, so you do have some good upgrades coming online. It's just you're, again, horribly, horribly behind. Third base just finishing, you're down 10 workers, and honestly, if this was Bio, we probably would be across the map ending the game already as Percival. The fact it's mech, I think as soon as he has Magfield, he might go across the map and try and end the game as well. Like this does not feel as though it's a game that needs to go on too much longer, right? This is a game that looks as though it's going to be done sooner rather than later. Magfield coming up, the Cyclones and the +1 vehicle weapons coming in. A couple Stalkers, Gates, the +1 attack upgrade coming through. Banshees get feedback stormed. I mean, that's one way to push them back. We're actually going to kill them both. We are. Don't really care about the Banshees, to be honest. I'm looking at this mech army and I'm thinking, let's go end this game. Get into game 3, because, yeah, I mean, we are almost double the supply here from Percival. He is, yeah, he's just had a very, very comfortable early game. Yeah, let's just kill these gateways, because we just keep seeing them get repowered. Let's just actually kill them off is probably a better approach than anything else right now. We do grab a couple of those. We see the Stalkers coming back around over on that right-hand side and looking to get up in toward the third base position. Hellions, Hellbats, Cyclones, Marines joining up together. There's a couple Medivacs there as well, as we'll continue to push the Stalkers back the other direction. So Stalkers being shoved away just for the moment. A couple of the Archons coming through. The Stalker and the +1 still building. We do get a KO on one of those Stalkers, and we head ourselves down to the bottom left-hand side right now. Cyclones will lock. We will take our chance to knock through this base. Here's our army push that I was asking for, and yeah, first Storms will do quite a bit of damage initially. We have a few more Storms left. But the tanks in the back are going to zone nicely. Again, the Storm's honestly pretty good. Couldn't ask for much more than that in terms of Storm, as we do see this army continuing to set on through. So yeah, we're just gonna run straight over to the other side, knock down these bases. From here you can knock down that bottom right base, but honestly just attacking the third is nice because you're basically forcing the Protoss army that is tiny to fight against you, right? And then that's kind of what you want. One more Storm. Hellbat's still chasing. The Templar's in trouble. Zelds are going to come through. They're going to try and punch forward. Stalker's coming in from that right-hand side, and again, we can't possibly be far away from this being cleaned up. GG says Art, and Percival will take game number 2 of this best of 5, and we get tied up 1-1 in these upper bracket finals. So yeah, upper bracket finals, of course. So best of 5, upper bracket final, winner to the grand final today. Very exciting stuff. As we'll just take a moment, guys, to get reset into game number 3, because I just have to relog in because of them being old replays. It logs me out every time. Logs me out, tries to make me log in on NA when I was on Europe. It's like, hey, can we just remember anything? Battle.net, Blizzard, StarCraft? Can we make this a more convenient process? No, it won't happen. Is this a rerun? No. These games were played a little bit preemptively, though. That's why it's old patch. But this is the first time they're being broadcasted as part of the final. Basically, because of the way the tournament works, you basically play your matches, submit the replays. So the first 2 matches we see are probably from like a week before the next 2 matches that we see, and then all 4 matches are being waited on to then put out the final day of this Rising Star tournament. So it's not it wouldn't really matter if it wasn't for the fact there was a patch. Because there was a patch, obviously it's a little bit awkward, but at the end of the day, there's not really much we can do about that. So no, it's not a rerun. But these games are replays. But it's the first time they've ever been seen. So yeah, it's a little bit like I say, a little bit of an odd situation where, like I say, this running a tournament in this format is usually 99% of the time fine, especially in modern day StarCraft. It's just unfortunate the very end of it has overlapped the the very end of it has overlapped the timing of a rare patch in SC2. I don't know why the screen. Oh, the screen's gonna be black every time we go in game the first time because I have to relog into StarCraft every time. I was like, why is it doing that? But yeah, that's why. Ah, annoying. They were seen when they were played by the players? Yes, but that should not impact your knowledge of how these games went. Which was kind of the point. So yes, they've been seen by the players. But they've never been broadcast anywhere. In the top left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the pink Protoss player. This is going to be Art. And he is going to get proxied this time. As in the bottom right-hand side, the blue Terran player, bringing some feistiness to this matchup, is going to be Persal. I say feistiness because, yeah, it's his turn to proxy, apparently. That probe missed this as well. Yeah, did not go over to the far left-hand side, so we will see 2 barracks build. And the probe, at least an early scout, will... Yeah, they will make this a... He will make this an early scout, so you will see no barracks in the main, so you can have a little bit of a reaction based on that. Probe trying to play the block on the gas for a second. SCV pulls away after a few nibbles. Nothing too scary just yet. It's going to be Reapers out of the barracks, so that's going to be Percival's attempt to try and get himself into a little bit of a lead early in this matchup. SCV chasing the probe around for a couple moments there. Probe pulls back. SCV pulls away. And yeah, we're going to see multi-Reapers producing on the other side. So quite aggressive, and actually, you'd be surprised. I'm often surprised by how much these Reapers can do in the early game of a TVP. Like, you know, especially when they're proxy, they arrive so soon. And multiple Reapers can actually trade decently with some of the early gateway units as well. If you have enough of the Reapers quickly enough, which in this case you will. So... well, yeah, interesting. The Zealot Maid is actually kind of a big deal because it forces the Reaper to constantly be moving. You can't just kind of stand still and do your thing. That mineral line's a very baiting kind of area. You do not want to run there. Okay, well, that's a dead Reaper. No? Ooh. I guess he had a good angle to get away on the left side. Taking the Zealot shot isn't pretty dope, but yeah, that was a bit of a bait into the mineral line. You don't want to get the probes pulled in and then lose the Reaper. Obviously, that would be a little bit of a disaster, as they say. Next is coming through. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up. We add on a probe. The Reapers will hop to the high ground where Stalker and Zealot will say, hello, how are you doing? And the Reapers will say, we're doing great. Bam, 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 bam. And they will eat their way through all of those units. Escaping away back into the center. So just getting back up over there. Command center coming through. Factory about to finish. Bunker on the way. SCV building. And yeah, Stalker and the Warp Gate building up. Twilight Council coming online. Just following these Reapers is the most exciting thing going on. The barracks are flying home. Twilight Council is producing. Our next is about to be done. Command Center going to be done soon. That's a probe just coming down the low ground. Nice little poke in. Sees no units. Gets a catch on the worker. Good little grenade pops the stalkers, but will not mean too much overall. It's going to be a while until, obviously, the Twilight is done and hence Blink will be finished. So it takes a little while to kind of catch up in that regard, perhaps. We'll swap to the tech lab, and obviously we have got multiple barracks from earlier. Now we're actually going to add on extra barracks though, and that means we are going to play ByuN for this game 3. So moving away from some of the mech armies which we've seen Percival going for up until now. We just come to the low ground. There's going to be a pylon here we can grab and get rid of immediately. Again, the Banshee, Marines, and Cloaking all coming up. Add a barracks on as well. Bring that into play. Blink and Robo Facility coming through as well. So a lot of that coming online right now. We add on those probes. We get all of that going into the bottom left. This Reaper continues to hunt and to try and see what else is going on. Finds a probe over here as well, so nice little hidden probe actually going to get caught. Good shutdown. Again, just splitting those Reapers up, looking for any proxies, looking for anything weird. You know, a nearby gateway or anything coming up to enable aggression from Art. You have the Reapers and you've had your opponent kind of pinned back, so why not get them split up? Why not get that information? Why not make sure you are as safe as possible in this situation compared to what you could be otherwise? Robotics Facility finishes on the main, and we straight away go into the Observer, which is immediately going to be useful from the incoming Cloaked Banshees, which we can see on the map, and the first Banshee even heading across the other side. I thought it had Hyperflight for a moment, but it was just in the edge of a speed zone here on Maganatha. Game 3 of this best of 5 in the upper bracket finals, OSC Elite Rising Star. Today we will crown a champ of this, again, cool tournament format with the players eligible only being players who have not seen kind of success at the bigger stage, you know. It really does make for a cool list of players. Like, these are the players we oftentimes see, like, you know, filling up the last portions of a WardiTV tournament or so. And we see some cool games from them here or there, and now they all get matched against each other. It's a very cool format. I like it a lot. It's not something I can invest my money or time into, but I love that it happens. And shout out to OSC, who, again, really do kind of continue to push a lot of things that are just not the norm, you know? Do things that are very exciting, get everybody included. They fill a lot of the gaps in the modern-day StarCraft GC, honestly, given a lot of the lower league, not quite pro players chance. I say lower league, I mean just, you know, not as good as the pros. A lot of these really good players chances to participate, compete, and be competitive as well, rather than just kind of, you know, entering a group stage and getting, you know, 3-0'd or something. Banshees have a good time with 6 kills, make it 7 at the end. I don't think that's mega crazy. 7 probes feels very you know. It's decent, but it's not. Like I say, it's not super wild. We see +1 stim coming through, Temple Archives and Gateways building on the side here of Art. So we get that coming up. A similar, the armor upgrade coming through, and the charge is going to be finishing shortly as well as the reactor just building up on this factory. And we have a lot of bio units going to take a chance to step in toward the middle of the map. Bio tank is on the way across just to begin with here. So you see the few stalkers are going to be coming over, and ooh, stalkers actually blink toward the top side. Get rid of that first tank, but because of the stim, I think that's a mistake. I think if there was no stim here and you get a tank, you start walking away fine. But because stim is available, it does so much damage. And as you can see, a lot of those stalkers taking heavy hits. A lot of them push the other way. And that leaves you in a little bit of a tough position where you didn't really want that to happen the way it did. And that leaves you as Art a few stalkers less than what you probably expected to have at this point in time. As unfortunate as that may be. ByuN still looking to shove up the left side. We're going to drop a recall. Is that what I heard? A recall? Maybe I didn't. Oh, I think he recalled the stalkers to the main base. Yes, okay. I was like, I'm sure I heard a recall. ByuN units are going to step up, but no stalkers here yet. First battery will go down. Second battery, an easy target for Marauders. Art sends themselves around the right side, maybe looking to flank in on this position. Come down this ramp and fight on through, as we do have an Immortal being added, the armor upgrade coming up, a few extra Zealots coming in, and a couple of Marauders trying to do their thing as well. Here come the Zealots from the right-hand side. They're going to step through. ByuN going to have to start pulling back here immediately. As we are going to try and use the siege tanks to absorb some of this zealot damage, which is not an uncommon move, just to try and keep your ByuNs alive as long as possible. In the end, these ByuNs do pull back, and they're going to have reinforcements, which is why they're comfortable to unload. The zealots decide to commit in on top of this, and we actually have to reload those units up. And I actually do think that those zealots were right to kind of chase there. They actually had the better setup and the better numbers and a good enough surround to be a concern and a problem. Very nicely handled, I would say, on the side of Persal. I think he did this very well so far. Now pushing out into the upper left-hand side. A couple of Widow Mines will continue to burrow. The Cluster Shells coming up. Viking Marauder coming through. Ghost Academy in production as well. Oh, High Energy Templar goes down. That's unfortunate. I think that one had 2 storms on it, while the rest only have the 1. So a little bit of a lost opportunity there for Art, who is actually getting bullied a bit right now. His zealots aren't really doing enough damage. Again, blown up by mines, softened up, and the Bio Army in general is able to hold its ground and do very well at continuing to trade out with that. So not a bad situation in the slightest here as we do knock down that Observer. Got another Ghost still just on the way through, bringing that up. And again, the Immortal and the +1 at a Robo Bay is going to be a lot of what comes up next. As all Medivacs take that chance to boost up over this Nexus. And you see, actually, oh, that is a Nexus. They'll drop a few units there. A lot of the units move in. If that's a big commitment to the right side, maybe the other part of this army can run in over on the left. I wouldn't have minded some of these Medivacs continuing to boost through to the main base as well. We are going to run up the left side, but some units already peeling back over here. I don't think this is going to do too much. Persal is taking an army supply lead, double army to his opponent, but he's also kind of split up in such a way he doesn't really have a lot of power in one place. I'm not sure if he can really break through just yet. I mean, this position becomes a lot better with no High Templar with energy being there, and also no Zealots for a moment or two. Really gives you an opportunity. We target fire down a bunch of Stalkers, and it goes very well. That becomes a very expensive trade, and that obviously opens the lift and dive in elsewhere, because now you can't get jumped on. And meanwhile, we're still trying to get work done over here. Actually finds the EMP with that Ghost that was maybe in some trouble to drop into the main base. A lot of units rotating actually from the left side over to the right, so maybe as we bait units into the main, we unload down to the low ground again, and we make a real bid to kill off this base. Widow Mines do get burrowed up. The Zealots move past that. The Widow Mine's going to land on Immortals. Bang, bang. 2 Immortals taking hits. One of them took the double hit, so actually very low after that. Makes it an easy target. High Templar EMP, so they do not have Storm available. One Storm comes in. I think that was a recharge on that one High Templar. Widow Mine's going off again. Still softened up this army as Persal keeps the pressure up and keeps attacking right on into this 4th base. We win this fight. Obviously, we're in a great position because you'll have knocked down the army and you'll get the base straight after, but we start to push back as Art chases this away to the right side, and he will have some pressure to put back to the other direction. He will have Percival on the run for a few moments. Now an Archon goes down, another EMP into the center of this force. They're going to try and chase forward. The Immortal goes down, another Widow Mine available. The Zealot's getting blasted again, but I think we're running out of Terran units. We might need a larger round of reinforcements to really keep this up. We're attacking forward with 2 Immortals. Sorry, 2 Marauders and 2 Ghosts at the moment. And now it's just 2 Ghosts that left into the Medivac to play the retreating game. No reinforcements arrived. Crazy. Primo Zealots get warped in. The army pulling back down the bottom right side. Pulling away right now. Gathering up. Marine Marauder Viking coming through at an armor upgrade as well. Big push to the top. A little drop in the main. I like this as well. A couple mines going to soften up the Zealots if they come through, and that's going to make it easier to stick around with these units, although there wasn't really any kind of follow-up bulk, right? The 2 Ghosts are maybe a bit overkill. A few more Marines and Marauders there, that's probably a good drop. That's a high energy Templar. Maybe even a full energy Templar that goes down as now Percival keeps the aggression up, this time focusing over to the left-hand side. Pretty action-packed TVP as Percival just keeps throwing things at his opponents. Lots of shots coming through. Widow Mine's clearing up the Zealots. The army's still chasing down. Vikings sitting overhead. We're going to stim. We're going to EMP. Zealot Stalker taking a bunch of damage. Vikings continue to put their way onto the Colossus. The Colossus take a lot of hits right now. Step back again. The few Stalkers still trying to come up and get involved here. I mean, Art is hanging on in there. Percival taking a 4th base behind this is important because He will need the economy to keep replenishing this force if this continues like this. Just to attack coming through, the Colossus coming up. More Widow Mines just get burrowed. Take a step forward, the few Zealots are going to be there straight away. Going to get rid of a Colossus, looking for another. Colossus going down. Good job on that one. It's going to see the scan coming through, the Stalker's joining up. Bam! And this Ghost is sniped. Take that down immediately as now we step through again. Colossus gaining a little bit of trouble. We see the Zealots charging back through. The Vikings still just chilling overhead. The Widow Mine shot's decent. The Stalkers get underneath and continue to chase this back the other way. Still about 30 supply lead from Percival, but Odd hanging on in there. The only concern I have for Odd, I guess, is no 5th. This base sort of feels important with a 4-base Terran, because again, the way that these trades are going, you're probably, well, what's the efficiency like? A little bit efficient from the Terran, so yeah, you do kind of, generally just speaking, you want to be ahead on bases as the Protoss. And we're just so used to seeing the Protoss ahead on bases and being able to kind of, you know, repeatedly kind of fling things at the Terrans and kind of absorb these trades and everything else, so something that we need to keep working toward here is the Bio Medevac Mine. We'll take a chance and step up the right side, going to the top at the moment. That's the Observer. Oh, sorry, not the Observer, the probe on this watchtower. Basically an Observer. Better Observer. You see our Widow Mine cleaned up and a little bit of fighting. It's not one you can fight with this amount of army here as Percival. He needs some reinforcements. The rest of his army is way back at the moment, so just waiting for that to come through and to be utilized. More the Ghost coming up. Army to the left side. And 2-2, the ship weapons coming about. Just going to see the Bio getting up to the top side here. Continuing to chase. Little EMP, and the Nexus already getting hit hard as the Widow Mines will be there. A couple of Zealots just going to go down. Just going to be seeing the Colossus taking a few shots. So again, the Vikings doing a good job of getting in toward those Colossus right now, clearing those up. Widow Mines will burrow. I mean, the base went down. Good job from Persal getting across to this side and finding this opportunity. Now going to continue to chase those Stalkers away. Over to the right a little bit. Bio still gathering. Vikings joined up. Oh, nice EMP attempt, but it didn't actually land on the Templar. It hit the Stalkers. So we do get a couple of the storms off, allowing this Protoss army to do a bit more damage output, but I think we can see the reality of this right now, which is that Percival sitting at 177 supplied to the Arts 90 has probably done what he needs. A few Marauders show up over here, but I'm not sure that base is too important right now. Again, this is just a case of get your army collected together, take a big army fight as Percival. There should be no way for for Art to hold you off in this scenario. Don't even mind the split, because obviously, same idea. There's not enough army from Art to realistically split against you. So you're probably going to overwhelm somewhere. As you run deep on this natural, EMP that Archon turn fight. Top right base will go down, unless this High Templar is amazing. If it was anything but. As Art is going to type out GG. Percival is going to take game 3 of the best of 5, and he's going to be going up onto match point in the upper bracket final after another very lengthy bit of back and forth TVP right there. Game 4 coming up in a few moments. Like I said, gonna have to do the relog thing. What's up, Iceman Melting? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Says thanks for all the work. Thank you so much for supporting it, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone in general. We are approaching 600 subs, guys. The road back to the 700 count is happening. It's on its way there. So, you know, some progress being made. as we get ready for game number 4 in this matchup. It's going to be played on Pylon. I think we're just going to dive right on into it, guys. No delays. Alright, so Persal is on match point. Can Art bring it back? Let's see what he can do. Get this ready to go. In the top left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the pink Protoss. It is Art. Taking on the blue Terran in the bottom right-hand side, it is Persal. Game 4 of our BO5 coming up here and seeing what we have in store for us. Probe being a nuisance to start us off. Cybercore coming up. That'll be done. Win for our tech choice here from Art. Factory will begin. And something coming up. Reaper on the way. It's following this probe, but there's nothing else going on because it's not a Reaper. Oh, it is a Reaper now. There's a Marine initially though, so Reaper just popping. We can follow the Reaper across the map for some excitement then. Trial Council will build from a couple of probes in the Stalker and the Warp Gate coming through. Starport will come down from Persal. Hellion and a couple of Marines going to be involved. I'm just watching this Reaper, guys. I know. I'm expecting it to do something fun. Are you ready? This is it. What are we doing, Reaper? This does not look fun. Okay, now he's moving in the right direction now. I believe. With the Hellion joining in, some opportunity for some action here. As the blink starts on the Twilight Council. Probe facility is coming online. The gateway coming up. Off into warp gate mode. Another Stalker warped. We got a cheeky little battery addition just on the front. And yeah, the bunker has a little Marini inside as well, so we can work from there as the medevac loads and we go boosting across the other side of the map. Widowmine and Marines will take that opportunity to get to the upper left for the moment. Again, Banshee, Marines, the Cloak. Still coming up. Where'd you go? Oh, sorry. The Reaper Hellion, no! I forgot to watch when they actually did something useful. No! The Reaper Hellion go down. But they get 4 probes, so not a bad start at all. This medevac going to linger over on the left-hand side and look for the chance to move up in toward the main mineral line here. Again, cloaking coming through, the siege tank on the way. We get a bit of everything joining up. The blink is about to finish on the Twilight. And our Nexus of Art is going to build up on this third location. Is this medevac going to do much exciting right now? Going to start moving forward. Boost. There's a lot of stalkers. They blink, they kill. Oh, the blink kind of blocks. He turned it around just in time, so Percival just keeping that alive there. Banshee tank and cloak. My big question is, yeah, is this mech? And the 2 extra gases will probably tell us that yes, it is. Oh, nice catch. The Stalker over here actually does get the cleanup on the medevac, so it will go down. First Banshee arrives, and Cloak just finished up. And that allows us to go in after a few probes. Took a massive volley before it got cloaked, so we're a little bit afraid and we're running away quickly. Which is the right call, because there are observers out. It's going to take a little while to get there, but we don't know that. I'd rather see that Banshee live and join up with its buddy. 2 Banshees at once do have that kind of fear factor in it. The 2 extra factories coming up from Percival right now are going to bring us into this mech play once more. So he really does continue to stick to the mech. Seems to be pretty happy with kind of staying with the same sort of idea here throughout this series. Obviously played that ByuN in the last game, but that was the one-off in comparison to everything else. Active Accelerator is producing, and we have the Cyclone on the way through. Banshee about to pop up on the starport. Gonna pull down to that bottom right corner. The few Banshees join up together. So they will gather. The Observer right there, keeping an eye on things as well. Still got Cyclone, still got Magfield, all coming up right now. Starport steps off to the side. Factory gonna come down over here also. Robobay Immortal in the +1 armor, continuing to produce. TVs pull out, just going to see the Orbital Command, going to come and land down toward the third base here. Got that into position, Engineering Bay coming about, a couple factories coming through. We are going to be seeing our Cannon, Colossus, and the armor upgrade coming about as well, so bringing that straight up. The Army of Art gets into the center. Down the bottom, the few Banshees get up to the top. We're going to cloak those Banshees, and we're going to make our way in toward this mineral line. There's a cannon, but we can still get some probes from afar. And obviously, if we lose 1 Banshee, we still have 1-shot potential, so... a few more kills, 8 workers going down. Actually, doesn't lose a Banshee yet. I was going to say, did I speak too soon? I was going to say no, but then maybe we did, because I actually think we're going to lose 1 and maybe 2. No blink, no blink. Already used. So it looks like those Banshees get away, but 9 workers killed, 1 Banshee down. Killed off that Stalker that was low as well, which is, you know, another nice little addition. Oh, we do actually catch, and we do actually kill 1 out of 2. But oh, this Banshee turned. Could have maybe sat in the corner and been okay. Alright, well, Banshees get dealt with in the end, but I'll tell you what, we just got pulled out of position. Art chased that with everything. And so the 4th base is just going to die. Plain simple. Move up the left-hand side while the army's moving over to the right-hand side. It's a simple 1-2 punch, and it's extremely effective here to put Percival into a great position, canceling that 4th. Now we're going to see, I mean, Art threatens to go across toward Percival's 3rd base. Percival kind of intercepts him on the way. These Fusiliers do get by, but there's Hellions showing up, and Art disengaged from the main army. So not going to end up fighting here with the rest of this just yet. Hellions after the Zealot, just going to get 1, going to get 2. Stalker and Mortal Colossus still joining up together as well. The attack upgrade coming online at Forge +1 coming through for the moment. You just see a couple Cyclones, Hellions, and Medivacs, +1 vehicle weapons coming online as well. All of that coming through for the moment as we just have the army heading down to the bottom right side. Hellions morph into Hellbats. And Art ready for a push into this position. If your Zelds are going to get into the front, if your Stalkers are pulling around, it's going to see our army coming through. The depot going down. The Stalkers going to get committed. Percival going to base trade, going across the map. So base trade time. Army supplies are within about 10 of each other, so not too far apart. Not going to be too distinctive of an opening kind of statement. It's actually going to get pretty fascinating pretty quickly, I think, as get rid of that robot facility before it builds that Colossus would be nice. Anything you can do to stop units popping out generally is going to be seen as a win for you right now. Still on the other side doing their thing. Do we come back home with anything here as Art? No? No, he's just losing some units trying to get into the main base, so he's actually losing a lot there. It's concerning. It's now, it was like, what, 110 to 90, 110 to 100 army supply to begin with. It's now 100 to 72 favoring Percival. So Art's army's definitely gone in the wrong direction. And I wouldn't say he's that far ahead on the base trade either. Like, both players still have their main bases. Obviously, they're probably going to die, but they still have, you know, we're at the point now where we're moving into the mains to play cleanup. So it's not like Percival is yet to do something Art had not. I guess Art did already knock down a lot of the defense that was there in that main base. This is the defense of the main base of Art, though. It's like this group of Stalkers is not exactly some huge crazy situation, as Command Center's floating over here as well. What can we do as this develops? Can Art find a fight? I worry for him because also, I mean, what's his army? It's Stalker, Zealot, and a handful of Immortals. I actually think the Hellbats are going to be an issue. There's a lot of Hellbats, a lot of tanky units here. I think they're going to be a major problem as, I mean, on top of everything else, Percival just has more SCVs and he's floating everything across the map. We'll get the majority of that to the other side, I'd imagine. That should be a big deal as Percival continues to hit down. Obviously, this is the winner bracket finals. Win this game as Percival, and you're in the grand finals of this tournament. Art would be taking a trip to the lower bracket final if he loses this one and can't turn this base trade around. He does start to get after some of these structures, so at least to stop some of the production or getting to the other side. He's actually going to deny more of this than I thought. I actually thought like 3 factories would get over here. It's going to be maybe 1. Maybe none, honestly. Well, he did get a lot more of his army here than originally, right? Originally it was just a group of Stalkers, now it's all of them. So we deny those factories. Wall off good against the Zealots. The re-expand is 2 probes to 24 SCVs, so there's just no probes really got out from Art. He had 8 before, but it was actually mostly in the main base still, so now that they are gone, I mean, the pressure is on Art to do something, because Percival is a 1-base mining Terran player, you are a 2-probe mining Protoss player. You do not win this game if you give Percival a chance to build more units. Like 77 to 68 army supply is as good as it's gonna get here as Art. So you probably just have to go, because it's not like the position gets better either. It's not like Art's about to, it's not like Percival's about to move out on the map and boom, you can surround him. That's not going to be the case at all, in fact. So yeah, I think it's probably time to just accept that this one is probably going to be a cleanup. The Hellbat Cyclones there just going to get the pylon. I mean, Percival's happy for him to fight, I think, because attacking into this does not feel pretty. I mean, in theory, maybe the Stalkers blinking back could have had some value, but they blink in. Like I say, I mean, I think you have to try it as Art. I don't think, I mean, like I say, maybe just you've got like a couple of minutes where you can kind of hit with the Stalkers, blink back, and maybe not lose much. And you try and chip away at the numbers, and then you commit. But yeah, he tried to just commit, and I think in general we were not expecting this to go well. And it did not go well. Percival into the grand finals. He takes on the winner of the lower bracket section, which is now going to be Yakov versus Shameless. The winner of that will move on to play Art, and the winner of that moves on to play against Percival. So up next for us will be some ZVP. Yakov, Shameless. Last time I casted these two was in the WardiTV European League, and Shameless looked really good in the PvZ then, actually. So interested to see what this maybe looks like here today as we get these two ready to party. We'll take a couple minutes though, guys. Gonna nip to the bathroom and stuff, actually, I think, so we'll take a quick BRB screen. I don't know if we've been on the BRB screen today, but we'll hop on over to it for a couple moments. When we come back, more StarCraft. It is going to be Yakov versus Shameless. The winner plays Art, the winner plays Percival. 3 more best of 5s today as we cover the OSC Elite Rising Star Finals. Alright guys, welcome back. I didn't want to take too long, just need a couple of moments, but we are good to go into the lower bracket semi-final. So this is top 4 of the tournament. Loser of this is 4th place. Win this, obviously top 3, with a chance to move into the finals based on that next matchup. These guys in the lower bracket, knocked down. Yakov is here, he lost to Persal in the winner bracket. Shameless is here, he actually lost to Art, who we've obviously just seen a long time ago, so he actually had a big run through the lower bracket, taking on a bunch of solid players to end up here into this PvZ. I actually think this is going to be quite a back and forth. I think this is going to be a fun series. To me, this is a very interesting series where I actually think both are very competitive, and we are able to go. I'm excited. We're going to start on Golden Aura for this map, so same map we started on in the last series. Again, part of the OSC extended map pool, so they have a few older maps brought in to extend their map pool from just the regular ladder maps. I think it's for a little bit more variety in the games, and it's cool to see some of the older maps played out as well. Obviously, Shameless top left. In the bottom right, our red Zerg is Yakov. Get this ready to go. Gateway and the assimilator coming through. The hatch and the gas coming up right now. The spawning pool being added on also. Just get ready to begin. Oh, PvZ on Golden Aura. Usually was a very peaceful time for the first few minutes because it's a big map. Probably just expecting the Stargate here, probably just expecting some Oracle play. It's a big, comfortable kind of expansion-based map, so it's not the kind of map you want to be kind of glaving on or anything, because it's actually just a good map to play defensively on and kind of get into the, the later stages, which I don't think Shameless is going to be too afraid of. He played for some later stage games. The last time I casted him against Yakov, obviously times do change, days do change, but yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see how it pans out. Let's just have our Adept coming through, the couple Queens and the Zergling Speed coming online. Overlord will take a jump into the natural and just tries to see a bit of what's going on. Hey, what's up, Dcash11B? Thank you so much for the Prime on the 20-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. And thanks for continuing to support the channel. As we have our first Adept, not really getting too excited. We are going to go Stargate behind this. Second Adept soon. It is going to be a Void Ray straight away, so play that Void Ray. I do like the Void Ray in early game PvZ. I always think it's so cool to be able to deny so much information, so much scouting by just kind of stepping your Void Ray out and just kind of bringing that straight in. So yeah, I do kind of like the Void Ray and knocking the Overlords down nearby, especially in a best of 5, because I feel like it then keeps up a lot of kind of appearances where it's like, oh, I'm not going to let you scout for really all series long, right? So I think having the comfort of mixing a Void Ray in, and maybe it's not the most optimal build right away, whatever, I think over the course of a best of 5, keeping your opponent guessing and afraid can actually have a lot of value to it as well. So I like to see the Void Ray. As we do have the feelings, are going to poke around and maybe try and challenge to get into this natural. It's going to be walled off. The Void Ray does find that Overlord sneaking into the top corner, so Yakov is supply blocked right away. As Shameless picks that away, and it's just going to be the few Zerglings that are retreating out from being on the map now instead. So feelings take a chance to pull back. It's going to be Resonating Glaives on the way from Shameless. We got that going immediately with the Chrono Boost on the Stargate, giving us the Oracle booping along. So we are actually going to go Glaives. He has me being like, well, I don't think we should go Glaives on Golden Aura. It's going to be Glaives. It's not just going to be Glaives, guys. It's going to be Star Glaives. My favorite personal build order, because I really think Star Glaives should have been a name that caught on. The fact it did not is just devastating to me. But yeah, Starglaives is going to be the build here. Once we have the, obviously Oracle's going to kind of put some pressure on the Void Ray. Already trying to do some stuff across the map. Actually pops prismatic, which will kill the Overlord, so there's another nice grab early. And we're just trying to get Yakov unprepared for this incoming wave of Glaive Adepts. Hopefully sooner rather than later. As the Adepts are going to be setting up to go. The extra Adepts warping in. It is go time very, very shortly. As our Nexus building is going to finish very soon too. A simulator and a couple more pylons still being brought up right now. Drones dying as they actually do see some aggression. Apologies guys, that was the Adepts early getting in. Void Ray will fight. Just going to be seeing the Queen coming by. I actually get rid of the Void Ray, so the Void Ray kind of dives in unnecessarily there. Adepts are going to shade, just going to look to get through. Roach is going to be there. The Adepts got turned around. Queen's going to be in position, and just going to be, again, keeping those few Adepts about as we just have them trying to shade in over to the right-hand side. A couple of Zerglings will go down, and now we turn our attention to the hatchery. Hello, and thank you very much. We'll take you down. The hatch is dropping like a brick. I don't know if it's dropping like a brick at all. That was a terrible analogy. It's really not dropping very quickly at all. It's dropping at a mediocre kind of rate. We haven't killed a lot of drones here, which is usually the goal of the Adepts. I think Yakov's going to be okay if he can clean these Adepts up and be on this kind of work account. We do kill a hatchery, just not as quickly as I maybe expressed it to be initially. As the Oracle trying to get through still. We actually have a stasis in this main base as well, just another point of annoyance that we're trying to get to. Will be there. Adepts taking a lot of damage. It's going to be 4 drones, 5 drones going down. Yakov's on 60-ish. He's on a similar work count to his opponent. Trying to go Spire in the back of this natural. Did that get seen by these Adepts at all? I fear it did not. Wow. So we do not spot the Spire. We do not know the mutas are going to be on the way here soon. And that is a huge opportunity for Yakov to catch Shameless off guard. Roach to the upper left side. Also missiles, flyer attack upgrade coming through. And we're going to push in toward the Stalkers. Extra links producing we had on the Overlords. And plus 1 missiles, flyer attack upgrade all coming about right now. Oracle moving over as you just see the 8 mutas on the way up. So we will get mutas, but it's not going to be more than these first round of mutas because we're building the Hydra Den. So Yakov's already looking to the future. He's looking to the next step of this game. What do we do beyond mutas? Well, the Hydra Den, Hydra Roach, that's going to be the combo that he's going to start aiming for here. That's going to be what he looks to really kind of start pressing to as Building Roach actually gathers up and hits those Stalkers back the other way just a few moments. Want to press through the hatchery, take some shots. We see the Roaches going to come back down. The Stalkers want to get that hatchery, and the hatchery is super low, but not dead yet. The Stalkers will be chased. Missing the rest of these Stalkers being pushed away right now. As, yeah, plus 2 missiles, plus 1 fly attack coming about. The mutas are in the main base. They're obviously shredding mineral probes right now. I was just wanting to see how that fight ended up. Okay, there are a few Stalkers here. What are we doing with these mutas? Gotta decide. Gonna just keep on going after probes. The mutas need to do more than just kill probes. They need to keep units busy for a while. So you can't do too much. There's a couple more workers going down here. So a bunch more probes falling. It is down the left-hand side. Gonna go after a few workers as well. 21 workers down so far. The Ling Muta Roach all coming up, plus 2 missile attack upgrade coming by as well. 24 workers dead so far as the mutas try and get overhead. And should be able to do very well. I mean, that's 27 probes killed. This was great, right? We actually add on a few new mutas, which I'm surprised to see at this kind of point already, but adds on a few new mutas. Otherwise, has been building up a powerful ground army, and I think if Yakov just wanted to kind of shove, push, and attack, I think he'd be, do very well here. It's a question of whether he actually wants to kind of go for that or not. I mean, Shameless actually attacks into him, so he's going to give Yakov a chance to use some of his units already and kind of show, hey, look how good your units are. So I don't think Shameless really wants to do too much of that as the mutas come around up the top side, heading towards the main. Hydra just there, pushing things around. I'm going to see the mutas into the main mineral line, even more probes dropping for the moment. 8 workers following. The Stalker's going to go pinging over on that right side as well. Again, pick away at this hatchery. The Roach Hydra stepping up. Just going to see a couple of those Stalkers still going down. So it's getting through, and we are just going to be having them maybe able to cause some chaos, but man, it is still a painful experience on the other side. The mutas are back and continue to do more, getting a few more probes, making up for all the drones that are currently being lost. Yakov does need to stabilize, though. He needs to make sure he actually cleans up this group of Stalkers, clean up these Zealots. Like right now, we're going to lose a hatchery on the top side, so this top right hatch goes down. Yakov not having the clean kind of ending to this game, which I thought he might. And Shameless still pressuring and actually putting himself into a good position, bullying himself into some good places. Roach Hydra on the left-hand side going to go in and grab those Zealots as well. This hatchery will fall. Stalker step through. The Roachron is alive still. It's a 3-base Zerg suddenly still running around with these mutas against a 40-probe Protoss, but it is 4 bases. So probe rebuild should not be too much of an issue for Shameless. Like, he can get new probes up, but man, if you could just get rid of these few mutas. At this point, you can't afford to build new mutas as Yakov. He's going to start going lurkers. I think Yakov's going to be okay, guys. I mean, he's building lurkers. His army, I think, is going to be sizable enough now. I think he's going to just have enough to send it. And at the very least, probably protect this fort. If he was in position, he's going to run down here now. Can maybe start taking this fight. Fort probably gets cancelled. He doesn't like the fight, so he backs away. I do feel like Yakov still has a lot, but he's cautious about attacking in. Maybe really wants those lurkers to have some upgrades before he takes an engagement and before he ends up in a fight. But given time, maybe we like this for Shameless. Rebuild some workers, resaturate these 4 bases, and maybe he's looking alright too. His biggest concern has got to be the lack of tech currently available against lurkers, which are now coming on the map and obviously beginning to grow in numbers. So you've got to begin to worry about this at least a little bit here. Stalkers go in after the mutas. 9 probes go down so far. A little bit of Roach Hydra just sets up on the left side, hitting the Nexus. Knocking through that. A couple more probies come in. The Stalkers are going to be there. Mutas in the main base going to go after a couple of Stalkers as well, doing that thing, trying to do it as best they can. Roach Hydra lurk continues to set up. We will siege. Lurkers burrowing. We push through the other side. The batteries and cannon will be going down as well. Just 23 probes lost. This is the army that we've kind of been waiting to see from Yakov, actually getting in an aggressive position, so it's not the one being bullied around by the mobility of the Protoss, and obviously these lurkers making issues on the other side of the map. Stalkers just getting pushed around, +2 attack upgrade coming through. Zealots doing a great job onto those, lurkers doing a great job onto those Zealots. Couple more biles. And then GG's as Shameless. Yakov is going to close out game 1 here on Golden Aura. Pretty solid game, I'd say, from Yakov overall. Obviously got a little scary. You could see some of the signs of hope from Shameless, despite maybe falling behind a little bit initially. Able to pull it back, able to kind of get it going the other way again. Able to get us back on track. Alright, we will head to game 2. I fear I must I must put in some ads on the Twitch stream, guys, because we are running close to them automatically playing, so we'll just try and dodge that as best we can. And yeah, we get ready for a game 2 here, which is going to be on Talk a Mac. Nice. I'll just give it about a minute for the ads to play, guys. I don't want them to overlap too much at the start of the game, because usually we run the ads and then we've got to get vetoes or lobbies and people invited and stuff. That's obviously not the case here. I'm just clicking watch on a replay, so we'll just give it about a minute and then we'll click watch, and then we'll go into our second game of our second series of this final day of the OSC Elite Rising Star Tournament. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having some fun. If you're enjoying, let me know. Hope you guys are, like I said, having a good time. Again, shout out to OSC doing so many cool different tournament formats, and this being one of them. I don't think I've ever casted the Rising Star event, actually, ever. This is their 16th edition of this tournament. Going all the way back to 2021, they ran their first edition of this tournament series, which is where the rules originally came from as well. So yeah, this event has been going on for a long time. Actually, some interesting stats. Apparently, Yakov has won this tournament 7 times. Jumi has won it 4 times, and then everyone else that's won it has won it 1 time. Apparently, Trigger won it once before he got disqualified for being too good. Nicorect, Spats, Battlebee, Nightmare, and Pappy are all won this thing. Festival has a top 3 finish, just in terms of players that are still alive today. Art has a 2nd place. Always love looking kind of back on the history of these tournaments. It's always very cool. But yeah, there's been a big history of these events, right? OSC running this for a long time. Yakov won this 7 times. Yeah, he's the best of the eligible players, I suppose. I'm surprised Yakov didn't have like a breakthrough 1 DreamHack Masters one time, but it kind of makes sense. But yeah. Anyways, let's jump into game 2 of this best of 5 series, as Yakov is looking to make his 8th run for an OSC. He would have won 50% of these things if he wins today. How exciting is that? Alright, Tokamak going to be our second game. We're on the loading screen, guys, any second. And I can do the wonderful thing, which is taking me off the screen and putting StarCraft 2 on the screen. It's a good trick, learned it a few years ago. It's brought me a lot of money in my time. It's in the top right side. The blue Protoss player here is going to be down a game and looking to bring it back here on Tokamak. It is Shameless, battling against the red Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner. It is Yakov. Game 2, ByuN 5, again, lower bracket semi-finals. Winner of this plays Art in that lower bracket final, and then the winner of that will play Persal in the grand final after that upper bracket final was played out for us a little bit earlier on as well. Exciting stuff. Game 2 of our series. What are we thinking, guys? We think Yakov just wins this one out. I actually really thought this... I do think this will be a close back and forth series, and you can see the potential for Shameless in that last game. I think you can see the ways in which he could almost have got back into it and could have almost won in a couple of different scenarios as well, so I do think this remains a close competitive matchup back and forth here as we continue through this 6th best of 5 of the day for us. Obviously, again, we did 1 tournament earlier, 2nd tournament now. Isn't it good to have a Wardy double tournament day back? It's been such a long time since we've had this happen with any sort of regularity, so hell yeah, big fan of it. I'm excited, like I say, we really are just sitting back and grinding StarCraft 2 for the next couple of months. I'm away this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, although I might actually see if I can do Monday Night Weekly when I get home next week. But Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I am away, and then in a couple weekends' time, I'm away like Saturday, Sunday, and that's it. That's all the stuff I have planned. So other than that, it's just StarCraft. I'm genuinely so excited just to stream. I'm going to get the Korean Royale set up. We're going to have the WardiTV October Invitational happening as well. That might end in November, because I was meant to do the qualifier for that on Thursday already, but no, I think I was going to do the qualifier for that today, but then LIULI Cup moved, and there's been a whole bunch of things going on. But yeah, the TLDR is there's going to be loads of StarCraft happening, so there'll be Korean Royale, October Invitational, and building it up towards our 2025 championship. The only thing that's really up in the air is some of the prize pools, because, you know, trying to get back on track on streaming and stuff, and trying to make sure we have enough money ready to go out as prize money. Right now, I'm unfortunately probably going to have to cut the prize pool on an event or two here or there, but we will do our best still to push as much StarCraft as we can. Of course, WardiTV Mondays every Monday. Going to be asking OSC to do events as well. Like, we really are on the grind, guys. We are on the grind. Love it. Nothing more exciting in my life than just StarCraft. It's so fun. What a life we live. All right. Hey, what's up, Vara? You're going to be here? Love it. Oracle, Orb Gate on the way through. This Adept turns away, is not too eager to stick around. There is a little bit of Ling action over here that gets dealt with by an Oracle activation. So that's an easy clean up and shut down. Push that back. No problem at all. Hatchery builds on the front, and the Oracle, still stepping across to the bottom left-hand side, is going to go have another little peek around to see what else is going on. See what else is going up. Hey, what's up, Day? Back Jangy. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime as well. 3 in a row even. Super appreciate using the Prime on the channel. Thank you so much indeed. If anyone else is out there sitting on that Prime sub and you've not used it on a channel yet this month, why not WardiTV? We will take that sub, we'll help turn it into StarCraft 2 content and make more of these awesome streams and tournaments and so on and so forth happen. Use your Prime sub. And if not on me, then make sure you use it somewhere else. If it's off cooldown, there's no excuse for letting your Prime sub sit homeless. Give it a home somewhere. No, we don't want to see any unhomed Prime subs. Like I say, if not me, use it on your favorite streamer, but make sure you get it used. Free money. For us. Streamers, essentially. A couple oracles moving about, as we just have a couple queens going through, the evolution chamber, and a couple of drones are still on the way in. That blink is building from Shameless as well, so we get that building. We have the forge on the way online. A couple of gateways are going to be added on as well, and a couple of oracles still lingering and just kind of threatening down toward the bottom side to see if there is much they can do. Answer so far is not really too much probably, but yeah, still lingering around, obviously looking for some opportunities if anything. Arise is going to drop a revelation here as well. A couple creep teamers at the front will take some damage. And actually, that's going to be a nice surround from the Lings. The Oracles will be the saving grace, as the Adepts do get away. Man, that Oracle just gets away as well. Shameless playing with fire. And these Adepts really do get away super low HP. The Lings are going to find them, and that's going to be goodbye to just the one? Just one would be terrible here. Wow. They're so low, man. These Adepts, the Oracle, this is the game of saving things at low HP. If this is not a sign from the StarCraft gods that you are meant to win this game, Shameless, then I don't know what would be. As we do see Stalkers and an Oracle poking down, Ling gonna go down, Overlord in some trouble. And the push begins as, like I said, just some unfortunate moments. Not the end of the world for Yakov, but just a little bit like, God damn it, you know, what is gonna go my way? Definitely has to go through his mind. As we drop down a Stasis Ward. Thank you, Not a Piece of Meat, Kombucha, for the fresh new Prime subs, and also on the 2-year resub premiere on that Prime as well. That was a successful Prime sellout, wasn't it? We are even so close. We are almost even starting the hype train. Oh my god, is it that time of day? 6 hours in, hype train time? Maybe. Support if you want to. See if we can leave the station. Lings are going to take that chance, though, across the map, but there's going to be a defense there. And right now, I do not love this for Yakov. These Oracles going to put down those Stasis Swords and kind of keep those in position. Stop these Lings from getting forward. A few Lings on that right side are going to threaten the idea. Looking to pop the Stasis, but he actually misses where the Stasis Ward is at. Bring it over here. Perfect. Pops it, so now it's more easy to run onto those Stalkers. And that gives Yakov a little bit of an easier opportunity to potentially defend on this one. The Lings will continue to chase on through. The Stalkers can blink to the other side. The Oracles activate for some good damage output on these Zerglings. I was going to say these Stalkers can blink to the other side. They might have been on cooldown for a second or two, to be fair, but it looks as though we're going to rectify that and pull them back. And again, the Oracle's getting a good amount of damage done, so able to do a lot of damage. They're on 21 combined kills at the moment, so really not bad for these Oracles throughout these early stages of the game. Oracle's going to go flying in toward the main base, and they're going to look for opportunity there as well as we drop a little revelation down. Yakov with a lot of units hitting the other side of the map. And just before he goes, thank you so much, OG Quasi, for the 43-month resub. Go. And Riptide 3981 and a fresh new Prime says, let's go! Hype train activated. The station has been departed. Unbelievable. This changes everything. As actually, I tell you what will change everything is not having Storm finished. This attack just looks so good when there's going to be no Storm available. I mean, Archons are going to morph into the back. They're going to be low HP by the time they morph. They will start to kill off some Lings, but 21 probes dead. Lings over here keeping the Stalkers busy, and Yakov is going to dismantle this base. Wow, GG. Yakov storms his way to a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Well, I say storms, but like there was no storms in sight because he didn't let them be. Attacking at the right time there, and Shameless just falls apart. It's actually a little bit crazy how quickly that all came apart right there. Hello, Zergling, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the 104-month resub, Wardy Hype. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Guys, we are 3 subs away from completing the level 1 hype train. I know what you're thinking. Wardy, we've not completed a level 1 hype train in probably days. I know. It might have even been a week. So, if you're feeling generous, if you want to jump in on those primes, all of it helps, all of it allows us to run more StarCraft 2. Thank you, Hello Ziggler, on the 104. That's obviously crazy. We are coming up to 9 years there. Crazy, crazy business. Crazy business. Thank you, everyone, for supporting. I appreciate the love. Yeah, obviously, selling out, bit of fun. Blixen gonna just gift the 3 subs to shoot us through into level 2 on the hype train. That works as well. Going out to Crazy Critter TV, Powerful Ewok, and Smib7. Thanks so much, Blixen, for the gifted Subarinos. Like I say, super appreciate, guys. We are obviously the usual goal is 700 subs. We are well on our way back in that direction. Because the usual idea is at 700, it really allows us to just really confidently continue to support StarCraft tournaments. It's a really good baseline of income for me to pay the bills and some other things, and let a lot of the other revenue flow through into StarCraft 2 events. So, like I say, you guys are being awesome at helping and pushing us in that right direction. I was doing some TLMC VODs this morning, or last night, I think it was actually. I think it was last night. And I was like, man, the first day of the TLMC, we got like 470 subs or something. I'm like, we went up like 100 subs this week, so that was really awesome. It's definitely been a sick week of streaming, as I think I've mentioned multiple times at this point. I've been very outwardly spoken when it comes to talking about the last week or so on the stream. It's been fun. We've had a good time. I think that's been showing. So again, just thank you so much for all the support and choosing to help us keep the StarCraft going. It isn't easy, it isn't cheap to keep StarCraft 2 tournaments going. Prize money is not easily found, believe it or not. You know, the day I find the technology to make prize money grow on a tree in the garden, we're done, we're sorted. But like until then, we need the community support. So thank you so much if you're helping us. And thank you to OSC for giving us some StarCraft 2 to stream today with this OSC Elite Rising Star top 4. We're now in, we're still in the top 4, of course. Winner of this moves into top 3. As it is not looking pretty for our Blue Protoss play on the bottom right-hand side. Let's see if we can start to pull it back in this best of 5. This is Shameless. In the top left, our red Zerg, young Yakov. As we get into game number 3 of the series, get this underway. And he is a map away from taking on Art in that lower bracket final. A 7-time Rising Star champion. That's a really ridiculous number. Yeah. That's really, I didn't realize this. I knew this event had been going on a while. I didn't realize it had 16 seasons. Yeah, I didn't realize it had 16 seasons. That's pretty crazy. Hatchgas and Pool coming up. The gateway building through. And our early game is not too wild. We'll follow this probe, which is oftentimes the more interesting thing happening early in this matchup. Just probe nibbling, scouting around, trying to see a little bit of what is going on. Cybercore, Nexus, both on the way. The probe still moving around the back. And yeah, hatching in the pool, coming online. Proby. Scouting around. Overlord out the front. Again, link speed coming through. A couple of queens coming online. The Stargate is producing from Shameless. Our Nexus is not far from being done. A few lings and the queens and the link speed all coming up. The warp gate on the way through. And that probe's still patrolling. I'm going to move from this probe as soon as the Adept, I guess, comes out. We'll follow the Adept across the map instead. And watch something a little bit more exciting, I suppose. As this Adept basically takes the place of the probe on the map, as the probe does see a drone move to the right side, so you know where that third hatchery will be. And you get some of that info. Is that probe dying? Oh, I just took a couple shots off a queen, but he's safe. He's okay. He's not in trouble. Whew, I was worried for a little probe he does. The Adept shades in toward the lings and near the queen. Going to take some damage pretty quickly right now as the Adept shades back the other way. Queen going to be right there. Link speed and queen and drones all coming online. And the hatchery building from Yakov on the third base as well. Still got the Oracle, still got the warp gate, all being brought through. Had that Adept and a couple of probes on, and we are looking good. Hatchery halfway done. The link speed coming up. There's our queen, the drones, building through, getting set. Adept going to shade back down. Early game PvZ being kind of early game PvZ. As a hype train wraps up. Did I get a new emote? No, you've collected all of the level 1 emotes. Ah, so sad. So sad. It's so exciting when they add new hype train emotes. I'm like, oh my god, new emote! Not today, though. Not today. Ling's gonna go and get a wrap around on a couple of these Adepties. So, just gonna be going and yeah, getting a little bit of damage. Nice little run by with these Lings. The Oracle gonna be there and is able to activate, push the Lings back, but we got a little bit of back and forth just yet. Nexus and the assimilators coming online from Shameless as probes and the Adept will build also. And this Oracle really is heading to the upper side of the map, in toward the top side, and trying to see what exactly it can get up to over the next little bit of time. A couple queens are going to be there. They're going to turn onto the Oracles that are going to move through in toward the main base, activating for one drone and looking probably for more. Oracles end up peeling away. Twilight Council Forge, Robo Facility Nexus, all coming online. We add on the Stalker. A few extra Zerglings producing through as we have in the main base. The Overlord taking some pings. Stalker will get that. Overlord will go down. We are going to be seeing the Oracles and go around the left side. Ready to dive into this mineral line. There's going to be the Queens in position. They're going to start pushing the Oracles back around the other way. Temple Archives, Robotics Facility, Gates and the Probes and the Charge and the +1 continue to come aligned for the moment. And just have the Queen going to keep nibbling at the Oracles for a few more moments as well. And the Temple Archives is not far from being done, so Shameless getting into a bit of a better tech setup than we've seen previously for him. Obviously, down 0-2 in this series. He needs to get online in this game. He needs to get it going. And it's going to be in the form of defense as well, because you see Overlord speed and a bunch of Roaches being made. So are we about to go across the map with some Roach Queen play? Roach speed starts. It starts 2 Overlords, cancels both. What are we doing, Yakov? Are we now just waiting for Roach speed? I mean, I'm not sure how that's going to work, though, because that's going to take a long-ass time. Like, right now, your numbers are good. 49 to 17 army supply. Pre-storm. Now it starts to morph them. Okay, so he wanted to wait a little bit. I don't know if he was just waiting to push the Oracles back or what inspired the cancel, but I don't love any kind of delay here, because I think the sooner you get going on this right now, the better. I don't think he's gaining anything by waiting. He's just giving his opponent more opportunity to be prepared against this. Top Lord moving toward the bottom side. So you're having this army heading down to the bottom side. Just going to be seeing the High Templar. You want to be moving about. Roaches, Ravagers. That's a decent first storm. A lot of storms coming down right now. Yeah, remember this is previous patch. The storm does not last as long as a bit more instantaneous damage. So it's a big part of this defense as Yakov looking to steamroll through at the moment, continue to push forward. Corrosive Vile's going to hit that Archon. We can knock that Archon before it morphs. That is amazing. And we are going to be on top of this third base. Shameless needs to find a defense right now. 17 more roaches on the way from Yakov, going to be arriving soon. We step forward. We got a High Templar there. That would be great to get rid of as well. Any tech unit we kill off is amazing. The Oracle going down. A couple of Immortals are going to show up though from Shameless, and they might be the one thing he's got at the moment. The Drop Lord lifts up. We back away. We could do with the reinforcements here perhaps before we continue from Yakov. The second wave of this is going to be powerful. 80 army supply to the 32 currently. There's a couple of roaches running in on their own accord though, and that's not ideal. Those Mortals taking some barrier hits, but not anything else. Just going to be seeing the rest of this Roach Ravager still coming through, continue to fight. As you do see the Roach Ravager trying to close the distance. One Immortal going down, second Immortal going down as well. So we do get rid of 2 of the Immortals, but is there a little bit too much coming up from Shameless? Feels rough for him at the moment, but he's hanging on in there. 1 Immortal left, the 3 Stalkers trying to do their thing. A couple of Zealots will warp in alongside the rest of this. As we do see those Roaches trying to close the distance on the rest of this army. Couple of Biles landing into the center. Lords hanging up. Going to be seeing the Roach Ravager coming through. It's not a lot of Roach Ravager, but then there's 77 to like 28 army supply. I mean, it's just a case of reinforcements and obviously getting them across the map. Diving forward desperately with this. There's another battery here, and that's going to stop this Immortal from going down. Maybe not actually, because the extra Roaches show up. There's a lot of damage taken to not do much though. The battery really finding some value for you. As these few Roaches and Ravagers get turned away once more. Is there a defense on the table for Shameless? That +1 attack upgrade doing work. Still kept the third alive. Has an okay probe count behind this. 47 probes is fine. A little bit of Ling Roach Ravager now on the way. 7 new Ravagers being built as well by Yakov. Taking a moment to get those morphed. And then we'll continue the aggression onto this third location. And again, with some Lings coming up, can be a bit more aggressive too, as the High Templars will step forward. Extra Ravagers morphing in. Nice step ourselves through. Storm coming down again, zoning a little bit. The fact we've got some new Storms available is a pretty big deal. Going to help quite a lot, as we are going to see Ravagers going back the other way. Okay, this is a much better fight from Shameless. Much more comfortable situation, as it looks as though the hold is really becoming a factor now. A few Queens are going to try and come up as well as we try and push in. We've got 1 High Templar with energy left in the background still. So many units right now for Protoss, though. Being able to collect so much together at once makes a big difference. Let's see a few more Biles. We are going to try and continue to hit these units. A lot of Stalkers taking damage as third Nexus. If that had gone down earlier, I wonder if this would have been a holdable scenario still. I wonder how much economy difference this third base made. It's not like he had a ridiculous work count, but he did have some work this year that would probably... I actually don't know if he would have lost much income if he lost the third base before, because he was only like 40, 50-ish workers. Maybe a little impact. Either way, Yakov didn't have the numbers to get rid of it. He was prioritizing getting rid of units. As in this game 3, it is a GG, and it is Shameless to take map 3. And we are not going to have a 3-0 in this best of 5. We will continue to battle. We will continue to see some more fighting. And this match continues with a game of 4. I felt like Yakov had that, honestly. Like, it felt like he was so close. Tantalizingly close to winning this out. I think if I played Zerg a lot in this modern day and I did a lot of these builds, I'd be so frustrated, man, because it feels like you're so very nearly there on breaking through and punching through that Protoss defense. They just clinch it by like what feels like the tiniest of margins so often. It's such a fun dynamic because it's quite in depth, kind of, trying to figure out if someone is holding or not holding and stuff. Feels like he was still in an okay position. No, so the problem with Yakov's position is he's committed all in. His unit count is good, but his army kind of value and quality is bad. So the problem is because he's losing that fight and he's not clearing up the tech units, the next units that Shameless makes is another round of tech units, right? So then he's got even more tech units, and then Yakov's army looks terrible. So yeah, I think it doesn't matter what. He had to win the fight there. Losing his army is bad, because Shameless just comes across the map, has way too much Storm and Archon and Immortal, and it's going to be probably GG, which is why Yakov tapped out of there, because he knows his army doesn't hold. So it's just a case of... it's kind of like quality of army, and like you might think Yakov has a lot in that moment, but it just, like, you've got to get rid of the tech units. If you're not resetting the tech units, you're probably losing the game, because the Protoss is basically so efficient once multiple Immortals are in play. Like, you saw the struggle you had to get rid of an Archon here on an Immortal there. If we get to, like, you know, more than just a couple of those tech units, it's so tough, because by the time you kill one or two, the damage output the rest of them have made is... yeah, it's way too much, you know? It's way too much. So, anyways, just take an extra moment to explain, just because I was waiting for some ads to play. Hopefully that's all we needed for the rest of this series as we get ready to go into game number 4. Shameless then, keeping this series alive for us here in the Rising Star contest. We are going to Ancient System. We've not seen this one yet, and it is, again, part of the extended map pool that OSE utilizes. Some of the old ladder maps are being voted back into this extended map pool. Every season, OSE rotates a few maps in and adds them alongside the current ladder map pool. Top right-hand side is going to be our blue Protoss player. It is going to be Shameless. And he has taken a map off the red Zerg. In the bottom left, it is going to be Yakov. Alright, Ancient System. I've not seen this map in a long time. Every time I think of this map, the one game that comes to mind is Innovation Dark. Innovation makes a return to StarCraft 2, plays for like a month, and in that time he was never looking to be the best again, but he had some good games. But the game he played against Dark on this game was absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts, quite frankly. Like, it was, I consider Dark as like an absolute beast. Meanwhile, Innovation was like returned from the military, not meant to be so good. He won this game on this map, which is a Zerg map as well in ZVT, because it's a very large map. There's a couple of good tank positions to take advantage of, but that's about it. That game was so good. I mean, if you ever get bored and you want to, relive some good days of StarCraft, Innovation Dark. On my YouTube. I mean, there's probably multiple Innovation Darks on my YouTube, but the most recent one, which is probably still from like 3 years ago. But yeah, that's what I think of every time we come onto Ancient System, because it really was probably the best game I cast. I think maybe if it was just like two top players, it wouldn't have been the best game I cast. It was the fact that it was an overperformance from Innovation against a Dark who played well, and it was a very fun game that was drawn out with like tons of fights and very scrappy. It was just really fun. Yeah, that was a good one. If we ever do like a WardiTV, like I always think about doing like a WardiTV celebration and doing like a WardiTV like watch party and like watching over some of the all-time great series we've casted and stuff, and like, reliving old memories. I always think this would be like one of the series I absolutely put on the list, because it may not be a series that anybody else remembers, but to me it was like one of the highlights of like, man, it's so cool someone can come back and all of that. Watching classic games sounds really fun. It does. I don't know how to really do it in like a fun way that people want to watch, And then it's like, do I sit here and like talk over the game, or do I just sit and watch in chat, or like at that point it's just a rebroadcast? But I think, not that I'm necessarily planning on doing this a lot, but I think in the future, if we have like when we have like downtime on the stream, when we do like say we do 2 tournaments but one doesn't start for another hour, and I usually like put on like a recent VOD to like fill the time. I think if we ever do that in the future, I'm gonna just start putting on old VODs and just like throwback games, so we have like just to really confuse people a bit, I guess, as well. But I think that'd be kind of cooler at this point. Yeah. Like I say, I don't know if we're really planning on doing that anytime soon. Just if we did, maybe that's a fun idea. I just don't know how to do it otherwise. So, Tank of Hack returns, yeah. a throwback. And then we watching a random VOD, and I'm like, this was a cool series. Then Wardy like rages halfway through it. I'm like shouting at Twitch chat or something. I'm like, oh no, why has this one never made the YouTube? Ah! Six drones go down as the Oracle gets pushed away. That's a really good start to the Oracle, though, as the Lings try and succeed on the other side. So not just have you killed 6 drones, but Yakov made quite a lot of Lings here that are, okay, right now are currently killing a gateway. But in theory, they shouldn't be able to do much. And I think this gateway is savable with the Oracle activating. So yes, we do save that. And a few more drones continuing into play right now. So Yakov trying to play catch-up from the investment into the Lings and from the losses to the Oracle. Like I say, a very good start here from Shameless. Getting some great damage done early as he was 0-2 down in this series. Now 1-2. A very hot start to this game 4. And are we maybe off to a start that could lead us to a game 5? Because this is 4 more drones and Yakov is not having a good early game in the slightest. Horrible start to this matchup for Yakov in game 4. And yeah, I mean, obviously we're a long way to go. There's nothing decided yet. But Yakov definitely going to be clawing his way back from behind in this game. Rather than having just an even or advantageous playing position, which he's had in kind of a couple of the games so far. The ones that he won for sure have been much cleaner early games, obviously. Oracles will take the chance to move down the bottom left. We do have a Overlord just chilling overhead. A couple of probes transferring over to the mineral line. And the few Adepts going to continue to come down as well, trying to get a little bit more done for a few moments. Lings will be nearby, looking to try and play defense as the Oracles are there. And Yakov desperately still just trying to sneak some extra drones in as he gets his lair on line 2. Trying to bring that straight up and into play. Lings will be there. The Adepts again getting chased away for the moment. +1 and Blink coming online. 4 additional gateways coming up from Shameless. Bringing all those through as the Lings going to get a wrap around. Going to get 1 Adept. Looking for a second Adept. Still, again, another 5 drones go down. How many drones is that this game? 15. Very effective stuff from Shameless. And again, just the more damage you do right now, the better you push this in your kind of favor still. So continue to put yourself in a better place there as these Oracles peel back to the upper right side. The Zerglings are going to come running through and they're going to try and hit this mineral line. For now, going to be fairly safe as the Stalkers get there for an Overlord kill. Nice little grab as well as the Lings pull back down the bottom left-hand side. Blinking +1 coming through. The Stalkers, Gateway and Cannon producing as well. Stalkerinos. A little bit of a journey. The Oracle's overhead, coming right down through this bottom side. And drop a cheeky little pylon in over here. So that pylon will drop. The Hive is on the way. And a few Hydras, +1 missiles, and the Groove Spine still continuing up. So we are just going to have a good few upgrades coming in with that right now. Shameless has equal army supply. Obviously, it is quite Ling heavy. Yakov trying to get to some Hydras. They would be a good addition. They would be a good help here. As these Stalkers continue to step up, the Oracles are going to be right there as well. Jumping onto this Extractor initially, but then he steps in, gets the first Hydra that spawns nearby. Like, this is difficult for Yakov. Like, Shameless just has a lot of units. This has been a great game. It's been great harassment. These Stalkers blinking back. Stasis Ward's going to help you nicely against those Lings. And the Oracles will activate as well as we just blink forward. The Oracles will not care then because the Queens are busy with the Stalkers, and this is just a shutdown of the game. Yakov does not even get going, and Shameless is going to tie us up 2-2. The reverse sweep, question mark? GG, Shameless is going to take game number 4, and we are going to be a map away from a reverse sweep in the tournament. How very exciting. How very exciting. And yeah, that's the Russian keyboard, GG. PvP? Maybe. Yeah, if Shameless wins this, it is PvP. Forgot about that. Oh, no, PvP! We've been doing so well at avoiding PvP lately. Yeah, if Shameless wins this, it's PvP. Obviously, if Yakov wins this, it's more ZVP in this bracket. As, yeah, Yakov, Shameless, winner plays Art, winner plays Persal. So we've got Terran in the, I guess, non-mirror matchup finals with a Terran in the finals is kind of guaranteed, so that's kind of cool. As, yeah, let's go to game 5. It's going to be incorporeal. And we've got, I don't think, much reason to be waiting around or anything, so we're going to start kicking this off. get this going. Oh, I need to click watch the game. Smart. Game 5, nice. Yeah, we haven't had a game 5 all day, right? We were very close to a game 5 in herO Rogue earlier, but man, Rogue was just like, nah, I don't want to win this game. Can't get over that, actually. It's such a silly play. It's in the top left. We're gonna have ourselves the blue Protoss player who has come back from the 0-2 deficit to tie the series 2-2, and that's a little bit more. I mean, this is kind of the scoreline I expected. Back and forth, competitive. Either guy could win. Obviously, didn't look like that at the start, but then you see just how differently and how quickly the games can go. In the bottom right, our red Zerg is Yakov. Can Yakov get back on track then? Incorporeal for this map 5. Last game, things just got out of hand early. Harassment started to do a lot very quickly. Previous game, he was so close to getting that win, but just couldn't quite break through. What do you choose to do in a 5th game here? Do you get aggressive? Do you sit back a little more? What choice are you going to go for? What does Shameless go for too? Obviously some pretty consistent and standard stuff from him so far. He did glaive it up a little bit earlier. But yeah, we'll see what his goal shall be this time around. Probe nibbles. Again, Nexus coming through. We take a couple of moments. Just having that probe, hitting at the drone, getting some damage done. As long as it isn't 5 PvPs in a row. Honestly, like, I think we've just had so much PvP lately that any PvP is still like, ugh. But if we start to see less PvP, and then PvP I think is still a fun matchup, it's just, we see so much PvP lately, you know? So much. I'm following this probe patrolling. We're gonna wait for the Adept to come and replace it. As this is basically our early game for the PvZ right now, although maybe I'm getting a little dizzy. Although it should move properly now because the Lings chase, and the probe will back away. The drones, the queens, the Ling speed, all coming up and online. And the Stargate coming through, the couple of probes and the Adept coming online as well. Warp Gate building and get settled into play. With the Stargate finishing up very shortly. Feeling Queen. Oh, gonna get a beautiful little surround on that Adept. We let it go though. Still chasing. The Shade will take a while. Lings. Lings! Oh, they get it. Nice little pick off from Yakov. Drone's coming up. Ling speed is on the way through as a couple of Lings will continue to just knock down. Again, Ling speed about to be done. The drones and the hatchery all coming through for the moment. That Oracle building on the Stargate, and we just get ourselves already one Oracle onto the map. Let's see if that can cause some chaos and some damage in the early stages. You unironically want Swarmhost back in the meta. Swarmhost, I feel like when Swarmhosts get used, like, the way they get used at the moment, it's actually not bad, right? Like, Swarmhost games can be pretty fun nowadays, because they're not just endless free units. It's still kind of a rarity that you see them, though, right? It's, pretty nice if they were, like, maybe, like, a little bit more usable. Just to shift, like, some of the PvZ games into seeing some different, just as, you know, as an option, you know? The more viable more options are, the more fun the game is, right? ByuN ironically wants Zerg late game back in the meta. Yeah. I don't disagree. Zerg late game. think Zergs have a bit more. I mean, it depends what kind of late game. Any late game. There's a lot of different phases of late game. There's some earlier Zerg late game is kind of doing okay right now, but like late game, it's rough still, obviously. While the council about to be done, Forge is producing the two oracles together here from Shameless will make their way forward. And apparently I have got the rocks selected, so I'm following the rocks rather than just the oracles, which fly by into this natural into this main. They take a lot of damage without really doing anything, so pretty disappointing. 0 kill oracles and both kind of half HP. It's a little bit rough. The adepts continue through. Setting up for the moment. Just going to be seeing the adepts continue to gather. Taking some shots. And yeah, Lings, drones, pulling by. Queen's going to be there. Oracles will go and activate onto a couple of the queens. Oh, Oracle very nearly going down. Just about survives. Again, charging +1 coming up. 10 drones still building. As the Lings do wrap around and get a kill on the adepts. They will fall. We just see the group spines coming up as well. Temple Archives building from Shameless. Pings, Overlord takes some damage. A couple of oracles are going to hang about overhead. As you just see a hatchery coming down onto the 4th base, so we just get that going. And yeah, we just get that settled in. Still got Temple Archive, still got a few gateways coming through. Charging +1, all coming up. And the Zerglings of Yakov will take a step out towards the top. More shots coming straight by, so a few more hits coming in. Still getting some damage done now with those zealots. The Zerglings go scarpering. The oracles will threaten to the bottom side. Storm is on its way from Shameless, so on his way to that storm, which should obviously be a major help as well. Queen's going to get some nibbles out towards the oracle too, just pushing that back the other way. The zealots pulling back to the top. And yeah, High Templar's coming up at the moment. Infestation pit building from Yakov. So we get that online. The Ling Hydra over to the right. The evolution chamber coming up as well. The drone still producing through. The +2 attack upgrade starting. Zealots charging. Storm soon finishing. As we take another chance to kind of go toward the zealots there. They step back once more. We're going to go back to the left side. That's an easy Stalker KO. The storm comes down, but the Hydras dodge back nicely. That storm actually hits a lot of zealots in the Archon. The Lings are dealt with, but the Hydras are just trying to get away for the moment. We're going to lose quite a few of these Hydras on the retreat. They get back to group spread now. How far are we going to chase Shameless? I actually think Yakov did a bad job here, because he actually could have maybe positioned these reinforcing Hydras better to then jump on his opponent if they kept chasing him. Uh-oh. No, don't. Oh my. Okay. Like, it's fine to try and kill the High Templar, but maybe let's not try and lose every Hydra chasing 3 High Templar down. That was a lot of damage taken. Yakov, I think, panicking a bit right now in this game 5. Oracle dropping the Revelation in, looking to see what's up. +1 missiles coming through, Lurker Den and Hive coming up. We have the Extractor on. Oh, Hydras! They get one Oracle, looking for a second Oracle. The Oracle just about gets away for the moment. Robos and the Fleet Beacon will be coming through. Overlord will just sit there. The couple of Zealots going to turn back around. The +1 missile on the way up. And you have the Spine Crawler building as we speak. So Spine Crawler coming through. Again, the rest of this army still gathering up in the center. Zealot Immortal. Sorry, Zealot Archon High Templar. Yakov is going to get to the Lurker Den in the next few moments. He's adding Spines and he's adding the Hive Tech so he can get himself some action in that. Thing's gonna go knock this down. Gonna aim for the mineral line. And we have a couple more warpins just coming along with this as we just see the army trying to get fighting, trying to get established. Mothership building from Shameless, so he knows what to do. He knows to tech up a little bit here. The Zealots will charge on the right side, and they obviously want to try and find their opening down in this direction and into this mineral line. So they run straight through. Zerglings get us around. That's a cleanup as we get our way into this initially. And Lurkers will settle just out at the front. So Lurkers will settle a couple of mortals, and the Mothership will come online. We bring up some more of the tech here for the moment as the Ling Hydra will be coming through. Extra Lurkers coming about. Lurkers back over to the right side. And yeah, Hydra Lurker building through as we are going to see the Zerglings are going to go and jump on toward the Zealots. Zealots taking some damage, taking some hits. The Mothership's still about to finish up here. +3 attack coming on the Forge. Ling's Lurkers going to jump on toward these the Zealots right now. Obviously, Lurkers get burrowed up on both sides. On the right side, just Archon's kind of firing at them. Will get the job done. They're going to be low, but I don't think we're going to finish them off. Meanwhile, over here, we do have an Overseer, so the cloaking of the Mothership is not immediately effective. There's nothing to knock that Overseer down. So we can sit here, and I mean, yeah, Shameless' supply has plummeted. A couple of Storms going down immediately because these High Templar are being killed. 3 out of 4 went down with the Hydras diving in toward them. And now this Lurker count over here in a good position. Ling Hydra going to reinforce the right side. Yakov all over the place. And he is going to right-click down the Nexus here before he aims for anything else. So he is going to get that Nexus. A few more shots on these tech units. But again, now he's on that right side. You got to protect these bases. We can't just go lose the left base and the right base. A few Lings going to target down a High Templar again. Storms on itself just to try and do something. Yakov, 150 supply. It's a scrappy scenario. It's been a good position so far from Yakov. It's been some good work. But I think Shameless is still alive here. He's down 20 workers, but still 65 free bases. You can rebuild from this. I think he's very much so alive for now. It's not over yet. And so Yakov needs to A, do more, B, not lose too much in doing it. Because there's definitely you're a bad trade away from realistically Shameless stepping back into this best of 5 and being favored. So yeah, I think you got to be careful right now. I don't think it's a guarantee or anything just yet. It feels good, knocking down the left side base is 100% a big win. But yeah, you're one bad trade away from all of that work not necessarily mattering too much. Trying coming from 2 sides. Like I say, Yakov kind of still feels like he wants more. It'll be more difficult now that Shameless is seemingly sitting on just the 3 bases. Because obviously that means that we're... oh, another full energy High Templar. I tell you what, Yakov's killed so many high energy Templar this game. He's continuously knocking down Templars that have Storms available. That's a big deal. A couple of times it's been at the cost of a lot of units. Other times it's been very efficient. Still just pinging in from 2 sides as, yeah, Yakov feeling like he needs more, but his army supply has dropped heavily. He's now only 60 army supply to the 80, so he's not looking too hot. Army supply-wise, maybe that's an issue. That said, he is rich. 87 workers, and he did kill another 20 here. So while he didn't kill a base, the worker count of Shameless is hurting. That said, if he relocates these probes, he's kind of fully saturated on the bases that remain, and maybe that actually puts him in a troublesome position, and maybe he actually has to go and just take advantage of the army he's got and all in. If he's not going to have a new 4th base set up, he doesn't really get much of a choice on this. Army gathers to the middle of the map. Work our way down this ramp. Queen going to be in trouble right away. It's going to get knocked down. Time Warp onto the units as they move down the ramp here. Immortals en masse pushing their way through. The Lurkers trying to do their thing. The Zealots are charging forward. The Mothership overhead. And we have got ourselves Yakov making a defense for now, but still down 10 army supply. There's more to be done here. This really comes down to, can the Lurkers be powerful enough? And because of the rush that Shameless is in to kind of come back in this game, he kind of just has to go, which means he does have to attack into the Lurkers more than likely. That maybe gives you the option to hold on here as Yakov. A lot more Hydras and Lings still coming through in that production tab as well. We have no Prism over here, and no splash damage means the Hydras just get forward and they get rid of a bunch of Immortals. Observer goes down as well. But, okay, I didn't realize he was recalling into the main with the Mothership. Sorry, I thought he was like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. He recalls into the main, the Mothership goes and does kill the Hive. Now we're going to try and recall home. We target fire down a Tempest. That was so silly. I was like, oh my god, he's in so much trouble. I was like, surprise! I'm in the main base! I mean, he actually gets the base out of it and then recalls away, losing a couple more units, but I think the problem is his economy is not doing it, and Yakov has been able to take some good fights, and again, there's a lack of splash damage to deal with what is a massive Hydras, a lot of Lurkers. I guess the Lurkers, the Immortals are kind of decent and stuff, but man, you just need other things. These Storms, for example. Feeling's already running by in toward the Natural right now, looking to deal some damage over here. Does Recall have a cooldown? Yeah, the Mothership Recall is a, well, the Mothership Recall has a cooldown, but it's also an energy ability, right? So, oh no, it's not an energy ability anymore. Blah, what am I saying? Yes, it has a cooldown, but the Recall on the Mothership is separate to the Recall on the Nexus. Sorry, brain just jumping right there. As we are going to be seeing these Funerals just going to chase away. As we pull back right there, just going to have ourselves the army going to set back. We are going to be seeing a push into the upper right side. And we are going to take ourselves to a Nexus kill. At the same time, we just don't think this army goes down. Yakov survives the attempted comeback from Shameless, who was absolutely chasing him down in this game. Yakov is going to make it happen, though. And he is going to step one step further in this tournament, into the lower bracket finals, into the top 3. And Mr. Rising Star himself is going to be right back in this. The High Templar are going to die as they try and move through. GG, says Shameless, and Yakov will take Game 5 and win this series. And, yeah, just the lack of economy in the end. It was basically one push and one push only from Shameless, and Yakov had enough defense. There was not enough splash damage to punish it, and that ends up being GG. Alright guys, so that wraps up our second best of 5 in this Rising Star event. We've got 2 to go, the lower bracket final and the grand final. So we're going to be setting off with that lower bracket final first. We get that ready. I'm just going to throw you guys to break. Helen just came home, so I'm just going to go say hi and see what's up. Cool. Yeah, I'm just going to take a quick break and go see what's up, guys, and then we'll come back and we will go into the lower bracket final, which is Art versus Yakov in a PvZ. So more PvZ, and the winner plays a Terran in the finals. No mirror matchups. Hell yeah. See you guys in just a few. Hello guys, how are we doing? Welcome back to the Rising Star. Finals, lower bracket finals right now. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for a little bit of patience. Let's take a moment or two. Just step away. Alright, so this next series is on a different patch to what we were just casting, but still an old patch. So I imagine these next games are going to be on the original version of the patch. So let's just see. I don't know, honestly. But they're not the current version because I have to disconnect from Battle.net to watch them. So that's all I know. But TLDR, we're working through versions of the patch. Honestly, it's been a bit crazy. Actually, it wasn't so bad in the ZVP. It's just storming. Like, I mean, we're just here to watch the games and enjoy, so not so bad. All right, let's get into Persephone as we're going to kick off this best of 5 lower bracket final. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to start things off with the pink Protoss player, Art. Is this the actual bad storm? Well, no, this is the actual OP storm, no? Because this was the one that does 140 damage, if I'm not mistaken. So I think this is the 140 damage storm, but I don't actually know. Honestly, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't know. I don't know which storm it is. I just see it's a different version of the patch. This is a 5.0.15 version, so... Whereas the previous games were before any patch, so... I think this is super good storm, actually. So yeah. Bottom left Dart, top left Yakov, best of 5. It's StarCraft 2 still, it's the Rising Star, top 4, now top 3 in this lower bracket finals. The winner will play Persal in the grand finals. Let's see what our last few games of the day have got to give us. Let's see what we can get out of it. Let's see if we can get some fun going. As I actually thought Yakov Shameless was a very fun series. Hoping that Yakov Art delivers a little bit as well. Fun matchup here. Like I say, Yakov apparently a multi-time Rising Star champ. King of this tournament series. Can Art or Percival get in his way? Exciting. I'm pro Protoss calling it Good Storm. No, I'm calling it Good Storm relative to the other versions of Storm. Oh yeah. Can't say anything. Yeah, bad Storm. What was Bad Storm? What was the original version of Storm that was terrible? I don't even remember this. Like the PTR version. The very first PTR. I don't even remember what they changed though anymore in the very first version of the PTR. But yeah, it wasn't. The only version that was live was like the 140 damage version. They just put that live, and then the week after they hotfixed it down to 110 damage, right? So yeah, it was a journey. Either way, this is always played on live servers, never PTR. So this is probably from like a week ago, just before Storm got hotfixed, if I had to make a guess. Or it might even be from this might even be from more recently, and it might have just been like the ghost fix or something. I'm not sure if there was like a slight download or version change when that happened. Yeah, I'm not sure when the versions actually changed, to be honest. Because I actually thought they didn't. I actually thought that the Storm change was a hotfix. I don't know anymore, honestly. I don't know. Let's just enjoy the games. They're going to be fun no matter what. You can see what Storm does when it drops down. What kind of nerds are you anyway? Trying to count all the specific numbers and how much damage Storm's doing? Ling speed is on the way up. A Stargate opening here from Art. Probably going to expect to see a lot of that in the near future. As the Oracle comes over, it's going to provide high ground vision to get rid of our Overlord over here. And just look to knock that down in the early stages. A gateway dropping down to the front. Yeah, well, we have just a couple of calm moments. Obviously, I hope you guys are enjoying a double tournament day. Again, trying to do a little bit more StarCraft again right now and for the next couple of months. So hope you guys are enjoying some longer streams. Like I say, going to be trying to probably work with OSC and whoever we can to just cast as much as possible on the channel. So yeah, there's going to be probably a lot of us covering some additional events. There's probably going to be this kind of scenario a fair bit as well, where like we maybe do LIU Cup into like a secondary tournament after, for example, and stuff like that. So, yeah, very exciting, very fun, and excited to keep on. Yeah, just very excited to kind of be casted. So hopefully, yeah, you guys are enjoying something different. Like I said, I'm actually excited to be casting this today. I actually think it's such a cool tournament, and I've never casted it before, which is surprising to me. So yeah, very fun. Global Facility, Temple Archives coming up. I love watching these guys play as well. Like I always, when I want to do the bigger tournaments, I always want to try and do tournaments that also cater to the players that aren't the best of the best, right? But it's always so difficult because it's like, do you just then lock these guys? These guys just play in that tournament? Do you still let them play in the other version? How much prize money can I put up for that? Probably not a lot. Is it worth it? You know, there's so many question marks, you know? So, it's tough. As the Oracle gets to the bottom, third Nexus is going to drop down into position. The Warp Prism coming up, the Nexus on the way through. And we just have ourselves. The Hydra Den is not far from being done on the side of Yakov. So Hydra Den coming by with the Overlords in production. Guess what? It's Storm on the way from the Temple Archives as well. So we get that Storm built up, get that online. And these couple of Zerglings will be moving from Yakov here to try and see a little bit more of what's going on. Well, a couple of things get to the top again. Storm, the Immortal, coming about. Forge and the Nexus coming through. Settle down for a few moments. This Prism. Persephone, man, why can't we not see the Warp Prism? Jeez. Prism is, believe it or not, right there, and it is making its way up the left-hand side. So just trying to get going as the Storm, the Charge, Immortal. Building on through, we actually do see a few Lings already coming across the map. Aggression from Yakov, 51 drones, and a Ling Hydra route across the map. As this can be pretty brutal, man. We're going into High Templars. They're going to try and do their thing, but they're across the map, so you just don't have them at home defensively right now. This is definitely some version of the patch, because the Oracle stays what last way last time. Storm definitely lasts forever, and does crazy damage. Yes, okay. So Storm very good. Anyways, let's see what Yakov does on the other side. As we start attacking, like I say, no Storm over here, and there's just not really any units over here, so Art is caught completely off guard. He recalls back. Oh, he has a High Templars here. Storm. Storm just, yeah, that's 100% the original patch, I think, because it's doing crazy DPS and it's lasting for 6 seconds. So I think that is our situation as Probies are going down. The Robo is getting caught as well, and we are going to see the Hydras continue to push through. The Prism is going to get killed. I mean, this is just, like I say, yeah, you know, Art takes his units across the map to Storm Drop. Yakov comes across the map and kills him in that time frame. And that is a very simplified way to get to a GG for our opening game of this lower bracket final. Is this today's last match? No. After this, the winner will play Percival in the grand final. So we have this series and then one more. So this series and one more best of 5. The only stipulation on the final best of 5 is that the winner bracket player starts with a 1-0 lead. So it's a best of 5 with a 1-0 advantage. Is the only thing that takes it away from being a slightly potentially shorter series, because there's only a max of 4 games that can happen instead of 5. Alright, we're going to go straight into game number 2, guys, and keep it rolling. I took a little bit of a longer break, so a little bit short on time between ads, but I'm just going to send it, and I think we'll be okay. I've got some snoozers to use if we need it, as we go to Torches for map 2 of this series. Yes, this is best of 5 as well, so this is just regular best of 5, and then the series after this is best of 5 with a 1-0 lead for the winner bracket player, aka Percival starts best 1-0 up in that other best of 5. So yeah, series remaining today. Been a fun day. I've actually really enjoyed this, guys. The viewership's been good. Obviously, you know, not casting the superstars of the world, but actually pretty happy that the viewership stayed, like 800 plus on Twitch. We're dropping a bit on YouTube, but that also happens a lot when you kind of get later in the stream on YouTube as well anyway, but pretty happy. Like, we're 1,000 plus for something like this. I think is awesome to see so many people watching some of these players that are really kind of still core to the scene, playing at this kind of, like, you know, semi-pro upward level. Sorry for the dumb question. Which art is this? This is the Polish art. That's not a dumb question at all. The Russian art is the art has art with all caps in his name, and the Polish art is the one with the lowercase art. There was art versus art in the previous round of this tournament. I am so glad I didn't cast that. I don't know how we would have called that one, but I'm sure we would have thought up some kind of silly, dumb way to make it fun. But yeah, I want to know who cast that and what their approach was. As some gold minerals get mined, and there is already Yakov down over here looking to take this hatchery on the gold. And will do so on the aggressive side of the gold base as well. This is very common for Zerg players to do in this matchup, so this is not going to come as a surprise to Art, who is going to have a forge coming down as a response to this, though. So he puts the forge down upon seeing the gold minerals being missing, so he's kind of aware of what's going on, and just says, I would like to make sure I have a cannon, just in case you get aggressive, I will have cannons to help me out defensively. Talon comes in, a few Zerglings coming about, we just have the forge and the cyber core coming through, add on an assimilator at the same time, and we are going to get ready to drop them down. The cyber core finishes, the couple of cannons on the way through. Just having the cannons continuing up, so we are just, straight up cannon rushing this base, but the Lings can get to this side of the cannons, and I think we're just going to kill both of those off. So the Ling production is basically just going to save us from this rush, and that's not ideal from Art. I was thinking like he was just going to try and get the, like, don't get me wrong, it's annoying you had to come around here, but you still get around that. It was kind of close, but not really. I mean, this is not ideal because that's resources wasted. I don't hate him having a forge because, like, a lot of the time the Zergs do weird things and try and attack through here and everything, so I honestly don't hate a cannon defensively, but he's got no nexus because he's committing to all of this off one base right now. That part of this I do not like at all. That part I do not like at all. Link speed coming up, extra Lings on the way, add on a Queen, Stargate and Gateway is building up, Warp Gate coming over. The Adept still building through, the couple of gates coming online. The Zerglings will go and make their way to the upper right-hand side into the main. See what's going on, see what chance we can get to make things happen. Link's going to get wrapped around, Adept will die. Nice catch, nice kill, Link speed done. Only 17 drones from Yakov. I mean, Yakov isn't kind of in trouble because he's all in into a one-base Protoss. So Yakov is still in trouble anyway here, as the drones are going to try and mine out that right side, which is not currently walled off. Uh-oh. That's actually genuinely an issue here, because this is going to be a low HP pylon, so maybe there's a chance that we can break through on that. 2 Adepts in the back, the drones are just going to keep mining out the gold minerals, which gives you more access here. That's going to depower 2 of the gateways. Uh-oh. Didn't think about that, did we? What happens if you, what happens if you just mine out more of the minerals? The Adepts don't stop it. Now the Queens are going to try and hit that Oracle down. Don't get me wrong, a lot of things are going down, but Yakov has a better opportunity at this than I thought he would. And you can't afford to take any damage as Art, because you're a one-base Protoss. You should not be taking any damage to this. So if you take damage, you're going to end up in a big spot of trouble here. So like I say, you cannot really afford for that to happen. Force field comes down, buy more time. The gateway now under fire. I mean, I think we have simmered down a lot of this attack already, because the Lings have obviously been caught, not being able to do too much. Queens are still firing away, and we just have the other couple of Lings still coming down, another battery coming into place. Sentry's nibbling at the Overlord, the Lings are still moving through, the Adept's going to get jumped on, killed. And we do have a couple of the Oracles showing up as well, just behind everything else. They're going to activate, we're going to get rid of one of these Queens. More and more Oracles typically is the play from now. My only concern is that Heart's a one-base Protoss. If he did all of this with a natural, it would have been amazing. Obviously, doing this with one base is probably still okay. Your economy's not bad, but it does give Yakov an actual possibility to transition because he's not as behind as he usually would be. Weird game. And you know what the funniest thing about all of this is we haven't even had a defensive cannon. Like, you've got the Forge. Like, this could have been so much easier. Then again, I guess the issue is more so being just getting this area set up anyway. But one cannon would have helped to push these units back even more easily as long as we had a pylon power in it, which we did get a pylon back up, so maybe a cannon would have been an okay kind of addition at some stage, but Yeah, like I said, I don't think Art really thought about the fact, like, what if the drones mine the rest of the minerals and there's more surface area to break through? So yeah, Art holds on. He didn't actually lose much, which, like I say, was kind of a necessity. The only problem is now his Nexus is finishing, Yakov is drawn, he still has a gold base to work with. And looks as though Art is going to knock down this pylon to open some space. That will, I was going to say, supply block him if he kills it right now. He will just sit in that supply block as he wants to move up and get going. Now, roaches are available, right? So we can build some roaches here, but we're going to need it ASAP because these units are pushing onto this creep spread from Art. He's getting ready to go. I don't know if I love it, to be honest. There's a lot of force fields. The more of these we can bait out right now, the better. Queens will transfuse to buy time. So you can see the Lings don't really want to use themselves just yet. They want to really raid for these roaches. We've bought a lot of time. Here are some roaches spawning out, so we are going to run in. The force fields will drop. The roaches won't really care about these force fields. Queens zone away the Oracle, and Art is in trouble. There's just no damage output. Adept Sentry is not going to do anything against roaches. And you're in a position where you're up against this hatchery, so... Yeah, okay, these few zealots are nice. That's a good force. I was going to say there's not really a good kind of way to maybe make much use of that. That's going to be much better now, but I'm afraid about the excess of units coming through. Now you don't have any more force fields. Zealots are not going to do much if more roaches come out. Is Yakov holding this? It's a great question. I don't really know. Well, Sentry's still available. Ling's trying to dive through for them. The roaches on the other side doing a great job as well. I think Yakov is holding this, but it's still hard to say. Another Oracle coming around the back. The Queen's still dealing damage. A couple of Zealots will get rid of one more Roach as it's been chaotic. The drones trying to mine their way back through. That force field's annoying, but it's the last force field. Another Queen pops, and I actually think we've got a defense made here by Yakov. Wow, what a game. What an absolute game. I love it. This is why watching games like this, like players like this is so fun as well, because the chance of seeing crazier games where like these guys have like creative ideas on how to approach a situation or a matchup or a build order, you know, the pros don't kind of go there because a lot of the time the pros can't go there because it just doesn't work. But then the semi-pro guys, right, these rising star players do go there, right? And it's so fun to watch it when they do it against each other, because sometimes you see it against like a pro and it'll work once, so it doesn't work. It's like, well, was it ever going to work? But like against each other, it kind of really can. And then you sometimes get these really weird games where it's like, well, I don't think I've ever seen someone one base defend the Link Flood on torches into a Sentry Adept push, you know? Like, I don't think that's a sequence of events I've ever casted in StarCraft 2. Now, admittedly, so torches only been in the map pool for one season, but like over the course of a season, you'd think you've seen everything on a map, right? Like, and that was brand new to me, so... Was that actually GG? I think yes, because he doesn't have any tech. Because what does he do? Like, he lost all his oracles, he's only on gateway units, and realistically, if Yakov just builds roaches, the roaches kill 2 of his gateways that are on the gold minerals. I don't think he can fight it. I just don't think he gets enough units up, because at that point, Yakov will outmass him. And he hasn't, I mean, what, he could maybe build something off the Stargate, but that doesn't help you, because the queens can still walk with the Roachling. So, I think it kind of is probably GG. Even if there's one Oracle, the Queen's just walk and it doesn't matter, right? And the Oracle, if the Oracle was alive, it was the super low HP Oracle as well, I believe. So yeah, I think he's just outmined, and he's literally 0 army supply towards the end of that as well, to be honest, so... Alright guys, we'll just take a moment or two. And we'll be readying ourselves up into game number 3 as Yakov establishes a 2-0 lead here in the matchup. Pretty quick games 1 and 2, actually. Pretty feisty between the two players. See what game 3 gives us in a few moments, as we're going to be going to Magnath. There's a potential to maybe see something that goes on a little bit longer. We will see what takes place. Alright, let's get Yakov and Art ready to go. Where are we at? 2 minutes on ads. Ugh, okay, we'll give it like 20 more seconds. Bam, bada, bam, bada, bam. Alright, let's go. Thank you for joining us again, guys. I appreciate you all being here for the long day. Having fun, man. And you just enjoying casting StarCraft lately. How lovely. Alrighty, let's get ready to roll. In the bottom right-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the pink Protoss looking to redeem himself in this series. It is going to be Art. Meanwhile, Yakov was 0-2 down in the previous series and ended up being... sorry, was 2-0 up in the previous series, ended up going to 2-2 before finally winning the series. I think this time around he's 2-0 up. He'd much rather just close it out. We'll see if he can do so as we head into Maganatha here for this game 3 of the best of 5. Yakov on match point, a map away from the finals of the Rising Star. Hatch gas. Cool. Coming down. Let's just have our gateway coming in on the other side of the map. We get that ready to rumble. I'm just taking a moment to breathe. Again, hope everyone's having a great day. And, yeah, excited to see what our last couple of games maybe give us. Excited to see. I mean, if this turns into Persal Yakov finals, I think that's actually very exciting. Some TVZ, a TVZ final? Yeah, that'd be kind of crazy. So, I'm kind of down for it. Kind of down for it. Assimilator coming up, Cybercore on the way. Nexus building through as we take a few moments. Just the setup taking place right now. Hatchcast Bully died to this build all the time. I love it. Queens will build. The drone and the Overlord coming up. The Nexus building through. The Adept is on the way. Let's have our Proby heading down towards the bottom right side. And we'll follow this guy who is just going to sit here, mine some minerals. It's a Stargate on the way. Doesn't look like anything sneaky or suspicious for this game 3 right now. Things to be about halfway done, so yeah, a few moments of calm. We're kind of expecting this matchup for a little bit, and things to be coming through. We are going to have ourselves the Probot stepping forward, a couple lings, going to go nibbling at the rocks. Nibble, nibble. Point 3 is not far from being done then, so it's going to give us a bit more excitement, as otherwise it's pretty passive. I mean, we haven't even really had the Adepts do much. They've sat at home, Art not wanting to succumb to early aggression or anything, be out of position. Playing very safe, is going to go for the Void Ray, and this Overlord is going to see that, so it's going to instantly die. And that's exactly what the Void Ray loves to do. Deny that Overlord, deny future vision, and just make it difficult for the Zerg to know what's coming, and continue to go Overlord hunting and maybe just be an annoyance. What is the plan from Art? As he drops a third Nexus down, do we go Glaives? He actually, okay, this was kind of cool. He actually started the Oracle in reach of the Overlord, or in vision of the Overlord, and now he's going to go Robo, which makes you think that this is going to be something pretty funky. That's definitely looking to catch Yakov off guard, as he's expecting the tech currently to be focused on an Oracle and the gas to be spent there, and so he's not really thinking about this kind of a timing of the Robo and the Twilight Council. So a little bit of trickery from Art in the build. Not sure where he wants to take it. Maybe like into Prism, maybe just Prism Glaives. He could also just Prism Templar Archives and go for an Archon drop, which actually could be pretty nasty as well if you're not expecting it as Yakov. especially if you're building these melee upgrades, you're going to build, you know, if you're going to build melee upgrades and you're going to build, you're going to build, why am I just stirring? If you build melee upgrades and you're just going to build lings, yeah, my brain apparently is broken. It's just trying to say the same thing 3 times over. But melee upgrade and lings obviously is not a good time against the Archon drop, and that is exactly what we go into here as art. It kind of makes sense. Robo before Twilight, when would you ever do that? Pretty much only when you're looking for this kind of a timing. Otherwise, you need the Twilight before Robo for the upgrade to finish. In this case, the Prism pops, it starts to move across the map, and then you only need the Templar Archives to be done when the Prism's in position. You open the High Templar more for the Archons, and you are golden. Prism is getting across without being seen just yet as well, so again, no information on the fact that this is a faster Prism. The only thing that Yakov could maybe say is like, hey, why haven't I seen the Oracle? And then you maybe just presume it's like, well, it's probably just sat at home playing defense or something, like protecting the third, and then you come over here, you see the Void, and you're like, where the hell's the Oracle? Yeah, he morphs in 4 Banelings. He's suspicious, man. He's a little bit suspicious. There's no reason to have these Banes right now unless you've got suspicions, and I think, like I say, he's like, I think something might be coming. The Banes don't help you against the Archon drop, though. That is the problem. And these Archons going to go straight in toward a Queen. Going to be able to get one here very comfortably. Should have had that one very comfortably, and should absolutely still have that one very comfortably, but the Prism goes down. And that, my friends, is a disaster. A Prism, and then one of the Archon dies. We just didn't finish off that first Queen before picking up the Archon, and because of that, the bit of extra damage output on the Prism made the Prism coming back into range a complete mistake, and that was just a sequence of unfortunate errors. Art losing out big time here, and that is going to be a big problem. So that is a shame. There's a couple of High Templar coming up, the charge on the way, plus 1 attack upgrade coming through. The extra gateways coming online as we speak. So extra gates coming up, plus 1 missiles, and the Bane speed come online. The Hydra Den will build. Zerglings are going to run themselves at the front. One Archon will just sit here. A couple of High Templars joining in. Charge plus 1 Archon coming about. The extra gates coming online. We see the cannon and the battery building as well. So a lot of that being brought up as we do see the Archon is going to knock out those Banelings. They are going to go after a couple of probes. Nice and cozy defense straight away. Again, Bane speed's about to be done, plus 1 missiles coming up. Hydra speed building. Bane's coming through. Yakov building big time into that kind of Ling Bane Hydra force. Overall, I mean, you can't really complain, right? Resources lost 1,000 to 700. That's so efficient against an Archon drop. Obviously, just being able to kill an Archon and the Prism completely shuts this idea from Art down. And that has me worried for Art as he tries to step forward toward the top side right now. The Prism going to go zipping over to the top right. There's a 5th hatchery down from Yakov. The army retreating home. The Lings are looking for a little bit of a wraparound on a few of these Zealots. And that is going to be an easy cleanup as the Baneling connects as well. Let's just gather the Hydra Bane to the bottom side. Storm is halfway done. It's a lot of Ling Bane, so it's actually going to be Yakov to basically say, hey, I'm ready to fight right now. And this is not surprising. We have seen a lot of, a lot of this Ling Bane Hydra stuff since the patch has dropped, so Storm will be a big part of defending this. This right side 4th base going down immediately, so Art just going to give it up. Isn't even going to pretend to defend it. So that base goes down super easily right now as the infestation bit continues through. The few Overlords coming up. Plus 2 missiles coming in as the Archons will get after a few of the Banelings. So a few Banelings going down, 10 probes will drop. The Hydra's going to try and get in there as well. And we just have the again Hydra's going to step in after the Immortal. Archons gathering through, a couple of High Templars coming over. 11 Hydras on the way. Infestation Pit is about to start up as well. And we do see the Zealots going to charge in on that left-hand side, looking to get the Queen, looking to get the drones. 17 dead probes on the other side. Bane's going to crash through. A little bit of a dramatic explosion. More dramatic than necessary, I'd say, but the job was done. I think this Prism in the main very nearly went down, but it lives. Hydras want to click it. I just don't manage to click it, unfortunately, and that will get away. So the Prism getting away with one there. Not too much of a problem at the end of it all. The Army of Art back down to the bottom. Extra high tempo warping in currently. Again, Archon +2 coming up. The Banelands coming online. The +2 missiles coming through. What are we doing next as the Hydra step back over to the side? A bunch more drones coming up. +2 missiles is on the way. The +2 attack upgrade producing. The Army of Overlords to the right side just chilling, wondering if they're maybe going to come drop Lords at some point and maybe try and go for a little bit of a play into that main base. Seems like that is exactly the plan. The Art sits here down to 140 supply against the 175. Army not bad. It's very tech army, right? Like, it's all Archons and Immortals and so. Uh-oh. These armies are going to miss each other. Your team is going to get popped. We do see the drop a Lord, thinking about making a move. Hydra Bane spreading about, looking to jump into this army. Here we go. Bane's going to start collapsing in on this. Archon's the Immortal pulling back. A couple of Banes begin to connect. Hydra's able to get forward, looking at that Prism. Doesn't get it. Oh my god, what a fight from Art. He's just dismantled everything Yakov tried to run in with. Holy goodness. 18 drones dead. Meanwhile, across the map, the couple of Lings were not doing enough. Wow, what a fight! That was a really good fight from Art, no? Like, that was very, very good. I was actually really worried the Prism was going to go down. Nope, it survives. That was just a solid engage through and through to take us to a game 4. So Art is going to survive through. Yakov has to go to a 4th game, and we are about to see history repeating itself. Are we going to go from 2-0 to 2-2 again? Or is Yakov going to pull it together? As I believe Incorporeal is our next map. Alright, we'll give it 20 seconds, guys, and we'll get started into Incorporeal for map 4 of this lower bracket final. Winner of this will play Percival in the grand final. Again, just a little reminder of what's coming up. Again, don't forget, if you want to help support the stream for free, check out our sponsor, GrabTap. You can actually, basically TLDR is you can play different games and complete different missions, and not only do you earn money for yourself and gift cards, you can also support the stream. If you do it through my dashboard, I get support for every time you guys complete a mission. So go check that out. Exclamation mark GrabTap in the chat if you're on Twitch. We'll give you the link straight through to it. So go check it out. And thank you for joining us so far today. Did that kill enough time? Did that kill enough time? Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Alright, let's do it. Game 4 coming up on Incorporeal, guys. Let's go into the game. Let's get it started. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the pink Protoss player getting a map on the board. Here in the top 3 of the OSC Elite Rising Star 16, it is going to be Art. As in the top left-hand side, the orange Zerg player will be Yakov. Oh, fight of the day, guys. Fight of the day. What's up, Lambo? Welcome everyone from the Lambo stream. Hope you guys are having fun and have had a great stream over with Lambo. We are casting the OSC Rising Star top 4 We are now down to top 3, and this series is 2-1 in favor of Yakov. If he wins, he plays Persal in the grand final, which would be coming up next. Yakov has been 2-up once today in the previous series, and he ended up going to a game 5 before scraping it through, so we're seeing if that's repeating itself right now or not. Yeah, thank you, Lambo, for the raid. Welcome, everyone. And, yeah, hope you guys are having a great day. Happy Tuesday to you guys. We started the day off with the LIULI Cup as well, which was a lot of, well, was it a lot of fun? It was a very mediocre set of matches until we got to Clem Classic, which was a little bit better. But yeah, if you looked at the initial player lineup, you would have probably thought it was going to be a better day than what it turned out to be, which is sometimes just how StarCraft works. So yeah, we are 7 hours deep, big day of streaming, big games, and hopefully you guys are ready to join us for what is the end of this best of 5, and then one more best of 5 to come afterward still. Probe nibbling, hatchery coming online. We're just going to see ourselves the Cybercore coming up, Queens and the Lings in production, and the Overlord will get to the front door and just try and poke through. Cybercore, Nexus, Ling Speed, building at the moment. Yeah, a couple of Queens coming online. We get ourselves set up. Drones building, Stargate on the way from Art. And just see ourselves a chance to establish this game full. Alright, Ling Speed will come through. I'm just going to have the Queen on the way. The Stargate will produce no real surprise in our first few moments. A couple of those Lings coming about. The Queen will go back and forth. And we have the Zerglings just nibbling at the unbuildable bricks. Meanwhile, the Void Ray coming about. The Adept is about to finish. Now we just have ourselves, yeah, the Ling Speed is about to be done, the drone's on the way through, the Overlord coming up as well. And a lot of this rolling for the moment. Zergling Speed is not far from being done, so we got that Ling Speed finishing up. The Spore building onto that location as well, just going to put that straight in place. Preparations being made. And it's very normal, just this time Void Ray into Oracle, but I think we're going to truly commit to the Oracle this time. I liked the trickery of the build last time from Art. I actually think it worked very well. He just messed up the execution. Like, he should never lose the Archon. He should never lose a Prism there. And if that doesn't happen, there's so much more value for him to find. Losing an Archon and a Prism really kind of put him off. And he still ended up winning that game, but should have, I think, been able to do a lot better and put himself in a great place. And a few Overlords coming up, drones on the way, Nexus and the Assimilators building. Just have the Voids one way, the Oracle the other. Rodron building from Yakov, getting that going on the natural for the moment or two. Lair is indeed coming up as well, so bring that Lair online. A few drones coming up, the Queen still in production. And yeah, Robo Facility coming through as well as the Oracle. Still moving around, just going to get back down to the bottom right hand side. I'm just going to be seeing the Evolution Chamber coming up as well. Add those couple of Extractors on. Add this Void Ray moving across. And we get ourselves a bit of opportunity here from Art as he knocks down a Ling on the Watchtower. All of the structures. Twilight Council Forge, Robo Facility coming in all at once. We get a nice combination to really set us up into the next phase and stage of this game. Lair is going to be finishing. Evolution Chamber coming online. Evolution Chamber at the front, Oracle in the back. Activate the Stasis Ward here, and that is going to be BAM! Of 3 drones. Now, Yakov started Roach Speed, and he does have some Ling Roach on the way now. 4 drones going down as the Adept, probably got a couple of kills there, so lacking observing on my side, I apologize. So there's Adepts pulling away, still got that +1 in charge, both just coming up. And yeah, Temple Archives will come through as well here on the side of Art. So bringing that Temple Archives up. Not really anything surprising yet, right? As we do see the Hydra Den from Yakov. He is going to play the missiles, so he's going to play like Roach Hydra, potentially into Lurkers rather than any kind of Ling Bane stuff, which we have been seeing a lot from him. Infestation Bit drops down in the back. And yeah, Temple Archives, Gateways, Immortal +1 in charge. Whole building through, we just got the single Zergling there, nibbling at the probes, getting some damage dealt. +1 in charge, all coming through. The drone Gateways on the way in. Zerglings coming down to the south. Couple force fields come down immediately, so just going to stop those Lings doing much of anything. The cleanup is made, the Lings go the other side. Zergling just chilling in the main, just nibbling at that Stargate, so yeah, just a little something, not really a big deal, isn't exactly really doing anything too meaningful right now either, to be honest. So, nothing too crazy as the Hydras come up, the Hive on the way. We just have the Voyager on the left side still on a little bit of a journey around to see what's up, to see what's happening. Try and see if anything's going on. +1 Storm will build. The Immortal coming through. Hive is still about to be halfway done as well, as we have a Lurker Den in the background. It's kind of what we expected this to be. You know, when you go to the missile upgrade, Lurkers are such more of a probability early. Because, well, I mean, Roach Hydra just doesn't really have that much power in it in this day and age. And obviously you're upgraded to kind of play into Lurkers already as well. So that is just a typical kind of next step of the game to kind of head into. As the army pulls away back up the right side. Storm about to finish. Prism coming through. Add on a couple of cannons. We do have the single Zergling finds a chance to run at a High Templar there, and the High Templar taking some shots. Cannon goes down. 3 cannons on the way. Nexus in the High Templar building. A couple of Zealots will say bye-bye to the Lings. Archon is still coming through. So we got that Archon morphed. Prism building. +2 attack. Want to Chrono Boost through and finish shortly as well. Well, the Adept's going to commit, but into the Hydras is not exactly going to be a long-lived affair. So that's going to go down, and we have 7 Lurkers still producing through here from Yakov. So 7 Lurkers on the way up, the extra Lings on the way, the +2 missiles coming about. There's a little stasis on the upper right side. I worry a bit for from Art is that this is all just kind of happening from Yakov, and Art's not doing much about it, which is fine. I mean, he's on his way to the Fleet Beacon, so maybe he's just confident in getting his army set up a little bit. At the same time, you could argue Yakov is not really doing much about Art, but I feel like Yakov's army is becoming scarier much more quickly than Art's army is becoming scary, so yeah, a little bit of a comparison of opinions on where we're at, as we do see the Ling Lurker back toward the upper right side. Another ship building. That's going to be a nice little Chrono Boost coming through right there. So get that mothership on the way. The Lurker's going to burrow up. Cannons are going to be easily picked away at here as well. So we just start to nab our way through that. That's going to be some very easy pickings actually. So no problem at all on that one. You can still see the units going in from the left side. Not having a great moment or two right there. They're just going to gather up. Another storm comes down. Again, it's about 6 probes going down so far. So 10 probes go down, 5 drones going down on the other side, so there is that Zealot harassment, and this base has had to be evacuated. And in the end, Yakov just backs away, so we're going to fall back and regroup before we maybe go again for any more fighting. But I do think he wants to fight. Adapter Talons is finishing, the Lurker upgrades being done. Should give this army its primetime opportunity. If you wait much longer than this, the Tempest count grows, the Mothership's out, this Army of the Pros becomes way more difficult to engage, it has way more tools available, and you don't have another better stage of your army typically as a Zerg player. Like this is your best strength, otherwise you enter late game, and we all know what Zerg late game's like. It's the Zerg late game, sorry. You're right, that one doesn't have a definition right now. It's non-existent, well, it's not non-existent, but like it's rough in comparison to maybe this phase. So yes, imagining it's go time still here for Yakov as we get down to the south. So there's 2 Tempests, 3 Tempests actually already. Mothership as well. Obviously Storm going to be a factor here. Oh, I like that. Actually boosts a few Hydras forward, naturally creates the split and puts pressure elsewhere. These gates going down opens up this space. We will see the storms. We have to run back away from those initially. They last a long time. There's Tempest, what are we doing? Stepping forward, 2 Tempests go down immediately. Easy pickings for the Hydras that shouldn't have been so simple. And that's a great start. Across the map once more, some Zealot counterattacks as Odd throws himself at Yakov, trying to get a little bit more done, and he gets the Queen. Actually pulling a lot back there from Yakov, which I don't think is necessary at all. I think this is already defended. I think that is exactly why he was turning around the other way. Now he's going to reappear back over on this side because he left the Lurkers here. He's going to get the Tempest again. No, Art. No. 1 and 2 both go down. The Storm comes in late. Does not save the day at all. Oh no, Art. What a disaster. Letting all of his Tempests go down these Hydras twice over is really, really bad. As that really gives you just so much more potential here as you set up the Overseer for the Vision. Trying to pick our way still through this Nexus. Temp Probe's already going down as Yakov. The problem is now, right, the Tempest can't reset again, so all of that investment has been for nothing, and your army just doesn't necessarily live up to this because you put so much gas elsewhere so far. Let's see how Lurker's going to burrow up. Just going to be seeing those Immortals going down. Oh! Those Lurker shots were disgusting. Meanwhile, these Storms are kind of disgusting, doing a lot to those Lurkers. The Mothership will probably play cleanup, but does that matter? I mean, who comes out? Okay, Art's going to type GG. Art GG is, I mean, okay, Yakov has a bunch of money in the bank, so I can understand why, but actually looking at army supply is like, well, army supply-wise, it wasn't bad. I mean, he was actually killing a lot of the Lurkers because they stood in Storm. Obviously, he lost a lot of his own tech, and you understand why he feels the need to get out of there, but GG is well played. Yakov is going to take it down, and Yakov is going to make it to the finals today for a best of 5 against Percival. Now, Percival does start up 1-0 in this series, guys. So we're going to go start off with Percival up 1-0. That's because he came from the winner bracket. That is the ruling. It's still best of 5, so just best of 5, 1-0 lead for Percival. Don't know why I'm saying everyone's name. We'll throw ads up before we get to the finals. We'll give it a couple minutes and get ready to go for one last match today, guys. What a great day. It's genuinely been a great, fun day of StarCraft so far. Been loving it. Got one last best of 5 to wrap us up. Beautiful. How's everyone doing? We have some ads on for some people. If you don't have the ads, let me know what's up. Let me know how your day's been. Appreciate you all again tuning in and watching us. Because it has been a hefty day of StarCraft 2. Like I say, Percival starts with a 1-map advantage. And then him and Yakov will play this best of 5 out. It's messing me up because it's called Game 2. And then I was like, wait, I'm on the wrong map. But obviously it's the correct map because it's, you know, Game 2. Game 1 was a free win. I just baited myself in the situation I usually bait everyone else with. Alright, let's get into the top right side as we get into our grand finals of this Rising Star event. Blue Terran in the top corner of the map. It is going to be Percival. And he starts up 1-0 because of the winner bracket advantage, so he does get that 1-map lead, despite this being a BO5. That means he only has to win 2 maps. As in the bottom left side, our red Zerg is going to be Yakov. Oh, cast obviously a bunch of Yakov today as he came through that lower bracket section. I've not seen his ZVT just yet. Interested to see if he can pull it back here against Persal. Having to start 1-0 down, obviously he's got to win 3 maps. Persal just needs to win the 2. That is the benefit of, coming through the winner's bracket. You just have to win 1 less map in this final. In this case, it's actually kind of neat. Yeah, in this case, it's actually kind of neat because Persal actually beat Yakov. Yakov was in the lower bracket because of Persal. So Persal won in the semi-finals of the upper bracket 2-1. So Persal, in theory, against Yakov was 1 map ahead when they played previously. So I actually don't mind this score as well. I know everyone has different opinions on how exactly we should do. Win a bracket advantage. There should be none. It should be a reset match. This, that, whatever. I think the 1-0 advantage is fine. Especially when they've played each other early in the bracket as well. I think it's very fine. So, alright. What's up, Mazva? Hey, what are you, a champ? Still streaming SC2? Crazy after all these years. Nice to see. Yeah, man, we don't don't give up. We love StarCraft. This is very much so my life. Ain't no messing around in that regard. Good to see you. I checked back to see when your last messages were in chat. 2020 viewer. Crazy. It's crazy to me that people that started watching in like 2020 and stuff are like, I mean, not saying you necessarily started watching then just when you first spoke, but like, I always find it crazy. It's like, because 2020 is like 5 years ago. Like, if you started watching us during COVID, you've been watching me for like half of my StarCraft 2 full-time career. Like, that is kind of a crazy stat at this point in time. Pretty nutty. Pretty nutty. We'll be coming around, obviously just poking for some early damage here. Just gonna hop up, hop down. Vapor is coming through. As yeah, a couple of drones on the way out. The link speed will build, and yeah, the barracks is gonna be coming up in the main base of Persal. Get a command center started as well, and the Reaper comes back around the other side. Reaper just pulls back a sec. Marine coming through. And the link speed on the way up. This is very, very cozy first few minutes, guys. Sorry. Doorbell went. I was like, who the hell's ringing the doorbell at 7 p.m.? I still don't know. Couldn't hear, but I was trying to listen in for a second. Alright, we got ourselves the little grenade coming down. So the Queens get built up, the Hellions are going to pull back. So Reaper Hellions gathering up right now and taking a chance to step away. Meanwhile, Stimpack is on the way already from Percival. We got ourselves a starport coming through. This is already triple command center, so very comfortable setup for him initially. As the lair will come through. The Lings are building from Yakov. As we settle down here on ley lines for map 2. Of this final game. I'm going to start calling map 2, guys, because the longer we go, the more complicated it gets. So while it's the first game played, we'll just say map 1 was the free win, and then we'll say this is map 2, even if it is just the first one played. Because, like I say, everyone's going to get confused about it some way or another, so I'm just letting you guys know what I'm committing to calling it. Hopefully I stick to it myself, otherwise making this statement for no reason at all is well, it's happened before. Reaper and a couple of Hellions back over to the left-hand side. The creep spread obviously spread quite nicely up the left-hand side. There is this fourth hatch down at the bottom as well. And I'm going to need a drink because my voice is just dying. Alright, that should put us a little bit better along here. Combat shield coming through on the tech lab. The medevacs will load up. A single Ling gets a full scout in the main base. Just confirms the bio. Nothing really crazy to see right now, but it also sees like the medevacs leaving as well, so you've got a good idea of what's going on in fairness, right? It gives you a good visualization of what's happening. Ling Bane in production, Bailing speed is coming out. You see a couple of evolution chambers coming through here from Yakov as well. But they're not going to be ready for a while or impactful for a while. And with no bane speed yet, these Lings do need to put in some work. Persal just going to lift up, not happy to fight the Lings and the Queens together, thinks it's a bit too much. He actually is over here with the Hellions driving by for 4 workers. Should be able to get 5, I think, on one more shot. That's a 5-worker Hellion run by. I don't hate it. But I do wonder if the Hellions were over here and just supporting these Marines, what we could have maybe done. Because I actually feel like those Lings, you get 1 Hellion shot to soften them up, and then maybe you actually could just run through the Marines onto the Queens. Just a thought. Obviously, maybe wouldn't have played out like that, right? You probably played defensively differently as Yakov as well, and there's more Lings over here too. As, the Lings now, though, go across the map onto the other side. 2 SCVs being chased. Widowmine going to burrow up. As the Lings are going to go for it. Oh, that Widowmine is huge. It's an 8-kill mine. And if you don't get that 8-kill mine, I actually think these Lings are going to continue to do serious work. We still see them, these other Lings putting work in. That's 11 SCVs dead. A lot of lost mining time. The only good news is none of these Lings really get away. The Marines do kill pretty much every single Zerglin here. Full on upgrades, melee upgrades. All coming through. We got the Hydrodent coming down. Armory coming up. Eight SCVs. Sorry, did we just lose 8 more SCVs to Banelings? Oh, that was, sorry, I missed that completely. My apologies. That's another 8 workers down for Persal. So his economy not looking pretty in the early stages at all. Yakov is going to be moving through to the melee upgrades now. Can Persal get something going for himself then back across the map? Let's see what happens. It's just going to be seeing the Marines gathering up. So a few Marines in the mine just going to join together, and we do step onto the creep spread here. The Ling Bane gets through. 1 Baneling blows up that Widowmine, and we have the melee upgrades still coming about. Ling Hydra coming up on the side of Yakov as well. And these double medevacs on the bottom side ready to maybe, possibly, try and get something else done. In the end, we're just going to unload and go down over here. We're just trying for a little bit more. 11 Hydras, melee upgrade coming online. 2 upgrades from Percival, as we do have the medevacs boosting over to the left side now. And yeah, Widowmine building, extra barracks on the way, added on some depots. Big shove to that left side, as obviously we can maybe try and get something done by attacking all over the place. Down a lot of work, as Percival needs to get something going. The issue is, because he's been pushed back and playing defensive, now the creep spread is kind of all over the map, and it's going to become harder for him to kind of just take one big push. I guess we'll see what happens as the Marines pull back, relocate a little bit. Just going to start stepping down. Score for all of that, going to get picked off immediately. Widowmine shoots, a few Lings dropping, and a lot of Marines going to step into the center. Get a couple more creep tumors. It's unlucky, even that Baneling getting the connection on the Marines. Just little things, didn't kill the Marines, but brings them low, and right now I feel like Percival's the one that needs a little bit of, progress right here. Just gonna see the medevacs top left, gonna make a bit of a play. Still 11 drones, infestation pit coming up. Banes, burrow coming by also. The right side, the Marines are gonna get jumped on, the Lings are there. Marines get cleaned out. Now more army from Percival through the upper left-hand side, looking for a push around onto this base. It's a lot of Ling Bane Hydra that moves through over on this side as well. A couple of shots coming straight in. It's coming about. On the left side, the Marines are going to keep on playing. A few more Lings going down. I mean, nice to see Percival all over, but he's also having Zerg all over his base, and I think that's the issue, is that I don't think he's going to do enough on the other side to really make up for the damage he just took. Unless Yakov runs a lot of units into all of these different forces. It's only 4 Marines in the main, though. So basically saying, can this drop do serious damage? I just step through, clean up those Widowmines. Like, don't get me wrong, this was nice for Percival. It's just, I think it's nicer for Yakov. If Yakov wasn't ahead going into this, then Percival might have really had some opportunity here. This is just a case of they both did good damage, but Yakov was ahead at the start of it, so he's just going to have a lot left over at the end. Although just Hydras here might get overwhelmed. That might make this still a little bit more interesting than we initially thought it would. D as the Marines go chasing those Hydras out of here, getting pushed out for now. Shoved away for the moment. Hydra Bane coming up, +2 missiles, +2 melee. It's going to have a couple of units moving around as well. A lot of Hydra's going to step down. And at this point, your double supply is Yakov. Looking for a closeout in this opening game. Percival is going to stand still and type GG. And that means that Yakov is going to get us to 1-1 in this scoreline for the finals. So he undoes the winner bracket advantage and puts himself right back into this series, plain and simple. So, yeah. All right, let's throw up into our next one, guys. I don't think we need a break because we took a break after a fairly quick game last time, so let's just go. Again, shout out to OSC. If you guys want to check out more from OSC, they have a world ranking standings and stuff where players have earned points throughout all of the events that they partner with. You can check that out over at sc2online.com. Great place to check if you're looking for more info on OSC and all of the tournaments that they run. It's actually very cool because there is a lot of tournaments that they run. They do a lot of cool little different things. So definitely go and check it out as we look to go to Persephone for game number 3 here. Everything tied up and everything on the line. Jump into this. In the bottom left-hand corner, it is going to be the blue Terran player. This is Persal taking on the red Zerg in the upper right, upper left. Oh, you can tell it's the last series of the day. My brain's left, right, up and down and all wrong. The directions are broken. Red Zerg top left is Yakov. Blue Terran bottom left, Percival. Yakov getting that win, undoing the winner bracket advantage. It's now tied 1-1. We will actually be back with more OSC events on Thursday, by the way. As on Thursday, it's OSC King of the Hill. I've not done a King of the Hill in a long time. But it's best of 1 King of the Hill, so every map you play is for prize money, and every map the winner stays on to play another map. So lots going on, lots happening. And that'll be Thursday's content starting 1 hour later than our usual start time. I might go live at the normal time if I'm free already and just do some other stuff, but I'll figure that out as we get up and running. Racks and gas coming through. Hatch on the way, drop the extractor down. Ready to throw the spawning pool into place as well. I'm getting old. Well, because I'm getting my directions mixed up. I think I've been getting my directions of introducing players mixed up since I started casting StarCraft. Actually, that's probably not true. The first couple of years, I probably was like super try-hard thinking hard through everything I said. But now, introductions are such a nothing thought in my brain that I just sometimes it just comes out wrong. It just comes out incorrect. Alright, CC coming through, a couple of Queens and Lings coming up. We will have ourselves the Reaper of Percival heading up the left-hand side. Things be coming up, hatch coming through, and we'll see a little bit of action initially as we just get our Reaper. Getting exciting, trying to see a little bit of what's going on. command and the command center coming through. And yeah, it's going to be seeing the Reaper pulling back the other way. Hatchery coming about, drones coming into play, and that link speed will build from Yakov. The Reaper coming through for a moment or two. Just going to send that across. 5 drones coming up. All the command and starport coming on over. Command center halfway done. Two queens reducing on through. Link speed coming up. We just take a couple moments, guys. Just chilling. Reaper has backed away. And we have that hatchery coming up from Yakov. So triple CC from Persal. No surprise to see him playing a big eco kind of game here. And that's set up right from the get-go as we just have the SCV will come about. The Banshee and a couple of Hellions coming over. Marine, it's a Ling. And that Ling is just genuinely just going to get a full scout at this main base with some extra bonus nibbles. He's a Tech Lab starport early as well, so I mean, good information really from Yakov. Obviously, maybe at this point you just cancel the cloak. Hellion just goes over to the right side, and we do have our cloaking and Banshee still coming up. Gonna fire a shot or two. Queens settling. And Hellions join up. The Bane Nest coming through. Spore Crawlers will build. Preparations just nicely made from Yakov, not taking any risks right now. Let me take the momentum here and turn this into a 2-1 edge in this series. Hellions going to step forward again. Queens will do a bit more damage. We step away one more time. Circle Cloaking finishing up. Stimpack on the way. Hellion joins in the middle of the map right now and just gets set up. And with the Banshees going the other direction, maybe a little bit of multi-pronging here from Persal could get some work done. Hellions right up that right-hand side, getting into this top corner. Maybe seen a Queen in a little bit of trouble straight away. Grenade going down. The hatchery still building. The extra drones in production, and our Hellions will take another step forward right now as well. A couple of drones go down. The Banshees are going to go and hit a few more shots. And again, just try and get a little bit more damage dealt wherever possible. Grenade bops the Queens back the other direction. Berglin's going to get a good wraparound. It's going to be all these Hellions killed. Banshees get 4 drones. Is that about it? Looks like it. Honestly, not ideal. This is a pretty clean cleanup from Yakov. He shuts a lot of this down. Not a lot goes in the way of Persal initially. And yeah, Yakov off to a good start, because that's the kind of defense you need to just not be put behind early. And it gives you a bit of control of this map now, because the Banshees are hurting. They have to back away. The Hellions are dead. And so you can spread creep pretty freely, and you don't have to worry about too much more harassment right now. Zergling's coming back to the right side. Hydra Den completes. Lingbane Hydra all coming through. And let's just see our 1-1 upgrades and the armory building on the side of Persal. So he's right on tune with the upgrades. We'll see what his next bit of aggression looks like. He obviously has the Banshees that can be repaired. He could go, he has some tanks on the way and Marines coming up. Looks like we'll start by doing some drop play, dropping around over to this far right side. Just going to drop over in this direction. The Lingbane Hydra all coming online. We've got those melee upgrades, the burrow, roof spines coming through as well. Factory building from Persal, and the medevacs will boost their way to the top side of the map. Held my breath there. I was like, I don't think I can start talking and explain what's going to happen before these banelings connect, because they are entering the speed zone. As that is going to be now on the high ground. A couple more Banes we can snipe down at least. Press the links to the upper right corner. Hatchery in the front. Going to be a 5th base here from Yakov. Unless we start doing something about it here from Persal. He is just taking a 4th command center, so He's heading toward base 4, 5 racks setting up for him. And starting to actually step away onto the map here. So moving over that right-hand side. No combat shield, only halfway done. Doesn't really want to fight without combat shield, so hopefully doesn't get caught in too much. You can see Yakov immediately. He's like, oh, you want to move out? I'm going to counterattack you. So Yakov ready to come back and try and deal some damage here. And immediately just try and, well, you know, punish Persal for being on the map just at all. As the links come straight through, they're into the natural, and this is not good for Persal. So Persal set up on the other side, but he's got a massive run by to deal with, and he will start losing SCVs in these next few moments. SCVs begin to drop. The Banshee's doing what they can to scan to clean up. I'm going to loop around. I hate going up this right side, though. The acceleration zone gives these melee units so much of a better time than usual because they close the gap on the range units faster. So I don't love being in this speed zone right now, as the Banelings are just going to speed in. Oh, well, they die. Okay, well, that's step one for Percival. Going to go well. In the end, he didn't lose too many. I got to give credit to Percival. He did not lose too many SCVs on the other side, and those Banelings did not connect. I mean, this was no creep spread, obviously, but still the acceleration zone. I thought there was a chance. Now there's still no Banelings on the map. Yakov, are we just in trouble, buddy? Yes, we are. Tanks are killing the Hydras. But this top right base is in a ton of trouble, and we're actually going to try and defend it as well, which I think is just a mistake. Hydras are just going to melt against this bio. And Yakov has to type GG as Percival swings this into a 2-1 lead. As that was a surprising kind of approach from Yakov. I was actually scared for Percival going up that right side, but all the Banes running in on their own with nothing else to distract those units just was a disaster. And it felt like that run by was going to be absolutely massive from Yakov, and it just wasn't. It was not very good. It wasn't bad, but it didn't really kill anything, you know? Like, it wasn't effective, you know? We didn't get loads of value out of this. So, kind of a weird one, if I'm going to be honest with you all. It was not quite the process I thought we were about to see. Logging in again for our game 3 then. Game 4, sorry. Persal is a map away from winning out the OSD Elite Rising Star. See if he can get it done, or if Yakov is going to draw us back the other way. Apparently I'm going to fail to log in. Always love that. Try logging again. And now it's just not letting me log in. Cool. Alright, let's just try and restart StarCraft. I just love it when everything goes right. Yes, absolutely. Alright, game 4. Hopefully soon, guys. Hopefully we get back online. Why won't it let me log into Europe? Is European login down or something? Hey, what's up, Bren? How you doing? Thanks so much for the generosity of 5 gifted subs to Taldan SC2, Toldini 11, Sponge Guy 95, Furijin, and Lumvel. Thank you so much for the generosity. It is just not letting me log into Europe. I love StarCraft. What a great game. It just doesn't work half the time. You're gonna let me log into NA though, right? At least. No? What's going on? It doesn't let you log into NA either? I love StarCraft. It's actually just gonna break on us when we're like 2 maps away from finishing the day. At most. 1 map away, maybe even. I just can't log in. It's just taking me like straight to the login screen, which is not great because I needed to log back in to watch the replay. Oh, you know what? I might be able to work around this because I actually don't need to log in. I just need to log in to see my replay list, but I could maybe open the game. I could maybe open the replay from outside of the game, actually. Because we don't actually need to log in. So maybe we can... Oh, the only problem is I have to go through a very awkward process, but let's give it a go. America, Europe, replays, multiplayer, Rising Star, finals, map 4. And log in on Europe. I love that for you. I don't even need to log in. I worked around it. What do you think of that, guys? Yeah? I didn't even need to log in. Tokamak coming in for map 4 of this best of 5 final. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player. I'm so glad we fixed this. I not mentally prepared to not be able to cast the last 2 games. In the bottom left-hand side, it is going to be Persal. In the top right, our red Zerg is going to be Yakov. Thank you again, sorry, thank you again, Bren. I appreciate the gifted subs, mate. Thank you for your generosity, supporting the community and supporting the StarCraft that we run here. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much. And also, thank you so much to Advanced Wars Best. Thank you for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you as well. If you guys are sitting on a Prime, in fact, if you're just out there in general, consider supporting, as this might be our last game of the day, a minor sellout from us. Obviously, first of all, you can like and subscribe on the YouTube. If you don't already do that, it is free to do. Hit those buttons. Follow on Twitch if you don't already. And of course, don't forget, you can do all the usual Prime subs and all the rest if you would like to. Almost back to 600. Yes, we are. The grind on the sub count is happening. Thank you for doing what you're doing. No problem at all. Thank you so much for supporting it. The Madman gifting subs, not even sub themselves. Generosity is real. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much. Harston made a very convincing sub speech this month. If you gave your Prime to Harston, I understand it. Look, Protoss players are in a difficult period, right? For the first time in the past few months, they actually have to attempt to get into the overpowered position of the game instead of just being gifted it by storm. So, yes, you know, his brain power is not going to be there for earning money. He's going to have to put his brain power back into StarCraft. It makes complete sense. I get it. You know, support your local Protoss players, guys. There's also going to be, like, you know, a little bit of awkwardness because some of your local Protoss players, they're going to feel bad they didn't win tournaments during this time where Storm was completely broken. No, I'm joking. Let's not start balance wine right now. Penny's working. It might have just been the login servers went down for like 2 minutes. Anyways, doesn't really matter. I found a way around it, so... I asked Harston when the Harston tournament series was going to begin, and he asked me, what was that? I thought if I just said it was a thing, he might just be like, yeah, that sounds fun, and he'd just make it, but apparently not. Very sad. This was my strategy to do more Wardy Harston cast, but it didn't work. But it's so unfair. He joins my tournament and casts with me like once a week. When do I get to cast his tournament, you know? Unbelievable. Anyways, back into this bouncing around, throwing some grenades down, link speed coming up, and a couple of drones coming through as we just have the Overlord out into the center of the map here initially. Does he ever run a tournament? I have no idea. I think so. I think Harston did a tournament a couple of times. I've actually ran a tournament named after Harston. You know what's really crazy? You know, earlier today I was talking about like the dream of maybe like someday reaching 100,000 YouTube subs or something, and like how that's been very dead, but YouTube's picking up a bit, and so maybe it's a real thing. I actually, when Harston started YouTubing, we actually made a tournament that was literally called the Subscribe to Harston's YouTube Cup. So literally every time we mentioned the name of the tournament, which obviously we did a lot because it was part of the meme, we said, you know, subscribe to Harston, you know, and like every time you linked the bracket, Harston's YouTube channel was there. Like we did, like the effort we put into launching Harston's YouTube channel. And what do I get out of it? This guy comes and co-casts with me so he can make content of my tournaments. Unbelievable. Where's the subscribe to Wardy event, you know? You know, now his YouTube's made it. Now it's up there. It's this big thing. I literally helped dethrone my own YouTube. I literally boosted the competition in the scene. I was played for a fool. Unbelievable. Creeper and a couple of Hellions jump on in there. The Queen gets bopped and is going to fly for a second, but nothing too crazy as Percival comes back around this right side here on Tokamak and tries to see what's going on. A couple of the barracks coming through, the reactor building up. As we just have the stim pack is going to be on its way through. We got a couple of barracks coming up and the starport coming in. Creeper and a couple of Hellions going to be coming back around this right side where we get a Zergling picked off as well, just for a moment or two. And yeah, Lair coming up, Evolution Chamber coming through. 1-1 upgrades and stim pack all building. Now Hellions and Reaper are going to be there, jumping onto the creep spread and getting rid of a drone. That one's going to be a 4th hatchery. And that, my friends, is why you don't stand around in the weird part of town, wait for it to be revolutionized into a new hatchery with, you know, the Queen's policing the area. Otherwise, you could just get burnt to a crisp by a Hellion. Hydrogen coming up, couple of spores coming down. There's a couple of Hellions gathering out to that left-hand side. Queen's just spreading that creep. Hydrogen coming into place. As, yeah. Blings and Hydras will come through. Gonna get rid of a couple of creep tumors over on that right side. It's gonna nibble our way through the hatch. Obviously put some damage on, nothing too wild. Queens are gonna gather up and take a few moments to settle back into this. Marine Hellion medevac coming up. The armory coming down from Percival. Reaper Hellion in the center of the map. So just going to be joining up in the middle. Getting set to move. Hey, what's up, Owlbear Pig? Thank you so much for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Well, Ling Hydra takes the opportunity to move through this set of rocks, opening up this area. 4th hatchery on the right side settling down. The Ling Hydra will knock these rocks down as well. And some Marines, Hellions, and Hellbat step forward. No Combat Shield just yet as we try and push forward at first here. There's missile upgrades and infestation pit. This is one of those builds from Yakov that is not going to have any splash damage just yet. A little bit scary, no? The Hellbats here to knock down the Zerglings. I think we just have enough Hydras, or are we just in trouble? Queen's going down. Hydra's putting some good damage out, though, man. The Hydra's just living there in the end, just having enough. Still a lot lost from Yakov, but Percival loses a lot, too, because he obviously stuck around. I think he thought he'd had that fight won. But those last few Hydras finally got there, just about enough to get the job done in the end. The medevac escapes up the left side. The rest of the Marines make their way through also. As the Hydras try and step over that left-hand side. A little bit of scan. Creep tumors going down. The Zergling getting picked away on this side, and we just have a little bit more Marine. Wouldn't mind joining between the bases. A couple of Marines continue to push on through. I don't know how to commentate this fight. I'm like, I think Percival should leave, but then it was kind of going well. And meanwhile, he's just going to die on the other side of the map, so that part is obviously not looking pretty. I actually thought that fight was kind of okay. Like, I was almost convinced, but man, the Hydras just do so much. What's crazy, they don't even have +1 missiles. Like, we're still waiting on that missiles. They obviously have the carapace. It's been super interesting from Yakov. It's kind of been a bit of a different style, and yeah, these Hydras actually putting some work in on the other side, and Percival has nothing on the other side of the map anymore. A couple of units showing up. I was going to say, I don't know if that's actually enough, especially as more Hydras show up here as well. So on the way to Microbial Shroud, I don't think we're ever going to need it. GG's, and Yakov brings us to 2 and 2. All tied up. One more game. Yep, one final map. We're going to go the distance. One final map coming through. Get that ready to go. When it's all said and done, SC2 will never forget Wardy. Yeah, you think? You think I'm an unforgettable part of the StarCraft scene? I'm not sure if that's true. Our StarCraft forgets about me all the time. RSL? No one's ever done this before. A community-based tournament to support StarCraft? Oh, how did Tasteless think of this? You know, like, it doesn't feel like I'll never be forgotten. When we're still out here doing it. Meanwhile, these are the comments that get upvoted. Yeah. Just joking, obviously. People say silly things. They don't mean it quite like that. Just bit of fun. Bit of fun. Guys, game 5 coming up. Wardy named a tournament after him still not famous enough. Okay. It's only funny because it was like I when you said that, I just thought that's funny because I actually remember someone actually posted this on Reddit, and it was like it's actually upvoted, and it's like the biggest like question mark moment of all time in my eyes. I'm like I understand some people are disconnected from StarCraft, but like you know, and they don't follow everything, but I like this was really a question mark moment in my eye. And that's what I thought of when I read the comment, which I just thought would be fun to reply on. Fun. Bottom right side, guys, it is Percival, our blue Terran player. Top right side, it is Yakov, our red Zerg. It's Torches. What a map to wrap up a tournament on as we go gold base. And that's fairly common in ZVP, and you usually get aggressive off it. So what we're going to do in the ZVT, Yakov, do we also have similarly kind of intended aggression? Let's see what goes down. A couple drones coming up, the hatchery coming through. As we settle in here, the barracks is building on the high ground, so we're just going to get that underway. The SCV producing, and this Overlord of Yakov is making its way down to the bottom of the map here. So just getting that all set up and ready to go. As again, hatch, gas, and pool will come on into play right now. So, big play. Big action. Final game of this, not just series, not just the day, but of this entire tournament. These guys have battled through a grueling double elimination bracket for this Rising Star 16 event. Will Yakov take his 8th Rising Star title? Will Percival win his first ever? Those are the questions we ask here. With Torches to decide it all, and that gold base up. You can see that we check here as Percival, and he's going to go check, oh, are you taking the gold base? And we'll see what he maybe does about it as this Reaper leaves onto the map. And go poke around a little bit. Ideally, you want to try and get a scout to see whether or not your opponent's going to roach-roaring or mining gas. That's going to give you a lot of information. 3 workers still in gas is definitely an aggressive kind of stance here after Link speed, so I think that's not too surprising, but confirmation is generally good. Or you come over here and you start annoying these drones already, which is not a bad choice either. Queen not ready yet. Zerglings, 4 build on the gold, 2 build on the main. I don't mind this because you could maybe get some damage done here and then run to the main base after for the info. So that's just a spine. The Rotoron comes up in the main. The Lings will take some damage, so I don't mind this at all. There's the Queen, and I think it's time that Reaper backs away. Like I say, probably regen a little bit, and once you've regened, make a dive into the main base and try and figure out what's going on. Rotoron is building pretty much the furthest you can get from the, I guess you can put it right back there, but you can see the Queen's trying to block the info. Reaper, no! Very nearly goes down. So Percival doesn't get the scout yet, just missed microing. He dropped a grenade and he ran right close to the edge. I mean, you know the Queen's like here. Surely you should know it's going to hit you down here, no? I guess maybe you presume the Queen's going to step back a moment or two. Obviously, that did not happen. Once the Reaper regens, we can make the dive in the main and get the confirmation. It's going to be a little late. I mean, Roach is already building. Obviously, we are pulling the drones to get ready to move through here. There is going to be the Queen to stop the, to stop the Marine from just getting kill after kill. I mean, there's so many drones, I don't think it's necessarily going to matter. We are going to make our way through. And uh-oh, Percival's in trouble. The Ling's going to surround Percival. Well, that's the first couple of Marines going down. Triple CC coming up. And the Roaches arrive. And this might just be a very sad ending here for Percival, as I don't know if he's going to get much of a chance to play this game. Depot going down. Access to the main base granted. And I think that might just about do it for this finals. We are in this main base, and like I say, I mean, Percival's going to fight till the bitter end because it's his last chance in the event, but it is not looking good. It's not looking pretty. In fact, it's looking quite darn disastrous. As 12 SCVs are down, the Marines are in trouble. And the Roach Ravager will continue through to play cleanup on these SCVs. Oh, a tank, herO, spawns right into the action. I think Percival was so confident in being able to defend the gold minerals. He just wasn't actually prepared in the slightest for this. GG. It's a devastating final game, and Yakov does it again. The Rising Star King, apparently, from what I can tell, at the very least. GG's. Yakov, Yakov, Yakov. Getting it done. Well played. Good job, Yakov. GG's. A little bit of a sad way for the event to end, but so be it. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all, and I hope you've had a fantastic day with us here watching some StarCraft 2. It has been an absolute pleasure. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. We are done. So we're back tomorrow for the LIU Cup. If you didn't see the start of the stream today, that was the LIU Cup. So if you want to catch up and get onto that round of 8, you can go check those games out. You can rewind the Twitch VOD, or you can check it out on YouTube, obviously. Our stream is archived on YouTube immediately under the live section. So you guys can check that out if you want to watch back today, LIU Cup games. Tomorrow we'll be going live with the LIU Cup semifinals and finals. And then Thursday is OSC King of the Hill. And Friday is WardiTV Mondays on a Friday, because I'm away over the weekend once again. So that's what's going on, and that's what's happening, and that's what's taking place. If you want more StarCraft 2 directly, we will have the next series going up from Maestros of the Game on our YouTube in about 5 minutes when I've finished up the thumbnail for it. So that will be coming up in about 5 minutes time if you're looking for a little bit more StarCraft 2 to watch that has not been just already streamed today. So you guys can check that out. And I appreciate you all for watching. This was a good old, pretty much coming up to an 8-hour stream. So appreciate you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out here with me and sticking through to the end with me. I appreciate you all. We're going to run some ads on the outro. Like I say, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Don't mind that StarCraft in the background. That's just me loading a replay to make a thumbnail. In fact, I'll mute it. And yeah, set of ads on the outro. I'll host someone up on Twitch. We'll have a YouTube video live in about 5 minutes. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2 action. You guys have a great rest of your day. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. And thank you so much to OSC for having us for the Rising Star as well. I'm excited to do more OSC. Again, we're going to be doing OSC King of the Hill on Thursday, so that's super exciting as well. Bye, guys. Thanks for watching.